Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom. When is Valentine's Day? Was that yesterday? Is that today for all you lonely hearts on Sabbath? Uh, yeah, come on aboard. You got something to say? Um, any topic you like. We'll be here, give a comment, and we'll come back in and we'll chill with you. Otherwise, welcome into, I'm sorry, I got people at the Otherwise, welcome to the Sabbath. What, a day of rest. It's your, don't kindle a fire. You'll go to hell. Don't kindle a fire and don't leave your house. For God's sakes, don't leave your house, especially if you're getting free manna. You got that free manna going out there. 6 days, you get it twice as much on. Okay, yeah, we're not doing that today. No manna today. What is it? Yeah, that's exactly what it means, manna. What is it? But anyway, yeah, Shabbat Shalom. I go off this calendar. I don't even know what you call it. We call it like the biblical calendar. So today's like we're still in the 11th month in off my calendar. I've got other Hebrew roots friends. In fact, we were split almost 50-50 this year because of the barley. We all go off the barley and the renewed moon. A lot of them are in the 12th month. But let's go back to the Old Testament. If you guys know anything about the Old Testament, Moses, in the 11th month, on the first day of the month, is when he spoke Deuteronomy to all the people. Or he spoke it and then he died and they mourned him for 30 days until the 12th month on the first day. I forget the chronology, but it's right there in Deuteronomy. So whether you're in the 11th month or the 12th month, something's going on at this time scripturally. They're on this side Jordan, just east of Jericho. Jericho's just a couple miles northeast of Jerusalem. You just take Highway 1 down Jericho to south, and then a little bit, west, and it's just a couple miles, but it could be a 2-day walk if you really if you went through the hypotenuse. There's a canyon, but it's like it's a canyon where you have to walk like this the whole way. So that's like a 2-day walk. But Jericho to Jerusalem is like a 1-day walk, and then just on the east side of Jericho is when Deuteronomy starts. But then he chronologically says, hey, these are the words from way back when. These are the words up to Kadesh Barnea, and these are the words on this side Jordan. So there's 3 different chiastic structures. But regardless, whatever month you're in, I think it's genius that even within the Hebrew roots, we're under different calendars, and the people that are like fringe groups are on 3, 4, 5, 6 different calendars. I think it's beautiful because if we all went to Jerusalem for our calendar's Passover, and then the next day is like some other guy's Passover for like 12 days, and another guy is for like Jerusalem, the drunkards are going to be spread out. They're not all going to be on like one day. They're all going to be spread out. So I think that was the plan. It seems like the plan from the beginning, that you can read one scripture, one text in a chapter 2 different ways. The tree that the snake told Eve, surely you won't die. How do you know he wasn't pointing to the tree of life? There's 2 sets of tablets. There's 2 10 commandments. They're the exact same thing. Moses parted the Red Sea. An east wind blew all night. The waters were congealed on side, but an east wind blew all night, so they walked through on dry land. Oh, we're all familiar with that miracle. But what happened when they got on the other side? It was still open. The Egyptians were coming through, weren't they? Raise up your rod, bring the waters back together. That's the exact same. Like there's 2 quail incidences. Tell me about the quail incidences with Moses. Oh yeah, that's when they complained they didn't have meat. God sent quail, not just for 10 days, not just for 20 days, but for a complete month. He doesn't say 30 days, he says a month. So yeah, you can't use that. So until it came out their nose. Well, no, 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 no. What about before Mount Sinai? The day they got manna, it came by quail that they only got for a day because they didn't complain about wanting meat. They complained we're hungry, and they actually went the right way, and God gave them quail about around the camp. And when the quail left, this is kind of nasty. And when the quail left, there was manna. And it's like, well, is that like their droppings? They didn't know what it was. The Exodus says it was small as the hoarfrost. And I don't know what hoarfrost is, but I've camped, and in the morning when there's frost on the ground and there's just, like if you were to pick that to eat, Burt Lancaster did a beautiful movie where they were about, and he played Moses, but it was a foreign movie, so you'll never hear about it. They had like, it was almost like cotton candy on bushes, and people were just walking around, and whatever bush you see in the desert, there was like cotton candy on it in the morning. And but no, it seems like there's two things, throughout the scriptures besides the obvious. It seems like you can read one verse two different ways, and you can be the exact same person. I'm the exact same person I was when I read Hebrews, Romans, Paul. Let's just say Paul, when I was a Catholic, and we loved him because we understood what he was talking about. But no, here, Hebrew roots, I'm reading the exact same text, and I'm seeing it in a completely different way. But what really bothers me is that it seems like the debates that people have, they choose one side or the other. They don't necessarily, they don't look at the Hebrew root side. They don't really care about that. They think for Sabbath you're going to have to sacrifice a cow or something. Dude, I don't even know. I tell you what, if the covenant is the 10 Commandments, the only stumbling block would be the Sabbath. You may not know that when you make a vow, you take the Lord's name in that vow, you swear by his name. So you can't take that vainly. That's what that means, to take the Lord's name in vain. It doesn't necessarily mean saying the cuss words. So that might be a stumbling block for you, but a true stumbling block, if you're not in covenant, the covenant is the 10. The law is added to the 10, and those are in your heart. But the covenant, the 10, I think the only stumbling block is the Sabbath. And if you think that you can't kindle a fire, that's the problem Hebrew roots have. When we first understood, like, oh my gosh, I think the Sabbath is important, let's look at the law so that all mouths may be shut and see what it has to say about the Sabbath. And you go to information on the internet, and everything is Judaism related. There's no Christian answers. Oh, we changed it to Sunday, yeah, because of Jesus. Well, how was it before? Oh, we don't know. But after Jesus, it's Sunday. Okay, so what can I golf on Sunday? Oh yeah, it's a day of relax. Yeah, because I noticed that a lot of stores are closed on Sunday. Oh yeah, they're probably Christian. The United States of America was founded on Christianity, Catholicism in Maryland, Presbyterian. What was it down south was, but no, 12 different, and then a 13 refuge colony, just like God commanded for Israel. But once you see the importance of, let's get back into covenant, and the covenant is the 10, and you see the Sabbath, you want to start making excuses in the Bible about where is it in the New Testament. Oh my goodness, it's all over. They had to get them off the cross for some kind of Sabbath. If they had to get them off the cross, let alone everything in Paul, the Acts, everything. He's going here to a place of prayer. He's going here to their synagogue. For 3 weeks, for 3 Sabbaths, he preached to them. For 3 years, every day on the Sabbath, he preached to these guys. What do you think he's sneaking into, like, infiltrate? Oh, you quite honestly, you probably do, because he became a Jew so he could preach to the Jews. No, that's given his history. He was born a Jew in Tarsus, a colony of Rome, so he's a Roman citizen, natural born, but his parents are of Jewish descent. And quite frankly, they would have to be a Pharisee. His dad would, if Paul is a Pharisee, the Pharisee of Pharisees, his dad would have to be a Pharisee. His dad's dad would have to be a Pharisee. You can only go back until about uh, Hanukkah. Uh, anyway, it seems like there's two. And for Valentine's, it's male, female. There's two, but there's not two apples. There's not two oranges. There's not one apple and one orange. There's Ben Shapiro said marriage was like in Genesis 1, the helpmeet. It says it was like if you were trying to push something, if you ever try to hold a camera steady, it's you can just to do it across you kind of wobble it, you know what I mean? There's a resistance force, but this force is not only going along with you, but it's helping you, it's steadying you, and it's ahead of you. It's yeah, they're smarter than us. Yeah, that's why they're weaker physically. They're smarter than us. But no, it seems like it takes two. So on this and Jerusalem, the Hebrew language, there's singular and plural, but then there is dual or duet. It would have to be dual. There's dual, where it's a specific plural of two, like Jerusalem, Yerushalayim, Yerushalayim. That ayim at the end means it's plural, but it's not many. It's specifically two. The Jews understood there was a Jerusalem on earth and there was a Jerusalem above. Paul somebody, but Jerusalem above. Yerushalayim is a dual plural, and so the same with the male female. It's a dual plural. So it's meant to be the Song of Solomon. Oh my God, the world's nastiest. The world's nastiest what Hebrew Old Testament poems or whatever you want to, you know, that's very personal. It's a very personal duel of whoever the author is speaking of. If you want to think it's Jesus talking about the marriage of the church, in my opinion, I think who was the Father and the Holy Spirit getting married at Genesis 1-2, but yeah, that's a whole different story. Where goes your Trinity with that? But I see two throughout the Bible and two throughout the Bible and two throughout the Bible, even within one text. We can't figure out the relative pronoun in some cases because we have to reread it just if we're reading it personally, not even if we're trying to teach it. We have to reread it a couple different times just to see, oh, who is this relative pronoun talking to? But I think it's intentional. I think it's God, especially for the scriptures to be preserved. If the scripture is going to be preserved and you got somebody with an agenda in there trying to change something because of their agenda, Zechariah 9:9 is a good one. Jesus in Acts, if Jesus had given them rest in that Acts, we know that's Joshua. There's some things that they've changed because they simply know. No, you can't do that. You can't add or subtract. Jesus told these people, you follow what Moses said. You follow what Jesus said. What Moses said, you do. Don't do like the Pharisees. They do the phylacteries and boy, I hope I use that word right. Is that, no, that's prophylactic. Phylacteries, yeah. You Trinitarians that love Deuteronomy 6:4 so much, God is one. The next lines are, yeah, bind it on your hand, put it on a mark on your forehead, and that's what the people that bang their head against the Western Wall do. They have phylacteries, and Jesus said they enlarge it. And anyway, I think there's an intentional two ways of reading almost every line in Scripture, and I think it was put there so that to preserve it. We see in Matthew 1 the genealogy does not add up 14, 14, and 13. does not add up 14, 14, 14. It goes 14, 14, 13. And Joseph, the husband of Mary. Okay, but we've had the Hebrew Matthew since Matthew. And if it's father, in the Hebrew Matthew, it's father. So that gives us a 14th generation. That also clarifies why Mary's lineage goes from her father, Joseph, up through Solomon. And in Luke, you read about Joseph, her husband's lineage, going up to David through Nathan. They're not the same. But if you take it out, so even the author of Matthew knew at some point somebody was going to mess it up. Somebody's going to say, "Oh, don't do it. Let's not even go along these endless genealogies of these debates." He even made sure it was not compromised by stating, so it's 14 generations from here to here, 14 generations from here to here, and 14 generations from here to here. So that clarifies it. And then you simply have the Hebrew Matthew preserved, and it says father. So it's the Joseph, the father of Mary, not Joseph, the husband of Mary. She had a father, Joseph, and she had a husband, Joseph. There's two, right there. Oh my goodness. The donkey rides. I won't even try to sell you on the donkey rides, but there's three different donkey rides. If you think there's one, your Zechariah 9:9, he's going to have to be riding two donkeys at once. It's called jiggiting. But on Sabbath today, I just want to just say happy Valentine's Day. I think Valentine. This would be an easy Google, but just from what I understand, Valentine was imprisoned wrongly, I think, and no, there was he would sign his letters, my Valentine. Anyway, from the story I heard, some Jewish girls maybe they were imprisoned, and he wrote them letters of encouragement, these Jewish girls that were in prison, and he wrote them encouragement, and he signed it, my Valentine. I'm not really sure, but it'd be an easy Google search to Sherry Hatfield, oh my goodness. Oh, I love you, sister. Jesus didn't just wash feet, he washed away sin. Heck yeah, he washed away sins and feet, gay feet. Blessings, Jamie. Happy Valentine's Day. No, happy Saint Valentine's Day. That's a different thing. That's with the capital S. That's the whole Catholic thing. They kind of did the same thing with Saint Nicholas, driving out the snakes in Ireland. He was Hebrew roots, and they just turned him Catholic. A snake charm, casting out snakes. Christopher Columbus, Hebrew roots. His diaries. You think he would be a Protestant, but you see in his diaries I don't want to say they're coded messages, but clearly. And then he did name the people Indios, people of God. I don't know, but yeah, the first Thanksgiving was okay, but the second Thanksgiving we just started slaughtering them. But Valentine's Day, I don't have a problem with Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Happy Saint Valentine's Day. I don't know. That's kind of creepy. But my understanding is that he signed his letters, my Valentine, that he sent letters of encouragement to two Jewish girls falsely imprisoned? Or they wrote to him? Why would they sign it? Maybe they addressed it, my Valentine. Anyway, the lovebirds have turned it into a nasty holiday. Let's all go to the nasty. Let's all do whatever. Buy your wife or girlfriend lingerie. Yeah, that's for you. That's for you. That's not for her. Yeah, you should be buying her a car, stuff like that. She's your queen. Yeah, they kind of turn it into nastiness. But Sabbath, And I don't even know. I think today, I think I always thought February 14th was Valentine's Day, but maybe I'm getting that mixed up with like the President's Day or Washington's Day. And then the 13th, the other day, my neighbor, I drove her to shopping, said it was Valentine's Day, but I don't. So maybe I'm a day late and a dollar short, but look how much I care. It's Sabbath. I'm here to chill. Y'all got something to say? Come on. Oh man, I better put the link in there. How the heck do I put the link in there? What do we do? Copy paste. All right, give me a second here. Put the link in there. Oh, I could probably even type a message in there and say hello. Oh, banners. Yeah, we'll just say Happy Valentine's Day and see if anybody says, "Oh, that's a pagan." Oh, that's pagan. Create a banner. Happy Valentine. Oh, and Happy VD. Yeah, right. I get that. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, Happy Valentine's. Happy Valentine and what? Sabbath too? Happy Valentine's and Sabbath. Yeah, if you people don't know how to party on. And then let's hit. Oh, I better hit what? How do I even send that? Yeah, there's a banner. Media assets, style. Oh, see, dude. Oh my gosh. If somebody tries to come on here, I'm not gonna know how to add them. Add them. All right, back to comments. I'm just gonna copy, copy, and go to comments and paste. Go to comments and paste. Go to comments and paste. Comments. Oh. Oh. Ooh, what a weird. Oh my gosh, my StreamYard address has pairs of numbers like we were just talking about in twos. So there's the link, and I'll say something like stop on in and say hey. Comment and I'll see you, or yell and I'll see you. Let's see. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, so that should be good. And oh my gosh, I'm gonna hang up on you people. All right. Oh, the music. Yes. Settings. No. Oh, where was that? Oh, here we go. Countdown, background music, acoustic, cinematic. All right, here we go. You got something to say? Stop on by, otherwise happy Sabbath. Yeah, I think a little Malachi. Malachi, or is it Micah? We'll check. We'll get a little Malachi reading going on there. Jamie Russell, how are you, brother? Taking 30 minutes to figure out how to turn this music off. But happy Valentine's Day. I was just remarking that it takes two tablets, two trees, but the two are one. Well, so yeah, I don't think Valentine is pagan. So happy Valentine's Day, happy Saint Valentine's Day. That might be a funky thing, but yeah, happy Valentine's Day, brother. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, let's do some Deuteronomy before we get to Micah. Oh, that's hilarious. I was talking about Micah because I wanted Jamie the other night to look up. I don't know. He was busy thinking of other things, but let's just start with some Deuteronomy 4, because for those of you that hate the Old Testament or think the law is funky or what, I don't know what your feelings are, but I'm just saying you may not know. You may not have read Deuteronomy. You may have just been told things about it. Deuteronomy 4. Deuteronomy is a Moses at the end of the 40 years, in the 11th month, on the first day of the month, actually, he started to speak. But he's recounting everything. And in Deuteronomy 4, he's pretty much, he's summarized where they've been in the wilderness and what's gone on and how they haven't really behaved very well. So Deuteronomy 4 starts out, now therefore hearken, O Israel. Hearken, that's in Hebrew, that's your Shema, such as your, oh, I got my friend sent me a flag. Is that right side up or upside down or whatever? Is that mirror? I can't tell. So we've got the 10 commands of the covenant. We have statutes and judgments, which it's like Supreme Court rulings. The statutes are the feasts. You're going to have to do the feasts. Sorry. But no, the covenant itself, if you just want to get in covenant, that's the 10. But it does include the Sunday Sabbath. Yeah, good. Strike me, Lord, with lightning right now. It does include the Saturday Sabbath. So Deuteronomy. So if you don't think this applies to 2025, you're mistaken. It's not only that it was like, oh, a command forever. It's the fact that you think that in your heart it's too hard to do because the research you've done on the Sabbath has only given you Jewish answers, Judaism answers. Don't turn on a light switch. Don't tear the toilet paper. Pre-cook your meals is correct. We see this with the manna and the quail at the same time. When manna came, the first quail was there. There's two quail incidences. The first one just lasted a day, and when those quail left, they left. There was manna, like smalls of horse, and then for 40 years they got the manna. But later on, they complained about who was going to feed us. This first one was even prior to Mount Sinai. This first manna and the Sabbath of not having any manna on the Sabbath is before Mount Sinai. And that goes back to creation, of course. This was, and you would think that for 77 chapters, you don't hear anything about the Sabbath. But let me throw this out there. The Israelites in captivity, in Egyptian captivity, bondage, where they were killing the males, throwing them into the river, they had at least a day off, because when Moses said, hey, give us 3 days journey to go sacrifice, Pharaoh says, you have too much time off. Apparently you have too much time off already. Go and get your own straw, work 24/7, get your own straw on your own time, but to make bricks, but the brick tally is not going to be diminished. So if Moses is asking for 3 days journey, it sounds like he's asking for a week off. They've had 1 day off. So it sounds like they're already observing the Sabbath in bondage in Egypt. And the first thing that Pharaoh does when Moses comes back and says, hey, let my people go, is say, no, now work 7 days a week. It's definitely recorded that it's the first 24/7 and kill your slave male babies, that we see in the Bible. So yes, God is anti-slavery. I'm sorry you're reading in Leviticus about, oh, if you own a slave or something. But let's go on with Deuteronomy 4. Again, Moses at the end of the 40 years, they've misbehaved. He's saying to them, now therefore hearken, O Israel, unto the statutes and unto the judgments which I teach you for to do them, that ye may live, that ye may live, that ye may live, that you may live forever, that ye may live to the next day. Or is this the antidote? You're supposed to die? Do this so that you may live? Is this ultimate salvation living? Do these so that you may live? Now, you would think I would say yes, but I'm going to say no. This is just experiential. This is just to live. These people were on death. These people were condemned to death by their own doings. The blood covenant they agreed to, the golden calf, God Almighty, Jesus, saying, stand back, Moses, let me wipe them out as one man, blot their name out from under heaven. That doesn't sound like experiential salvation, or positional. That's ultimate. Blot your name out. Blot the entire Israelites nation's name out from under heaven. Destroy them and start over with you, Moses. Yes, they were under the death penalty after the golden calf, and again at Kadesh Barnea, where he fell down at the first. He didn't fall down at the first when he was getting the 10. He fell down after the calf. He fell down for 40 days and 40 nights and said, let me go up and see if I can make an atonement for you. And he comes back down empty-handed. He does not get the second tablets at that time. He told him, depart from me. And they go to Kadesh Barnea. They have a bad witness report. They have Tabra along the way, Massa, Tabra, Kibroth Hattaavah, and you don't read about these in Exodus. You read about them in probably two, three other books. And the one is Tabra is where the people lusted because there was fire on the ground like snakes. Doesn't that sound familiar? There was poisonous snakes, but there was also fire on the ground like snakes that was killing the people in the outskirts of the town. Here's another example of dual. Two different quail incidences, two different tablets. What? It took Moses and Aaron, two angels, to the mediator Jesus, but Jesus is not a mediator of one. He's essentially a father. That's what he's saying. There's one, there's another. That's another Trinitarian proof. But look at what he says in Deuteronomy chapter 4. Hearken to these that you may live, for to do them that you may live, and go in and possess the land which the Lord God of your fathers giveth to you. So yes, it does sound like live experientially. This is not eternal. You want to, okay, you shall not add unto the words which I command you, neither shall ye diminish aught from it. This is what we quote when we speak of Judaism. They added. Judaism adds, modern day Christianity takes away. They took away the whole law, the 10, the judgments, the statutes. Judaism adds. Jesus says, you guys, this is what you violate. This is, you guys are adding or subtracting. Okay, when he says you guys do not do according to the law, it sounds like they're not doing something, but what they are doing is adding. He says you wash your cups and your dishes on the outside, and you make people, whenever you eat bread, you make people wash hands and say a certain prayer. You shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall you diminish aught from it, that you may keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you. So even keeping these statutes and judgments, you're keeping his commandments. Verse 3, Deuteronomy 4, verse 3. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor. For all the men that followed Baal Peor, the Lord thy God hath destroyed them from among you. I hope we all know Baal Peor. Okay, God Almighty wanted he wanted the leaders of the Baal Peor whores, the Valentine whores of Baal Peor, who could not curse Israel because of Balaam and Balak and the Balaam's ass and the three giant altar sacrifices, 7 bulls, 7 goats, 7 lambs. Another second time, 7 bulls, 7 goats, 7 lambs. A third time on a third different mountaintop, overlooking the entire Israelite nation. He's saying, curse these people. And he says, I can't. They're blessed. And by the way, this is what's going to happen to you. You're going to get eaten alive by these people. So they cannot curse them, but he sent them whores, prostitutes, sluts, loose women. I don't know the proper, to offend anybody, term nowadays, to get the, and it says that, yes, the Israelites not only intermingled with them, but made sacrifices to their gods with these women. And that's when Cosby, I will say it that way because I'm sure it's pronounced that way, but it's an easy name to remember. We all know why. Cosby, one of these women, a Midianite. Do you remember the Midianite Jethro, the priest of God, who said, hey, Moses, divide the people up because you've taken on too much yourself? Yeah, even his son Hobab after that left. After the golden calf, he left. He split. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor. The Lord said to Moses about those horrors from Baal Peor sent to Israel. This is what he said. I want their heads on a stake burning in the sun. I want their heads on a stake burning in the sun. God Almighty said regarding the women of Baal Peor, he wants those leaders' heads on a stake burning in the sun. You think I'm lying? You think I'm making this up? You think I'm exaggerating? I want their heads on a stake burning into the sun. Your eyes have seen. And it didn't happen. God Almighty said he wanted that, and immediately was the Cosby incident and Pincus. You'll see it in your King James Version, Phineas, but in the Hebrew it's pronounced Pincus, which is cool because I like pink. I'm pink. I'm not white. Well, I guess I am white tonight. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor. For all the men that followed, yeah, how many fell that day? 24,000 or 3,000? I don't know. A lot fell that day. For all the men that followed Baal Peor, the Lord thy God hath destroyed them from among you. If they're already on death row, and all they have to do is follow these laws to continue to live, why are these guys doing this when he says he destroyed them from among you? This has to be ultimate salvation, lost, a final judgment already before the great white throne judgment. We see this with Satan. Satan was prejudged. He was judged before the final judgment and said, no, I need more time. And God said, fine. At the final, but he's already judged. That's why the demons are, Jesus, have you come to torment us before our time? Throw me into those pigs. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor. For all the men that followed Baal Peor, the Lord thy God hath destroyed them from among you. But ye that did cleave unto the Lord your God, cleave unto the Lord your God. You want to have discussions about what cling to the Lord means in the New Testament? Let's look at what it means in the Old Testament. Behold, I have taught you statutes, and judgments, even as the Lord thy God commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whither you go to possess it. It sounds like, oh, you should only do this in the land you pick. So what's this about the commandments? We don't do the commandments now? No, listen again. Verse 5, chapter 4, Deuteronomy. Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments that you are to do. The statutes are the feasts. The judgments are other commandments, owning the Hebrew slave, servant. Don't suffer a witch to live. And no, that doesn't mean murder her. It means don't buy her magic wand. Don't let her earn a living doing her crud, especially amongst you. She shouldn't even be there. Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whither ye go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. Why would other nations say that these statutes and judgments are what? A wise and understanding people because of these? So we better do away with them. Come on, Jesus, die for these. If they are impossible to do, die and wipe them off. Nail these statutes and judgments to the cross so I don't have to do them anymore. They're too hard. They're too far for me. This is right. Is this compliant with that belief, or is this suggesting a different route? Keep therefore and do them the statutes and judgments. Does it say sacrifices? Does it say law? Maybe you're thinking this is law. Does it say, that's my whole point. Let's go to Leviticus. I won't even turn it there. Let's go to Leviticus. This is the law of the burnt offering. This is the law of the peace offering. This is the law of the leper. This is the law of the cleansing of the leper. This is the law of the cleansing of the leper. If the high priest said from God Almighty comes down to earth, cleanses a dozen lepers or 10 of them and sends them off to the Pharisee priests, this is how you're supposed to cleanse them. Put blood on their right ear, and their right thumb and their right great toe, just like you do a priest getting ordained. You do this to the leper. You put oil on that exact same 3 spots, and I think you do blood again. Can you imagine somebody coming along and curing 10 lepers and dumping them off on Judaism that hasn't seen a cleansed leper in 500 years and would have to dust off the books on what you're supposed to do? And keep therefore and do these statutes and judgments. For it doesn't say law, it does not say sacrificial system. Even the feast, if you think the feast are about sacrifice, they were to the priest. There was 180 sacrifices the priests were to do on Sukkot, tabernacles. I forget the other names. Sukkot, tabernacles. Booths. The priests were to do 180 some sacrifices. Oh my goodness, so many on the first day, so many on the second day, so many on the third day. What do you think that's what he's talking about? You think that's what the nations are going to see when they were supposed to plaster all of these commands, statutes, and judgments in so that everybody could read them coming into the gates of Israel would see these and they would say, what a great nation. And these are too hard to do and these are stupid. Yeah, that's stupid. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what nation is there so great, who hath God so nigh unto them? That means close. As the Lord our God is in all things that we call upon him for. And what nation is there so great that hath statutes and judgments so righteous? I'm sorry, righteous? What is righteousness? Your self-righteousness? Here is your righteousness. If you do all these, that's your Deuteronomy 6:25. You like your Deuteronomy 6:4. God is one. Oh, God is one. Just keep reading a little bit more. You're supposed to all these. You're supposed to teach your kids. You're supposed to. And what nation is there so great that has statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law, which I set before you this day? That sounds a little bit different than the law of the leper, the law of the burnt offering, the law of the sin offering. The law that I sent before you today is it. Only take heed to thyself, and keep thy soul diligently, lest thou forget the things which thine eyes have seen, such as Baal Peor, and what God wanted, their heads on a stake burning in the sun. And lest they depart from thine heart all the days of thy life, which he has given to you because of the golden calf. He gave you these statutes and judgments to live. Don't let these depart from thine heart all the days of thy life, but teach them thy son and teach them thy sons and thy sons' sons, especially the day that thou stoodest before the Lord thy God in Horeb, when the Lord said unto me, gather me the people together, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days that they shall live upon the earth, and that they may teach their children. And ye, you people, came near to me. You stood under the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire unto the midst of heaven, with darkness, clouds, and thick darkness. And the Lord spoke unto you out of the midst of the fire. You heard the voice of the words, but you saw no similitude, only you heard a voice. And you declared unto you his covenant. His covenant. The Last Supper covenant much? Which he commanded you to perform, even 10 commandments. And he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone. After I went up there, he commanded you, he yelled it down, and then let me read it again, because chronologically, he's correct. And he did, this is Deuteronomy 4:13. And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even 10 commandments. And he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone. Yes, afterwards. He yells them down. Moses, the people say it's too loud. Moses, you go up. So Moses goes up and comes down, writes it on animal skin, puts blood on the animal skin, the altar, and the people. Goes back up with 70 and Aaron, and stays there 40 days, gets how to build the tabernacle, and then gets the 2 tablets carved out by God and written by God. So there's a big time frame, and we'll see that. I'm just pointing that out to you because we don't want to get confused. And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even 10 commandments. And he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone. And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments. That's the Exodus 20. That's the entire covenant. Commands, statutes, and judgments. And the Lord commanded me at that time that he wrote down. He wrote down the statutes and judgments. He didn't write down any law. He didn't write down any sacrifice a cow for this sin, sacrifice a lamb for that sin. That's law. He's writing down. This is Deuteronomy 4:14. And the Lord commanded me at that time. Remember the time in he yelled the 10. He comes down and writes it down and goes back up and stays there 40 days with 7 days with the 70 others. He's with them with the marriage supper. This is where they saw God, but under his feet was as sapphire, so they didn't see any similitude, but they saw his feet. And then for 33 more days, Moses goes up into the fire. Moses was up there 40 days. So don't forget that if I'm confusing you, this is why you need to know your Exodus chronology. Just read it. It's an easy read if you're looking only for chronology. And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that ye might do them in the land whither ye go over to possess it. Statutes and judgments that you might do in the land. The statutes are the feast. You don't do the feast until we get into the land. They didn't do any feast for 40 years. They did 1 Passover. 2 Passovers, excuse me, the original first Passover, and then a year later, they did another Passover. After 39 more years, no, you only do these. You only take your peace offerings, only your everything into the place where once they go across Jordan, you don't do it in the wilderness. They had no leaven in the wilderness. They had no wine. This is your Melchizedek, Abraham, bread and leavened bread and fermented wine at the Last Supper, with the law in between. The added law because of the golden calf is not going to interrupt that, as Paul pointed out to us all. We all understand that, correct? No, you've got a whole different philosophy and you're not understanding what's going on. That's why we're reading Deuteronomy 4, verse 15. Take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves, for ye saw no manner of similitude on the day that the Lord spake unto you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire, lest ye corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image the similitude of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any beast. Okay, do not do that. Why? Because way back here, he says, hearken, remember on chapter 4, verse 1. Now therefore hearken, Israel, unto the statutes and the judgments which I teach you to do. You go into the land, you shall not add, don't subtract. You've seen what the Lord did to Baal Peor. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom. For what nation is there? They will say, what nation is there? But this is your wisdom, especially the day he yelled down the 10 Commandments. Verse 15, take ye therefore good heed unto yourself, for you saw no similitude. And then he goes on, don't make any likeness. Verse 19, unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and thou seest the sun, and the moon, and the stars, even all the host of heaven, shouldest be driven to worship them, and serve them, which the Lord thy God hath divided unto all nations under the whole heaven. But the Lord hath taken you, and brought you forth out from the iron furnace, even out of Egypt, to be unto him a people of inheritance, as ye are this day, a people of inheritance. This is John chapter 1, verse 1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and the Word was beside God. The same as in the beginning with God. And he made us begotten of the Father. He made a created human being begotten of the Father, so that we can have that co-inheritance with Jesus. John 1, 1 through 18. Very easy. This is where they're getting it from. God wanted it this way all along. It's just coming through. Is the only difference. But furthermore, the Lord was, let's see, but the Lord hath and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Egypt, to be unto you him a people of inheritance, as ye are this day, as long as you are alive. At this point, all the people that rebelled against him at Kadesh Barnea are dead. What? All the people that rebelled against him at Kadesh Barnea are dead. Anybody 21 years old and older that murmured against God at this point in time is dead. Furthermore, the Lord was angry with me for your sakes, and swore that I should not go over Jordan. Yes, right before Kadesh Barnea, I think it was right before, at the second time he smacked the water, the rock to get the water. Him and Aaron couldn't go over. Furthermore, the Lord was angry with me for your sakes, and swore that I should not go over Jordan, and that I should not go in unto that good land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance. But I must die in this land. I must not go over Jordan, but ye shall go over and possess that good land. Take heed therefore. Excuse me. Take heed therefore, lest ye forget the covenant of the Lord your God, which he made with you, and make you a graven image. Yes, that's part of the commandments. But he's saying covenant. Still, Deuteronomy 4, verse 23. Take heed yourselves, lest ye forget the covenant of the Lord your God, which he made with you, and make you a graven image, or the likeness of any thing which the Lord thy God hath forbidden thee. For the Lord thy God is a consuming fire. Yeah, Paul. Even a jealous God, when thou shalt beget children and children's children, and ye shall have remained long in the land, and shall corrupt yourselves, and make a graven image, or the likeness of anything, and shall do evil in the sight of the Lord thy God, to provoke him to anger, such as years later in Jeremiah and all the prophets. I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day, that ye shall soon utterly perish from off the land whereunto ye go over to Jordan to possess it. Ye shall not prolong your days upon it. Ye shall utterly be destroyed, and the Lord shall scatter you among the nations, and ye shall be left few in number among the heathen, whither the Lord shall lead you. And there ye shall serve gods, small g, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see nor hear, nor eat nor smell. But if from thence, this is way in the future. Oh, this is way in the future, like Isaiah future. This is the way in the future, like Jeremiah future. This is way in the future, like Jesus future. No, this is way in the future, like now, 2025. But if from thence thou shalt seek the Lord thy God, thou shalt find him. Now, does this sound like Jesus? If thou shalt seek him with all thy heart and with all thy soul. That's why Jesus told them, because yes, it's pertinent at this point that you listen to the prophet. When thou art in tribulation and all these things come upon you, even in the latter days, we're in the latter days. When thou art in tribulation, and all these are come upon thee, even in the latter days, if thou turn to the Lord thy God, and shall be obedient to his voice, Jesus, his voice at the 10, yelling them down. Oh, his voice through Moses too, but no, a promised future prophet who you must hear and obey, that's his voice too. For the Lord thy God is a merciful God. He will not forsake thee, neither destroy thee, nor forget the covenant of thy fathers. In the latter days, he will not forget the covenant of thy fathers. Oh, the Abrahamic covenant. Oh, the circumcision. No. We're going to read which covenant. For the Lord thy God is a merciful God. He will not forsake thee, neither destroy thee, nor forget the covenant of thy fathers, which he sware unto them. For ask now of the days that are past, which were before thee, since the day that God created man upon the earth, and ask from the one side of heaven unto the other, whether there hath been any such thing as this great thing is, or hath been heard like it. Oh, the Abraham covenant, where he spoke to one man. Oh, the Noah covenant, where he spoke to one man. Oh, the Eve covenant, of he spoke to a couple people and promised the seed. That covenant. No, he says literally, he says, ask from the beginning of time. Ask from one side of heaven to the other. From the beginning of time, from one side of heaven to the other. What? What? I can't wait. Oh, I'm in suspense. Because what? All the way back here, Deuteronomy 4:1, where we started. Now, therefore, hearken, O Israel. Hearken means to hear and obey. You can't obey by just like, okay. Unto the statutes and the judgments which I teach for you to do, that ye may go into the land possessed, which God your fathers giveth to you. You shall not add or subtract. Do not add or subtract. Do not make a graven image. You're going to mess up, and I'm going to scatter you, and you're still going to mess up. But even in latter days, if you call on my name, like they did, some ages ago. Okay. Oh, where were we? Verse 4. Let's see. Oh, I'm going to lose you again. When we're in Deuteronomy 4, verse 30, on what you're supposed to do in latter days. You're supposed to remember the covenant. the Ten Commandments and his statutes. That's the feasts. No, you don't need a temple to do the feasts. You just throw a party in Jerusalem. What do you think, I'm lying? Shows you how much you paid attention to, oh, the law's impossible to do. The law's impossible to do. If the law's impossible to do, why are these people here saying, and what nation is there so great that hath statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law? Which I said before you this day. This is foreigners coming to the land that they're going to go to conquer, saying about these to visit, saying about Israel that they're visiting. What great nation is this where God is nigh to them? He's going to scatter you under the nations, though. You're going to get fat. He's going to scatter you among the nations. Deuteronomy 4, verse 30, when thou art in tribulation and all these things come upon thee, even in the latter days, like what, when you get to be 90, your latter days? No, the latter days. Even in the latter days, if thou turn to the Lord thy God and shall be obedient unto his voice, that includes the promised prophet, the Jesus, obedient to his voice, for the Lord thy God is a merciful God. He will not forsake thee, neither destroy thee, nor forget the covenant of thy fathers, which he swore unto them. For ask now of the days which are past, which were before thee, since the day that God created man upon the earth, and ask from one side of earth to the other. And have you ever seen such a great thing, or hath been heard of like it? Did ever a people hear the voice of God speaking out of the midst of a fire, as thou hast heard and live? Or hath God essayed to go and take him a nation from the midst of another nation? What covenant does this sound like? The blood covenant. In the latter days, if you remember, if you are in tribulation, even in latter days, if you remember, if you come to God and call on his name, he will remember his covenant of your fathers. Remember, you're trying to get into an inheritance of like your fathers. This is, oh, Abiach and Jake, oh, Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, who, you know, his name was Jacob, that covenant. Oh, I want to get into that covenant. No, there's an actual blood covenant where God Almighty spoke to 1 million people. Oh, I wish God would talk to us. If he could just appear to us, I would believe. I would follow God. If he just came and appeared in front of me, even in fire, I would believe. I would have faith. I would switch. Mm-hmm. Why didn't these? Well, we see that they didn't. We enter not. They enter not for unbelief. Verse 34. Or hath God essayed to go and take him a nation from the midst of another nation by temptations, by signs, and by wonders, and by war, and by a mighty hand, and by a stretched out arm, and by great terrors, according to all that the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes? Unto thee it was showed that thou mightest know that the Lord, he is God. There is none else beside him. Out of heaven he made thee to hear his voice, that he might instruct thee. And upon earth he shewed thee his great fire. And thou heardest his words out of the midst of the fire. And because he loved thy fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and because he loved thy fathers, therefore he chose their seed, you people, after them, and brought thee out of his sight with his mighty power of Egypt, to drive out nations from before thee, greater and mightier than thou art, to bring thee in, to give thee their land for an inheritance, as it is this day. Know therefore this day, and consider it in thine heart, that the Lord, he is God in heaven above and upon earth beneath. There is none else. Thou shalt keep therefore his statutes that are going to be written in front at the gates, and nations are going to say, what a great nation this is, who has a God so nigh to them, with all these statutes, commandments, and judgments written in this law. Thou shalt keep therefore his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee this day, that it may go well with thee, Do you think he's giving you something impossible to do so that it won't go well with you? Do you think he wants to deal with you if it doesn't go well with you? Do you think he's setting himself up for more work? No. And with thy children. Oh, I love my child. I would just do anything for my child, but I would not. Oh, I won't let him obey the Sabbath. Nope, nope, nope. Every Saturday, he's going to go out there and he's going to go play baseball. And now he's 21 and he's going to go out there every Saturday and play baseball. That's my son. He's not going to do that Sabbath thing. I love my son. Okay, your son can do baseball on the Sabbath all he wants. What's that, Mike? Are you telling somebody to disobey the Sabbath? No, unless he's getting paid for it, even in college. But no, unless he's getting paid for it of a minor leagues, a Canadian league, a professional league. I don't think your Monday night softball team or your Saturday afternoon softball team from work or your Sabbath Keepers Fellowship is paying you. It's not your job 6 days a week. You weren't working at softball 6 days a week to get paid for it on Saturday. What great on this day that it may go well with thee and with thy children after thee, and that thou mayest prolong thy days upon the earth, which the Lord thy God giveth thee forever, forever, forever. Prolong your days on the land that's forever. Then Moses severed 3 cities on this side Jordan from the sun rising. Then the slayer may flee from the other, which thou killest thy neighbors unaware and hated them not, namely Bezer and this side wilderness. And this is the law which Moses set before the children of Israel. These are the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which Moses spake unto the children of Israel after they came forth out of Egypt. Did you hear all 4 different commands, statutes, judgments? That's our covenant. The commands are the covenant. The statutes and the judgments are like Supreme Court rulings that have already been, like you should be doing them, but they're judgments. So they're commandments, but they're judgments. But no, they're not the 10. So we got the commandments. Where are we at here? We got the commandments, statutes, judgments, and notice it says law. So here we are at the end of Deuteronomy 4, verse 44. And this is the law which Moses set before the children of Israel. These are the testimonies. What are the testimonies? Those are the commandments inside the box, but they're also stories. They're testimonies, they're stories. These are the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which Moses spake unto the children of Israel after they came forth out of Egypt. 4 different things. Deuteronomy 4, Deuteronomy 4:44. This is an easy memorization verse, or just like in your head, what is Paul talking about when he says law? This is your answer. There's commands, statutes, judgments, and law. And then there's, even Paul names 7 different laws. The law of sin and death, the law of liberty, the law of Christ. Well, those are both just the 10 commandments, quite honestly. But then he speaks of Pharisee law, an 8th one, Pharisee law. And the works of the law, that is your adult male circumcision. We see that in Romans 4 pretty clearly. If you think I'm lying, go draw some blood. What? Yeah, go draw some blood. So Deuteronomy 4, we started out, hearken, O Israel, do these statutes and judgments so that you can stay in covenant. Because even in latter days, God's going to remember this covenant. For when has he ever spoken to 1,000,000 people? When has he taken a nation from a nation, given them such statutes and judgments that other nations would say, what a great nation this is that has God so nigh to them because of these statutes, judgments? How much clearer does it have to be? Oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't want to do. You can't. The Sabbath is done away with. It no. You even say it's Sunday or Wednesday or whatever. It's about your job. It's about your Walmart job. It's not about this whole. There's 3 verses that are going to kill you on wanting to keep Sabbath. Kindling a fire. Okay, it's kindling a furnace, a smelting furnace, to burn down gold and silver and brass to make God's sanctuary, to make the wilderness tabernacle. Do not kindle a fire on the Sabbath. Building my house, do not kindle a furnace. He's just got 6 chapters. Moses has just received 6 chapters on how to build the tabernacle. He's going to tell the people for 6 chapters how to build the tabernacle out of smelting down. You're going to give me your gold. You're going to give me your silver. You're going to give me your brass and a bunch of linen to build this tabernacle. Just before he says that, he says, we are not going to kindle a fire on the Sabbath. This is a smelting furnace. You're not just kindle a smelting furnace on this. That's one. So don't kindle a fire on the Sabbath. No. It's don't kindle a smelting furnace. If you work in a steel factory, you guys shouldn't be starting up the ovens on the Sabbath. You want to leave them overnight? I don't know. You're taking a chance on, I don't know. They take hours. Who knows? But if you're building the wilderness tabernacle and you've donated your golden earrings and you're going to melt it down, don't kindle that furnace on the Sabbath. Sounds more logical. Don't come out of your house on the Sabbath. Don't travel. You can there's a Sabbath day journey. It's in the Bible. There's a Sabbath day journey. It's in the Bible, so it must be biblical. Yep. And Judaism put a copper wire around Israel. Oh boy, that'd be a long copper wire around Jerusalem on the Sabbath, designating how far you could walk if you're within the city. But to this very day, you can move a couch up and you can move a couch up and down your house, the stairs in your house all day. What? Yeah. So where are you getting your information from? Go to the book. If the Sabbath was given because of manna and quail, and we were told not to gather it on the Sabbath, and then later on we're under the death penalty, and people are coming out presumptuously on the Sabbath, yes, he's going to say, do not come out of your houses under penalty of death to get manna. You can come out of your house to go pee. You can come out of your house to go hunting deer. Well, I wouldn't do it on the Sabbath. You should have prepared. Excuse me. These are the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments of the Lord spoke to the children of Israel after they came forth out of Egypt. On this side Jordan, in the valley over against Beth Peor, on this land of Sihon, king of Amorites, who dwelt in Heshbon, when Moses and the children of Israel smote after they were come forth out of Egypt, and they possessed his land and the land of Og, the king of Bashan, 2 kings of the Amorites, which were on this side Jordan, toward the sunrise, and from Aor, which is by the bank and the plain on this side Jordan, even under the sea of the plain, under the springs of Pisgah. Okay, so are we clear? There's commandments, statutes, judgments, and a law. Okay, God, Jesus took away the law. The law is written on your heart. Jeremiah 31:1, the law is written on your heart. On Valentine's Day, what is today? Is it over with already? Well, I don't even know if it was yesterday. It takes 2. And I think that I see it 2 without the Bible, throughout the Bible, that it seems intentional. 2 tablets, 2 quail, 2 trees, Elijah and Elisha, Balaam and Balak. These work in English as well. They just sound, the 2 genealogies of Mary and Joseph, her husband, but Mary's is through Joseph, her father. And Jerusalem, it's a dual word. The Hebrew has singular and plural, but it also has dual. Jerusalem, it's the plural of Jerusalem. It means there's more than one Jerusalem, but it's a dual. They have singular, plural, and dual. So yeah, as a guy that thinks the Father and the Holy Spirit are definitely one. Hey, Shannon, happy Sabbath. So good to see you. Looks like is that a broken heart? What is that emoji? I'm afraid to zoom in, sister. No, everybody, the link, I pinned the link. I said the link before or whatever. Oh, where are we at here? Oh, it's right above there. Yeah, there's the link. Stop on in and say hey. I hope nobody's tried to get on here because I haven't seen. Oh, two hearts. Aphrodite. Oh, appropriate. Yeah, Aphrodite. Two hearts. You know, let me get my glasses. Oh, yes, two hearts, a big oh. Oh, very nice. Oh, look, you got a little kitty cat in your picture. See, I don't look at people. I don't look at people's pictures on. Oh, you got such a cute little kitty. Okay, two hearts and appropriate. Yeah, happy Sabbath. Stop on in and say hey. I just wanted to read Deuteronomy 4 while I was waiting on anybody to come in and comment about how pagan I am for celebrating Patrick's Day, Patrick's Day, Valentine's Day, but it's not Saint Valentine's Day to me, and I'm not sure who he was. Something about writing some letters to some Jewish girls. I mean, young, not older or whatever, or them writing letters to him in support or something. And it was like a Paul Harvey thing. It was very touching. But no, as far as like Saint Valentine, oh, this saint, no, I don't know anything about that. But let's not forget that when Jesus, let's not forget when with Balaam and Balak, the lesson from Baal Peor was you can't curse a blessed people, but you can deceive them through their own lusts. You can draw them away through their own lusts. With the women that came drawing the Israelite men away. Let's not forget, God Almighty said, I want their heads on a stake burning in the sun. It's not just, hey, follow these commands, statutes, judgments that I give you today, and this law, so that you may live and go into possess the land. It's that there's a destruction, not from God, if you go the other way. He wanted their heads on a stake burning in the sun. Phineas, Pincus, killed an Israelite man and a Midianite woman that had drawn him away, and they were making sacrifices because of his lusts, not her. He drove them through the belly. It's like, wow, even if you have a child, we're like making sure your belly, a lot of people, maybe they were like actually doing the nasty at the time, and that's why the spear went through the belly, and who knows, but yeah, God Almighty wanted their, and that he said, and God said, Pincus made an atonement for you. He made an atonement for you. One man and one Gentile woman died as an atonement. Well, I think a whole bunch of people died after that, but that's a different story. Deuteronomy chapter 4. If these statutes, if this law is too hard to do, oh, you break one, you've broken them all. If this law is so hard to do, why is God Almighty saying in Deuteronomy 4 that other nations are going to say, what a great law? Well, it doesn't make any sense. That so anyway, in latter days, this is our memory verse, Deuteronomy 4:44. Even in latter days, he's going to remember that covenant, the 10 commandments. Yes, you should do the statutes. Yes, you should do the judgments. And yes, you should do, you don't do the law anymore. The law is on your heart. Yeah, the law of the burnt offering, the law of the peace offering, the law of the wow, there's a bunch. Even if you have even if one of them's fried, the law of if you do it in a frying pan, yes, an offering in a frying pan, an offering of flour, an offering of oil, wine, a drink offering, the law of the law of the leper cleansing. No, 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 no. That's all in your heart. That's all in your heart. You still have to not commit adultery. Okay. And the 10th command, you still have to not desire thy neighbor's wife. So when Jesus is saying, oh, you've heard don't commit adultery, I'm saying to you, don't even look at a married woman with lust in your eyes. Right. That's already the 10th command. You guys are focusing on this whole adultery thing. You're already breaking the 10th with in your heart. I don't know how you would judge somebody on that, bring them to court, get two witnesses like, oh, I didn't see that you were desiring my neighbor's wife. Well, I guess a peeping Tom could be too, yeah. Well, yeah, but yeah, don't desire. And in the Greek, it is married woman. It's not. You cannot look at any woman with lust in your eyes. Otherwise, there would be no procreation. No 20-year-olds would ever get married or go dancing or on a date if they didn't have luster. And the luster in your eyes isn't just like, ooh, she's hot. It's to capture her eye. You can look at beautiful women all day long as they're walking away, as they're walking by. But if they're walking towards you, you're still checking out their form, but you still want to catch their eye. That's looking at them with lust. You're trying to catch their eye. Like you are so enamored with how pretty they are. You just, oh, please look at me, look at me, oh, she looked at me. Oh, she looked at me. Hey, what's up? What's up? You got some digits? Got some digits, baby? Hey, looking good. Oh, you're looking even better walking away. Yeah, you looking even better walk. Oh, look at you. No, no, no. You don't. It's like she's married. She's married. Oh my God. That's the whole point. In the Greek, she's married. Don't even look at her with lust. Let's just read a little Deuteronomy 5 and see if anybody wants to come on. I don't know. The link is pinned. Someone told me not to celebrate it today. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, oh, it's pagan. Saint Valentine. Well, Valentine's Day is pagan. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't care. What? I'm not going to I don't have a wife. I don't have a girlfriend. I don't have an interest in any of the above. And no, I'm strictly hetero. But no, I was. In fact, oh my God, I forgot about that. I would break up with my wife, like symbolically, when I was married for 7 years, every year, but with my girlfriends, my 300 wives, my 300 other wives. Every Valentine's, we broke up, and I told him, I said, look, I ain't getting you nothing. We're breaking up, and we're going to get back together. You can go do whatever you want. I know you're not going to cheat on me. I'm not going to go cheat on you. I'm going to be over here sleeping in bed. But I really don't care. What am I going to do? Get you chocolates? Get you a lingerie? What? That's for me. That's for me. That's a present for me. What am I going to get you? A washer and a dryer? Or a new car so you can get to work to make my money? No, no, no. I don't. But it should be a day of like originally the love of a prisoner getting letters or giving letters was the entire love story. It wasn't even lust. It was like little Jewish girls, totally innocent, sending letters that were imprisoned, or I don't know. I don't even know the story, but it's certainly not pagan. I don't know of any. I don't know of any. And then of course you see, what is it? Bugs Bunny. I dream of Jeannie. She's a light brown hair. And she comes out looking all hot and everything, and very feminine looking rabbit. And you're like, wow, even a cartoon character can bring lust to a man's eyes. Yeah. So why would you celebrate that on Valentine's? Why would you celebrate fornication? Oh, because I've been married before. And you can, according as far as if you're married, you can have sex with your wife, and it's a lot of fun. Procreation is a lot of fun. Do not abuse it. Do not do it too early. Do not teach it to people. Do not use cuss words in front of people that are not 21, 18, or have a high school diploma. Do not use cuss words. The cuss words I've heard people talk about only invites a visual picture that as I'm standing next to their child, I can't even think that, oh my gosh, that person's child knows what that means or has at least, wow, it's beyond. So no, that's part of your whole, let's get back to the good old days without mentioning any names. Cussing in front of your children, cussing, number one on how to make things straight. Do not teach it to your children. We just read, teach these laws and statutes and commandments that are too hard to do. You're supposed to teach them to your children. And people from other nations are going to see them and say, what a great nation is this, whose God is so nigh to them, but because of these statutes and judgments that they are doing. Oh, they had faith in doing them, or they had faith in them. So they just kicked back on their laurels and didn't actually do them. No, there's no sacrifice that you do when you go to Jerusalem for Passover, for the Feast of Unleavened Bread, for Matzah Fest. There's no sacrifice you do for Shavuot, for weeks. You call it Pentecost. Shavuot, the plural for weeks. Weeks. The Feast of Weeks. The Feast of the commanded feast of the harvest. When he speaks of the three feasts, he says, do the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Feast of Harvests, and the Feast of the Ingathering. He doesn't even call them Shavuot yet. This shows you there's no, when you celebrate Pentecost in Jerusalem, there's no sacrifice. There's no temple needed. You go there and have a good time. You bring your first fruits, which to who? To Jerusalem, to have a good time. To the priest in those days, well, yeah, when there was the law, because they were going to be doing a big ceremony. Passover got out of hand. They had all the sheep up on the Temple Mount, and you'd go up there and you would pick out your sheep, and they would staple a tag in its ear, and you would get a ticket with that same number as the tag in the ear on the sheep or the goat, and you would leave the goat up there on the Temple Mount, and the priest would sacrifice it and do this and that, and then they would have a ticket and say, oh, yours was done, you did good, or they specifically gave you the cut up meat so that your family could eat it. But no, you bring it into your home. You choose it on the 10th. You bring it into your home for 4 days and you inspect it. You clean up after it. You groom it. Your kids are going to fall in love with the lamb, a little yearling lamb. Your kids are going to fall in love with it. They bleat like a crying baby, like Silence of the Lambs taught us. So during the night of all the firstborn Egyptians were dying, lambs, it sounded like lambs, sounded like babies crying. We don't do that anymore. There's a special meal now that Jesus said at the Last Supper to do, breaking bread, relating to what Abraham did, breaking bread. Skip over the law, come to the Last Supper. Now we're breaking bread again. It's a bookend tradition. Even in latter days, you are to remember this covenant. For where has God essayed to take a nation from a nation? What great judgments and statutes, we just read it. Out of heaven he made thee to hear his voice, that he might instruct thee, and upon earth he shewed thee his great fire. And thou heardest his words out of the midst of the fire. And because he loved thy fathers, therefore he chose their seed after them and brought thee out in his sight with his mighty power out of Egypt, to drive out nations from before thee, greater and mightier than thou art, to bring thee in, to give thee their land for an inheritance as it is this day. Know therefore this day and consider it in thine heart, that the Lord, he is God, in heaven above and upon earth beneath. There is none else. Thou shalt keep therefore his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee this day, that it may go well with thee and with thy children after thee, and that thou mayest prolong thy days upon the earth, which the Lord thy God giveth thee forever. Chapter 5, several verses later, chapter 5. You're single too, yeah. Yeah, everything's pagan. Oh my God, everything's pagan. Oh, I remember that, Shannon. Yeah, I remember, it must have been some months ago, recently single. I thought, oh, I'm gonna get a YouTube channel, recently single. And then I would have like men and women come in and like, just like interview them, hey, what's up? What are you looking for? Because I ain't looking for anybody. I mean, you'd have to show up at my front door. I have no interest. I'm 63. I'm good. I want to preach scripture. In Hebrew roots, we celebrate tabernacles by going to RV camps and camping sites and doing tents, RVs, and everybody makes fun of you. They're like, you're not doing it right. You're not really camping. You're not supposed to be camping outside of Jerusalem. Whatever. But I tell you what, they are doing it right. You are supposed to if Jerusalem is too far for you to do the feast, this is already in the law. If Jerusalem is too far for you, you are to throw a party at home, invite pagans, and serve clean food. Deuteronomy 12:21. Have you ever seen a Jew preach that? Oh, we can't do the feast. We can't do the feast. There's no temple. Oh my God, Israel is invaded by, oh, it's a terrible place to go. We can't ever do, no. There's always been, this is how you do it. Even Jesus, why do you think Jesus was overthrowing the tables and the seats? He's overthrowing the tables of those money changers. So what's on the table of the money changers? Money. What's on the table of those that sold doves? Vessels of doves. What's on the tables of those that sold doves? Vessels of doves. So he kicked over their seats. He didn't overturn their tables. God loves animals. Evidence right there. He overturned the tables of the money changers. He overturned the seats of those that sold doves. And quite frankly, he did it over the course of 2 days. Where's my cool chart here? There was 2 events that he overturned the tables. 2 different days he overturned the tables. The one time he overturned the tables and he stayed and he healed many. And in the other gospel account, he just leaves. That's because they happen on 2 different days. So one day he overturns the tables and the seats. He stays and heals many. And I think the Pharisees talk to him, and that's about it. The next day he goes back, overturns the table of the money changers, overturns the seats of those that sold doves, and he says, no vessel carrying. No vessel carrying. On the second day, he doesn't stay and heal people, and the Pharisees talk to him. He says, no vessel carrying. Remember the doves, the tables? He overturned the seats of those that sold doves. What are the dove sellers doing? Grabbing their vessels of doves and running away. The day before, they grab their vessels of doves and run away. So the second day that Jesus comes and overturns the tables of the money changers and the seats of those that sold doves, he says, don't, no vessel carrying. It's because they're running away with the doves. He's coming right at us. Ah! And then the third day, when Jesus goes back to Jerusalem, to the Temple Mount, they say, by what authority? And that's where they all align. I can't, no, I don't know if you can see this. They don't align, so they all align. Where are we at here? They all align. There's 3 different donkey rides. They all align at, by what authority are you doing this? And then you just work backwards from there. Single bro? Oh, you're single too. Oh, thank God. Yeah, don't call me bro, like I pothead or something. No, I'm good too. Yeah, exactly. But I's never been. Oh, you've never been married. Oh, what a shame. No, I mean, like, it's very important to women, like, to get married. Apparently, I've seen all the shows where the mother is yelling at the daughter, "Get married, get married. Ah, you're an old. Don't be an old maid." It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Not to have experienced a man. Men are poison. Men. Do not. I would not ever. Oh, today's man. Get yourself a nerd. Seriously, get some old rich nerd. They'd be so happy. They would worship the ground you walked on. They would give you anything. You wouldn't have to ask for it. You just have to mention someday, like, oh, I like my coffee black. And he would buy you Columbia. That's why so many good looking guys are gay. It's like, if they're good looking, all the women are coming to him, and then they lose trust in women. And they've got money. I don't know if are you after me because of my looks? Are you after me because of my money? And so they have all kinds of women and they lose interest and then they kind of turn gay. That's my opinion. Oh, I'll probably get but no, we're talking about GAY, like the acronym G period, A period, Y period. Yeah, whatever that means. Yeah, you're 40. Oh, yeah. See, 40 is nothing. I mean, I don't know if you're saying that like it means it's a lot, like it's a high, like you're old. But no, 40 is like, oh my God, even years ago, 30 was the new 20, 40 was the new 20, 50 was the new 20, 60, 70. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I remember in my prostitute days, my gigolo days, yeah, that 60, but which is fine, they were fit and everything, but you see her 20 years later when she's 80, you think about, wow, I actually, but yeah, but no, there's no, it seems like there's, oh, pillows don't hug back. I get that. And men, especially men, we're not even going to talk about, like, I don't even know what the appropriate word is, taking care of yourself. No, like Eve said, don't even touch it. Don't even touch it. Let the good Lord take care of it in a in a dream. I don't know if that happens with women, but there's really not too many things a woman could do wrong that a man's not going to condemn a woman for doing anything on her own, anything at all. There has to be somebody else involved for a man to be jealous. Yeah, even another yeah, they wouldn't even get, well, nowadays they might, but no, that's very strong of you to say that, to say that you're, to say that you were, I don't know if for security reasons, I don't want to give anything away, but yeah, to say you're single and, yeah, because 40, oh my goodness. Um, you guys have learned to relax, okay, by 40. I'm just saying. When you're 16, when you're 18, when you're 21 and you're first experiencing and you're with your man, I'm a man, I'm a guy, okay, you guys are like, "Oh my God, can I touch it? Oh, I'm going to do it like this because I saw it. Oh, I'm going to do it like this because my mom told me. I'm going to do it like that." No, you've done it by 40, you've learned to relax and then enjoy yourself. I don't mean like you just lie there. That sounded weird. You learn to relax your guard. You at a younger age you're on guard. You have against getting hurt physically down there, getting hurt, a disease, pregnant. But no, you learn growing up on your heart or even in your head where men play mind games with you. You try. You're not going to get hurt. But no, everybody feels frisky. But it's. I think a man should just let it go. It's weird how it takes care of itself naturally, and there is a better. You're not increasing things. You're not making things worse, or you're not forcing things. Okay, they're just happening. And I've seen the same thing with a woman too, that she can do that, but not nobody really cares about that because the women don't lust like a man does. A woman has come out of man. A woman has had a man's body since before the beginning of time. They don't lust for a man's nude body. You can see everything on a man's nude body. I mean, you might have to lift up something here and there, but a woman's nude, oh, it's let's get closer. Let's open it up. Let's open up those lips. Let's open up those other lips. Let's open up this. Let's go. It's the darkness that men are attracted to. It's not the open flesh. We think it's the flesh we want to see. Get those clothes off. Oh, now the clothes are off. Now do this. Now get more clothes up. Now open wider. Let me see. I want to get in. I want to look. Let me get all the, oh, we are addicted to the darkness. There's not many erections at a nudist camp. There's not many erections when once a man has walked around with a woman for 3 days nude. What? There's no penile bone in the man. And the man was created the day after males. There's no penile bone. That tells you it has to be mental. It has to be physical for a man. A woman doesn't care. She can get, I don't want to say she doesn't care. Don't get me wrong. They got their lust too. Let's not forget the lessons of Baal Peor. Um, since you can get whoever you want, you are going to be more prideful. You're going to be using your head more. You're not going to be using your muscle. A man uses his muscle to peacock. A woman uses her long hair to peacock. But the woman came out of man. They want a a solid one. Man wants a whole bunch of little, if you know what I mean. I'm trying to keep it clean. But no, especially on Valentine's Day. Yeah, I'm just 40. Yeah, I saw my parents' marriage. That was enough for me. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. I know there's good ones out there still. Yeah, my parents had a great marriage. But I messed mine up. I was married, I think 8 years it was before we divorced. My fault. Um, but no, it wasn't anything sexually related. Uh, just stupid juvenile stuff. I'm mentally 15 mentally. Yeah, that's still 15 mentally. Yeah, I laugh whenever I still giggle when somebody says happiness. Excuse me. Deuteronomy chapter 5. Oh, actually, don't get me wrong. I know there's good one. Yeah, there's good ones. And that's the thing about honor thy father and thy mother. Well, what if my dad raped me when relax, relax. Well, what if I don't know my dad? Yeah, relax, chicho. Honor thy father and thy mother. Well, my mom, my mom gave me drug. Relax, relax, relax. You can honor them by not doing it, right? Your kid, you got two kids and you're alcoholic, okay, the one kid's going to learn it's okay. Daddy did it, so I can do it too. Oh, I know it's wrong, but daddy did it. And the other kid's going to learn, oh no, I saw daddy do it and I saw what happened. Oh no, I am not going to do it. It's kind of like your free will, freedom of choice thing. But yes, especially you, Shannon, if the father figure, yeah, there are ways to honor thy father and thy mother if they were abusive. Do not. Yeah, I'm not even gonna say it. It's too obvious. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. And there's good men. There's good. There, you'd be surprised. Gosh, what was it? I think three I've had a lot of short-term wives, but three of my long-term wives, and I mean biblical wives. I've only had one wife that I was like legally in the state of Nebraska, whatever you call it, married to, in the church, married, 8 years, beautiful daughter by adoption. We adopted my daughter at birth. I cut the umbilical cord. My wife at the time was on the phone in the hallway of the hospital on the phone to the lawyer. Yeah, she's giving birth right now. We'll need that paperwork here immediately. Roger that. And I'm like cutting the umbilical. Oh man, what a beautiful day. But no, I was a terrible human. So no, her getting rid of me as a husband was the right thing to do. But no, I thought about a YouTube channel, recently single, because there's going to be recently signal. There's going to be recently single because men are low down dirty dogs that men are going to take advantage of. And it's going to be, I've seen it. All right, I got a train coming. I'm going to emotionally. Yeah, we'll be back in 5. Oh, I got to move so many things around. Oh my God. I tell you what, it's just, when you get to be 63. All right, let me reconcile, let me reconnoiter. All right, welcome back. Welcome back from our, can you even see it? Is that frontwards or backwards? I think it's backwards. Not sure how that works. Oh, let's go to let's go to ALPR. Where are we at here? 444, Deuteronomy 444. Remember Deuteronomy 4, he's talking about, hey, keep all these things, it's important. And this is the law which Moses set before the children of Israel. These are the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which Moses spoke unto the children of Israel after they came forth out of Egypt. Numbers. We need to go to Numbers. See what I did. Let me see. Can I get this? When we did, well, this is backwards, but we did Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. We put them all side by side. This is the same thing you need to do with Torah, with the first 5 books of Moses. This is what you need to do. You need to lay them out side by side. There's information in each one of them. The Korah's rebellion. You read about Korah's rebellion in one book, and then another book says his children survived. And you read about Exodus. Oh, in Exodus you read about the quail, and then somewhere else you read about the quail, so you think they're the same. You got, if you put the books, if you could take the time and put the books side by side, oh my goodness. But no, Numbers has the Baal Peor incident. But I have no idea where it's at. It's like the world's longest book anyway. It's the one that nobody ever reads. But let's just see. It's probably, what we got here, chapter 25. We'll just try to find it together. And Israel abode in Shittim, and the people began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab. Here we go. And they called the people unto the sacrifices of their gods, and the people did eat and bowed down to their gods. These are people in the wilderness. These are people that have been told, just do these laws and you can live. Do these statutes and judgments, and the nations around you will look at you and say, wow, what a great nation is this that has God so nigh to them with these beautiful commands, statutes, and judgments. And here they did this. We're in Numbers 25, verse 3. And Israel joined himself unto Baal Peor, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. And the Lord said unto Moses, take all the heads of the people and hang them up before the Lord against the sun, that the fierce anger of the Lord may be turned away from Israel. Do you think I was lying when I said God Almighty wants their heads on a stake, burning in the sun, for what? They called the people unto the sacrifices of their gods, and the people did eat. Let's go have our little Easter ham, Sunday morning ham sandwiches. And they bowed down to their gods. Let's go to a Christmas and get on our knees and just bow to Santa Claus. Santa Claus, Jesus, Saint Nick, Saint God, Christmas tree, cross, and the Easter bunny, cross, the brown cross, the brown chocolate of the Easter, the bunny representing nails in the what?
No, don't do that. There's three feasts. Your three feasts that God. Oh, if God made commanded me to do a feast, it's going to be boring, and you're going to have to do sacrifices, and that was all done away with Jesus. That's stupid. That's the stupidest thing I ever heard, man. You can't even think like that. Paul said. Yeah, Paul said. Yeah, Paul, Saint Paul, with a capital S and a capital P, who we think was kind of hanky panky with Peter, by the way. What? Yeah, that's why you'll see a lot of, yeah. What? Yeah, that's why you'll see a lot of Catholic churches, saints, STS, Peter and Paul. Oh, they were, oh, yeah, Gentiles. Yeah, yeah. But no, additionally, there is some reason to suspect in their traditions a relationship. Ask any Catholic priest. Well, you might want to ask a bishop or a cardinal. The priests are kind of funky with that. Let's just read it again real quick. Numbers chapter 25, verse 3. And Israel joined himself unto Baal Peor, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. And the Lord said unto Moses, take all the heads of the people, those joined to Baal Peor, take all the heads of the people and hang them up before the Lord against the sun, that the fierce anger of the Lord may be turned away from Israel. And Moses said unto the judges of Israel, remember they had judges? He said, you guys do this and this and this, and the small matters and all this, but the big matters you bring to me, okay? Slay ye every one of his men that were joined unto Baal Peor. So God says, I want their heads on a stake burning in the sun. Moses says, hey, I want them all killed. And behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought unto his brethren a Midianitish woman in the sight of Moses. Midianitish, remember Jethro, the Midianite priest of God, way before Mount Sinai, told him about how to do the judges so that Moses isn't judging people all day. And then we see him with Zipporah. He comes back after Moses has already married a black woman. Oh my God. What? Oh my God. Yeah, a Middle Eastern man, darker than me, married an Ethiopian woman. Oh, you know what's hilarious about that? When Miriam, his sister, the prophetess, who had the timbrels after the Red Sea crossing, complained about it, she was turned white. White. Not pink, not pink, like I'm pink. I'm pink. See, this is white. She turned white. Do you get it? In fact, he repeats it twice. Remember when he says, and Miriam turned leprous, white as snow. And Aaron looked at her, and she was leprous and white as snow. See how he repeats that twice? He does the same thing with the Ethiopian woman. And Miriam chided Moses for marrying an Ethiopian woman. For Moses had married an Ethiopian woman. You see the twice? It's like bookends. Because he married an Ethiopian woman, because he married an Ethiopian woman, a black woman, she turned white. She turned white. Because he married black, she turned white. She turned white. Do you see the double? Do you see the emphasis? How it creates a parenthetical? It creates a parentheses, a flashback or a flash forward in the modern terms.
a parenthetical, a parenthesis. See how a book ends? It creates a bookends. We see this in Deuteronomy. Go to Deuteronomy, the first 7 verses. Where's Moses? That's an easy question. Where is Moses in the first 3 chapters? When he's speaking to the people, where is he? We told you earlier he was east of Jericho, east of Jordan, east of Jericho. Jericho's just a couple miles away from Jerusalem, just east of Jerusalem. It's right up there on the taint. Yeah, I said taint. Because if you ever look at a map of Israel, it looks like a woman from on her all fours from behind. You got the Sea of Galilee up there is the pencil sharpener, and then the Dead Sea, that elongated labia. It even has the labia majora at that taint in the middle right there. That's where Jerusalem is. But it also says so that's where Moses is when he's speaking to the people. But then it says he's down here by the Red Sea. And then it says, began Moses to speak over here after Baal Peor. So where is he? He's in 3 different places because he didn't write it down till later. It's a chiastic structure, not only of stepping up, thou shalt not make the graven image of anything creeping, because you saw no similitude in the land of Egypt at Mount Sinai when the Lord commanded you the 10 Commandments that day at Horeb. And because that day at Horeb, when he taught you the commandments and he told you not to make any similitude, therefore don't make any similitude. You see the chiastic structure of that? This first one and this one over here, there's 3 of those. There's 3. There's 3 different chiastic structures at the beginning, 3 different bookends. The bookends are placed right at the beginning, and then the other bookends come later. So the first one we see in Deuteronomy, after it would be Deuteronomy 4. That's why we were reading Deuteronomy 4. We see this after Deuteronomy 1, 2, 3 is the entire what happened in the 40 years. He gives a real quick synopsis. What happened? You have to read other books to get the details, or read later where he flashes back and gives details to actually get the details. But he goes through it real quick in the first 3 chapters. And then chapter 4, he says, therefore, do these statutes, commandments, judgments, testimonies, because they are your righteousness. They are not hard to do. It's funny, David loved the law, but it was impossible to do, so Jesus did away with it. Isaiah died at the hands of a rusty lumberjack saw through his belly. He died not recanting. Walking nude through Jerusalem for 3 years. Isaiah walking nude through Jerusalem for 3 years. That's possibly 3 Valentine's days. He could have been walking nude through Jerusalem. Again, just another quick point that a woman's lust for a man is not the same as a man's lust for a woman. The man's lust for a woman is it's what makes him leave mom and dad and cling to his wife. It's what makes you leave mom and dad and makes you cling to your wife. The lust in your eyeballs. There's appropriate lust. You can get married and you and your wife consent. You can do anything you want. And I don't mean like weird. It's nobody's business. You can do weird all you want. I don't mean weird like, oh, let's get the neighbors involved or something, but no, it's beautiful. It's very good. He made it. That's the whole point. During creation, he created us. He says, "Be fruitful and multiply." Be fruitful is grow up. Multiply means procreate, but they had to grow up first and then multiply. Even the trees in Torah, you don't take the fruit of the trees for the first 3 years. The 4th year, you give all the fruit. It's your first fruits to the Lord. And the 5th year, you can finally eat off of it. It's be fruitful and multiply. At the garden was the only command: be fruitful and multiply. Cool. It's too much fun. You can abuse it. When you procreate and you find out how much fun it is, you can abuse it very quickly. I'm done with you. I want to go procreate with this one.
That one was so much fun. I want to do it with this one over here. This one didn't want to do it, so I made her do it because it's so much fun. And I was commanded to procreate. No, it's not like God created evil. It's that evil crept into the world just as a simple byproduct of what can happen with goodness. Goodness can corrupt if it's not if it's of the flesh. The goodness of God going forever, that can't corrupt. That's your Deuteronomy 30:32. Their corruption was they have a spot now. They have a blemish. And the Lord said unto Moses, take all the heads of the people and hang them up before the Lord against the sun, that the fierce anger of the Lord may be turned away from Israel. Chapter 25, verse 10 of Numbers. And the Lord, this is a little bit later, after Phinehas, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, hath turned my wrath away from the children of Israel, while he was zealous for my sake among them, that I consumed not the children of Israel in my jealousy. Wherefore say, behold, I give unto him my covenant of peace, and he shall have it, and his seed after him, even the covenant of an everlasting priesthood. Everlasting priesthood's pretty good for our whole, oh, are you saved or are you not saved? We're looking for eternal life, the promise of eternal life. So I guess that's salvation. We're looking to be saved from this world. So yes, I guess I know what you mean, but no, we're looking to be priests and kings and have eternal life. So yes, when he says this is just beautiful. Yeah, he gave Phineas an everlasting covenant of a priesthood because he was zealous for his God and made an atonement for the children of Israel. He made an atonement by killing two people that were lusting. He made an atonement for Israel by human sacrifice, human execution over judgment, divine judgment just rendered. They were doing Baal Peor. God says, I want their heads on a stake burning in the sun. Moses told the judges, kill those. And then Baal Peor saw Cosby, Phineas, Pincus, Sharon G. Sharing, what's up, sister? I heard you were sick last week and such. Oh my goodness, I hope things are better. Happy Valentine's Day if you're into it or not. I bought a $2 box of I got food stamps, so I bought a $2 box of Valentine's. As soon as they came out, they're on sale like a long time ago, and I just found them. I have uh, some underwear hanging from the back of my car uh, from Halloween, and so I put that little box of chocolates in the underwear that's hanging off my tail light off of my car. That's how we're celebrating Valentine's this year. It might have even been 2 days ago. Sharon, do you know when Valentine's is? February 13th or 14th? Because I get different opinions. And of course, do you think it's pagan? I put the link up there. Let me pin the link. Let me try to figure out how to pin the link here. All right. What are we doing? We're going to pin the link, pin the link, pin the link. Banners. Oh, I don't know about banners. Media assets. overlay, video clips, loop, countdown, add back, video backgrounds are now supported in this studio. Mm, where, where is it? Banners. Yeah, that right there. Oh, there we go. Well, no, how do I pin that? You can't click on that. That's stupid. We'll just put it in the comments. Post comment. Yeah, why pagan? I don't know. A lot of people say, "Oh, it's pagan." But I think they're talking about like Saint Valentine's Day, or I don't even know what the difference would be. It's always the 14th. Yeah, yeah. And today, now it's the 5th. Oh, it's still the 14th. Happy Valentine's Day, Sharon. Sharon G. Now, how do I get that on? Pin it. How do you pin? Post comment layout, private chat, stream info settings, general camera audio recording layouts guests. Style. Well, copy. Oh yeah, well, happy Valentine's Day, Sharon. Yep. Well, can't figure out how to pin this thing at the top. Star comment, delete comment, put user in timeout, ban user. That's me. Banners. Rename folder, delete folder. Media assets. Hmm. And then style. I don't know how would you
How do you pin that? Or do I just tap it? Well, we celebrate Hanukkah. It is not a feast. Why not Valentine's? I am the least tech person. Ah, I'm with you, sister. Yeah, Hanukkah. We celebrate Hanukkah. Amen. You can. That's we were talking about how people celebrate tabernacles, how people celebrate booths, how people celebrate Sukkot, the Feast of Tabernacles, and how many Hebrew roots people go to RV camps or and set up tents or have RVs or both or have and oh the hundreds of thousands of people throughout the United States do it every year. And it's like, oh, you're only supposed to camp in Jerusalem. It's like, no, you can throw a party at home. If Jerusalem's too far, Deuteronomy 12:21. If Jerusalem is too far, throw a party at home, invite pagans, serve clean food. It's that easy. Now, if you want to do an RV and such, that's see how they've just kind of expanded it. They're not really trying to mimic what you're doing in Israel, so it's okay. You know what I mean? Um, so Hanukkah, so that's how you're supposed to do the three feasts. But you can make up your own feast. Deuteronomy 12:25, coincidentally, 12:25. You can make up your own feast to God. Just don't drink the blood and don't do it on a pagan day. Thanksgiving is fine. It was not on a pagan day. It was made up for God. Independence Day in the United States of America, July 4th, it is not for a pagan God, the United States of America, and it is not for God, even though he probably delivered us out of the revolution. So it's fine to do. Hanukkah is for God, not on a pagan day. Perfectly fine to do. Purim, for God, not on a pagan day. Perfectly fine to do. Hanukkah, however, I would not get near a 9-branch menorah. The only bad thing out of Hanukkah was the 9-branch menorah, the fake oil miracle. It doesn't take 8 days to cleanse the tabernacle. They get that out of a bad reading. And of course, to change the 7-branch menorah to 9 branches, it doesn't sound like a good thing just from the get-go. Christmas. You want to celebrate the birth of Jesus? Knock yourself out. You want to do Christmas? Knock yourself out. But don't do it on a pagan day. Okay, same with Easter. You want to celebrate the resurrection? Want to make up your own feast? Coincidentally, at the time of Feast of Unleavened Bread, there's already a feast. That's replacement. Big no-no. Christmas, big no-no. Halloween, definitely for pagan. Big no-no. Tabernacles, that's for God, commanded. Thanksgiving, it's for God. It's perfectly fine to do because it's not on a pagan day and you're not drinking the blood. Don't do it on a pagan day and don't drink the blood. Whatever you do, do not drink when you're celebrating for God. In fact, every meal you do, when he talks about the people of the tabernacle and in the wilderness, he speaks of, hey, if you go out and get some deer, you go outside the camp. Okay, you still have to bring it to the center of the camp. But then it's like, oh, notwithstanding. Okay, so there's different rules on, but it's still no matter what you're getting from God, such as Cain and Abel. There was no sacrificial system, but for some reason they're giving Abel is given a firstling lamb and the fruits and vegetables and the fat thereof of the firstling lamb, like a precursor to Passover. Yeah, it sounds like since God gave us all food every time we eat, it's a sacrifice. So that's why we see prior to the Mosaic law, I guess it would be the covenant at the same time. But prior to the Mosaic law, that's why we see
Altars, Noah's altar, Abraham built an altar, but they had peace offerings and burnt offerings. That's it. Okay, they had a peace offering is like any meal. Thank you, Lord, for this food, and you eat. Burnt offerings are specifically meat. It's funny. It's like you would think it would be like, since the name of it is burnt offering, it sounds like you have to burn the whole thing, but no, you burn it. The only thing, the head and the fat and the kidneys and all that stuff you burn completely, but the other stuff you cook to your, quite frankly, it's got oil and flour. It's like fried chicken, only it's fried lamb. It's or roasted lamb or broiled lamb or whatever, or bull meat or whatever they're sacrificing at the time. But this is prior to the law, so these are things that we can do to this day. A peace offering and a burnt offering. That's just simply anytime you have a barbecue, that you're doing a burnt offering to the Lord. And you say, thank you, Lord, for this food we're about to, you are doing a burnt sacrifice for God. Nothing to do with the Mosaic law of, oh, this needs to be done in a temple. It needs to be done by a priest. This is just a barbecue. We're so accustomed to the supermarket or even fast food, Burger King, or even the gas stations now. You take your food stamp card to the gas station and get a $10 bag of chips. Yeah, see how fast your food stamps run down. You get pops for your kids. See how fat your kids get just off food. That high fructose corn syrup, nasty, nasty canasta. But it's getting past midnight here. Is it getting past midnight? Getting close to midnight? What time is it? 11:26. Oh well, we'll leave that Happy Valentine's Day up there for the. No Christmas for you. Oh heck no, sister. No Christmas. No, no, no. Oh, that's Shannon talking. Oh, I got Sharon and Shannon mixed up. Oh, Shannon, right. Yeah, I have never celebrated Halloween personal. Yeah, it's for me, Halloween was always um, the best time to see the most nudity in public, women in public, dressed up. I remember taking my kid house to house, and you see the mom, you see everything God gave the mother. When she answers the door and turns around and gets the candy, oh, and you get to see her pencil sharpener when she bends over to get the candy because she's wearing a pirate slut Halloween costume, and you're just out there with your kid trying to get some candy. Oh, hello, Mrs. Robinson. Hello, Mrs. Robinson, with your cute little pirate slut outfit on. Don't you look nice today? My daughter's dressed up as Cinderella. I hope. Oh, and you're bending over getting candy. Okay, let's get out of here, honey. Yeah, let's go on to the next show. Yeah, Halloween to me was always like the time when the women would go hog wild and just yeah, I'm going as anything I want tonight. I'm going as anything I want tonight. Anything I want tonight. The emperor's new clothes. The emperor's new clothes. You are wearing nothing. Oh yeah, it's the most finest material in the whole wide world. Sheer. Oh, it's sheer. You can see right through it. The emperor's new clothes. Yeah, let's go out for Halloween and check out the babes. Oh, and then it's like, as a Catholic, the next day is All Saints Day. And you're like, well, I was just being nasty a couple hours ago. And now I got to go to the Feast of All Saints and take communion and eat Jesus. I'm feeling a little guilt trip going on here. But every year, another Halloween comes around. Oh, look at that girl dressed up as a nasty devil. Oh, look at that girl. Me and my daughter went to a Comic-Con, a Comic-Con festival. Is that right? Like Star Wars. So a lot of people dressed and so they had a Halloween at the same time on the streets, on the public streets. And the girl in front of us was dressed up for Halloween, and she had a pretty short dress on, not a short skirt, pretty short skirt, nothing serious.
Excuse me. And then a doll dragging behind her with an umbilical cord attached going up to under the dress. She had an aborted baby. Well, not a real one. I mean, it was Halloween. It was a doll, but it was clear. And then you go around to the front of her to see who she is, and you look down, and she's got blood all over and everything. But yeah, if you think that's fun stuff, that sounds a little bit pagan to me. But hey, you don't need to even go to the Bible for that, do you? Oh, where's that at here? Jamie, man, what's up, brother? Miss you, friend. Good to see you. Shannon, yeah, no Halloween. Maybe that's why. No, you just don't like Halloween. You agree here. 9:30, Sherry, where are you at? You must be California. Where are we at? It's 11:30 here, 9:30. You must be Washington, California. Hawaii, Satanic Halloween. Yeah, sleepy at 9:30. It's because you're old. What? Did I say that? No, I didn't. I'm only kidding. Said you were 40 or whatever. It's not. Only kidding. A cake? You know how long it's been since I've had a cake? Hmm. Oh, ladies' man. Like I'm a ladies' man. No, you don't mean that. Oh, yuck. Sharon G. Washington State. Washington State. Jamie was just up there and he had a picture of a rock that he mentioned was like the rock of Horeb. And yeah, so I was wondering if it was called Meribah, Washington, or Massa, Washington, because of the scripture where the split rock of Horeb, they called that place Massa and Meribah. They also called it the Rephidim. They also called it the split rock at Horeb. But no, you go to Google Maps and you know how you type in an address and it'll tell you if it's a good address or not. You type in Split Rock at Horeb and it's a legitimate address and it'll give you the Split Rock at Horeb. It'll show you Jebel al Laws, on Google Maps. It's a real. They're building a 200 square mile city, 10 miles by 20 miles, a 200 square mile city around the Jebel al Laws, the real Mount Sinai. They are in that a line. They're a 1,500 mile long city. They've built. It's not. It's it's being built or whatever. Washington State. Yuck. Oh, Shannon. Oh, no, Sherry. Oh, man, look at that. I'm getting all these names. Sherry's in Washington State. Shannon, California. Yep, yep. And Sharing, we know she's in Arkansas because Walmart is in Arkansas. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm always tired too. Australia, Helen B. I recognize those flowers. Helen B. Perth, Western Australia. We get we have to get together on the renewed moon. Uh, Jamie Russell knows about this, but for anybody in Australia, Perth, Australia, when there's a renewed moon, the next time there's a renewed moon, we need to know which way are the horns pointing. When you see the first sliver of the new moon, which way are the horns pointing? In Omaha, Nebraska, here, when I go, where am I at? When I look at the renewed moon, the horns are pointing to the upper left. So down in Australia or New Zealand, when the renewed moon, if I see it in the upper left, you guys should see it a little bit different. We all know what I'm talking about. I ain't even going to say the name. But yeah, welcome, Helen B. Sharon, excuse me.
I am old. Sharon says, well, I am old. Oh, and Sharon has some bad eyeballs. So when she caps locks, she's not yelling. She's got some bad vis, and it just helps on her typewriter. It keeps on caps lock. You know how you type and you can't see like the exact letter you typed. When I do, you do a typo and you don't hit the M instead of the N, or you hit the space instead of that B. She it just helps her to be in caps lock so she can see what she's typing. She's not yelling. She's not angry at anybody. She's Arkansas, lovely. Oh my goodness. Oh, what does Sharon G? What do you have? I know what. I won't give any information. She takes care of some adult boys. And yes, she has some years on her and her eyesight's bad, but she is taking care of leasters, the least amongst us. Grown men, so to speak, but not completely grown up, if we know what I'm talking about, for security reasons and personal, just to keep it secret. Yeah, all these different. How can I? Because I don't put my glasses on when I can't see. Oh, I should probably make every one of you, a last one of you, a mod. I wouldn't even know how to do that. I'll tap on the name and I put mod, star comment, delete comment, put user in timeout, ban user and delete their comments. No, I don't know how to do that. Jamie can help me how to make a mod, or how to pin that link. Where are we at here? Post comment. Oh, I can't see that even. Guests, invite guests, copy, more, post comment, post a comment. Yeah, see, that just gets the link. I don't know that. That just gets the link. How would you pin that? Oh, Helen, yeah, yeah. And I've, lived in Omaha essentially all my life since I was like 6 or something, all my life. And looking at the renewed moon, you think I would like remember, but I specifically, for experiment purposes, to prove a sphere, I have taken note of the renewed moon and which way the horns point. You know what I mean? So that I can ask somebody in Australia. So yeah, next time you get the renewed moon, go outside and check it out. You'll have a good couple days before it turns like into a quarter or a half, and you can't really give me a description, but it should be pointing. It should be pointing different. It's at the exact same time we're looking at it, though it's maybe like 16 hours difference. Though we're looking at the exact same moon 16 hours apart, the horns are going to be pointing in a different spot because we're on a sphere. I'm sorry to say it, but it's a beautiful experiment to do if you know somebody in New Zealand. I've got commercials all day, all night in stereo on New Zealand, and I think you said Australia or whatever. But the green-lipped mussel of the pristine waters of New Zealand, this Omega XL pain reliever, is a commercial here in Omaha we get all the time. So I love New Zealand. I love New Zealand. And Australia, oh my gosh, it's so, just looking at it on a globe makes me feel warm. You know what I mean? Warm or something. Yes, the MR word, Sharon, that is still politically correct, but believe it or not, that is the word a nurse, a doctor would use to this day. You just don't use it publicly, but yes, my sister was we had, through the course of her short life, 40 years, she died in 2004 of a rare liver disease, of liver cancer. She had a rare liver disease. But yeah, MR, that's to call somebody that's not that would be the worst thing in the world. But yeah, you as their role model, you can say it, and me as my sister, I can say it. Other people, they will leave out the first part. They will feel so comfortable saying the second part instead of just MR. They will just use the R, and it's like, no, that's not nice. That's but then again, we don't want everybody voting a Down syndrome kid to be homecoming queen year after year after year. We get it. Okay, we get it. Yeah, we don't want that either. But yeah, even MR kids understand their MR, and that's on a whole better level than us smart people that think we can overcome our alcohol addictions, our porn addictions, our meth addictions, because we're so much smarter. Those of us that think we can overcome those, we don't need God. Yeah, these MR people are, that's how they glorify God. You look at an MR kid glorifying God and you say, the kid's stupid, the kid's MR. How can he why is he praising God? And it's like, wow, if that guy gets it, then I should be getting it. If that kid can be, yeah, there's a lot to be said for the leasters, the least amongst us, the leasters, those that can't help themselves, those that are vulnerable, old, handicapped, developmentally disabled, or maybe just cold. Maybe just cold because it's -9 degrees and their heat is so much, and they're on a fixed income and they can't afford the heat. Yeah, you don't have to be homeless to be hungry. You can be hungry. Sticky peculiar. Is that sticky peculiar? And he says, oy vey. Oh, such a Jew. Mocking brother. That guy has showed me Sticky Peculiar. Happy Valentine's Day, Sticky. Tell us why it's pagan. I think he was a guy that was in prison, and some Jewish girls sent him letters of encouragement, or some Jewish girls were in prison, of course, wrongfully, and he sent them letters of encouragement and signed them Your Valentine. I don't know, but definitely Saint Valentine's pagan would have to be, there's nobody really a saint. All of us are saints, like small s, but to say there's, like, we voted in and we're going to call you a saint, that's kind of cray cray. But boy, I always thought it was a non-lustful love date that people have paganized and said, hey, let's go buy lingerie and sexy stuff for our wives because we're all horny all the time. But no, I'm sure it'd be an easy Google search for me, but you know how Google is. You remember in the day when Google, it would tell you how many different hits it got in how many seconds, and it would give you a whole bunch of things that you could click on, but you could never, it'd say 10 million hits in 0.003 seconds, but you could never go to the 10 millionth hit. You could go to 10 pages and scroll back, and then you could go to the 20th page and move that, and then you could go to the 30th page and move it. And most of them were repeating stuff. But you remember when Google would tell you, hey, look how many hits we hit. And you would have to go down the line, and then you'd have to look, and you would have to read the www. Because if it was an advertisement, you didn't want to click on it. Well, now they've got it, this says right away, sponsored. Every first click in Google is an ad. But yeah, back in the day, it was like, hey, because they were simply trying to match up keywords. We didn't have addresses to go unless you had the exact address of Creighton a Jesuit university, Creighton University, you couldn't dial up. You couldn't dial up unless you had the exact address that you would have to type into your address bar, and you couldn't type it into the search bar. It was cray, yeah, but fun time. So good to see you here. Shabbat shalom, Sticky. Regardless of happy Valentine's Day or not, it's almost over. Shabbat shalom, yeah. Somehow actually clicks. Yes, I forgot about that part of, yeah. Evening, ladies. Yes, Sticky is Texan. And if you've ever looked at a map of Texas, it is the size of the United States. The Republic of Texas, an independent republic, the Lone Star State, is about the size of the rest of the United States. Yeah, he's from Texas. And yes, lady, he is single. He's respectful. He's a God-fearing man. I don't know how old he is. It don't matter anymore. People that love God that want to get together. I don't think they have. Well, there's a lot of people that have sinister intentions, but no, these people in this room here ain't nobody got any sinister intentions. Even if we did, the parts probably don't work. Help me out of this chair. Help me out of this chair so I can kick your ass. Give me a hand out of this chair. I'm going to kick your behind for stepping on my toes saying Valentine's Day was big. No, Sticky's shown me some cool things. Sticky has turned me on to some books, godly books that are genius. Some godly websites, YouTube channels that are just you have to know them to love them, or check them out to love them, I should say. Shannon had dial up for years. Get off the phone. I want to use the computer. Get off the computer. I want to use the phone. Oh, that's hilarious. Shannon, Sticky Shannon. Jax. Oh, is that? I know Jax, brother. What the heck, Jax? That's from way back in the day. Shabbat shalom, Jax. If that's the. I can't even see. Wow, yeah, that's Jax. Back in the day, Jax. Wow. Sharon G. Oh, and Sharon G with her all caps, Fred. We're going to have to explain that. Come on, Sharon. Why does it say Fred? It's Dutch for peace. Peace. Fred. Yeah, I made a video out there some time ago about, I made it on Black Sabbath. I made a video not about Black Sabbath. I made a video on Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath was October 7th, year and a half ago, a couple years ago. And the people are speaking Dutch. So yeah, Fred. Peace to y'all too. Get out of the state. You're in. Oh, the B-52. Sticky likes. Sticky Peculiar is a single whatever friend of mine. He likes back in the day he liked, and to this day, I don't want to misrepresent punk. Am I saying that right? I hope punk rock, just like me. But he could actually name some albums and stuff and some songs. But no, he was back in the day he was really into that, and it carries over even into this day. To give you a little background on him, total gentleman. But yeah, he's got a little B-52s reference right there. Oh yeah, and that is if you guys have not checked it out. Game of Jacks, yes. Yeah, Game of Jacks, you, and yes, way back in the day, Game of Jacks, my gosh, Trig, Sticky Peculiar, Sharon, yes, Rocky, remember Rocky? He's Hallelujah. When I blocked Randall McCullough, when I blocked Randall McCullough, they said like, "Oh, you can't block a mod." I'm like, "I blocked him mod." Rocky stood up for me. He's like, "I can. Let me check." "Oh, I just blocked you." "Yeah, you can block a mod." And then like, "No, you're lying. We're banning you." But yeah, back in the day, Game of Jacks, we were going through that. It was so disconcerting to be so to have your mouth shut down, to have your voice shut down. Um, Forrest Gump's microphone getting cut off on his Vietnam speech. It really hurts. I'm sure, I am 100% sure there are people who have committed suicide over getting banned in a chat. I am sure of it. I have not eyeball witnessed it. I have never read about it, but I am almost sure of it. I am almost sure of it. Yeah, I got banned like 37 times. I think the 37th time was the final time, and I got timed out 28. But yeah, Game of Jack, so good to see you. Don't remember anything of any videos you may have done, anything personal that was going on with you at the time. But yes, I wish you well and uh, uh, everything that's gone. And I hope you've come a long way, baby, so to speak. But yeah, definitely good to see you here. Who's Fred? Fred is peace in Dutch. Fred, Fred, Fred. None did you send Sharon the Moses scroll? Nope, not I, brother. Not I. I do have the Moses scroll. Let me get it here. Um, I did not send her the Moses scroll. No, I don't have any money. Oh, and you got a new magnifier. No, I did send you a magnifying glass to read my book, my chart, whatever. Is that Dirty Varmint? What the heck? Yeah, the Game of Jacks. Dirty Varmint. Dirty Varmint. Love you, brother. How do I pin this stupid, how do I pin the, well, I can comment and pin it, but, I don't know how to put, I don't know how to pin it. I don't know how to, Fred, peace, shalom, yes. Yeah, we all used to hang out like 10 years. It was, dude, when it was 2000, it had to be six, 16 when I had breakfast with Rude. It had to be 16. He went on a 3-city tour: Knoxville, Grand Rapids, Knoxville, Detroit, Grand Rapids. And I signed up for all three. And I took my daughter at the last minute. It was totally awesome. We left on a Wednesday just before sundown. I went to her mom's house. We were divorced. She was like 20. Oh, she was coloring her hair white like the Joker's girlfriend in the movies, Harley Quinn. She was doing her hair was completely white, like Harley Quinn. And we went down to see Rude in 3 different cities because we wanted to tell him his teaching on the Passover was wrong. The he had misspoke for 6 minutes, and they took a clip of that and said, "This is how you do first fruits." And they called it Feast of First Fruits, which really got me upset. There's no Feast of First Fruits. There's a Feast of Unleavened Bread. There's a First Fruits during it. But we went to see Rude, and finally I had breakfast with him and told him, well, I told him the first night, and he said he would call Scott Laird. He was just recently married to Anna Lill. And we met her, and she's like, "Oh, I'm just new to all of this. I don't really know." And it's like, "Well, I'm not asking you anything. I'm just saying we're happy to see you. We're happy you're with Michael, and good luck and stuff." We saw her like in the hallway or something. But no, we had breakfast the next day with him, and he said, "So tell me about this." And I said, "Yeah, but it took 5 years to get it off." He misspoke for 6 minutes because he said for the first fruits during Passover to have 2 loaves of leavened bread. The priest would put 2 loaves of leavened bread, and that you are to take that to the priest, and they waive that. And he misspoke for 6 minutes. Because he had mixed it up. He was talking about the both of them and the difference, and the fact that when you try to observe these feasts, and you get a Thursday Sabbath, and then you get a Friday prep and a Saturday Sabbath, and you're trying to figure out what the heck to do with these feasts. You got family, friends coming, or whatever's going on. You learn real quick that there's things in there that you need to do that you can't just read about. During the 7 days of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, one of those days of the weeks is going to be a weekly Sabbath. So what happens if that weekly Sabbath is on the last day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread? What if the 21st is the Sabbath? 7 days prior to that would have to be the 14th. That's not the Feast of Unleavened Bread yet. You have a Sabbath on the 14th, and then a Sabbath on the 21st. You're not going to start the feast of the Passover after the 21st, your first fruits after the 21st. Well, it's in the law. I'll just give you the answer right now. It's in those little things that say don't cook a kid in its mother's milk. That means it's got to be weaned. Even Zach Bauer commented on that. It means weaned. How long were you in your mother's milk? Yeah. How long before you were weaned? But also it says, do not delay your first fruits, which means if it's on the 21st, you just back it. You just make it the 15th. If you have the Sabbath on the 14th, you do the first fruits on the 15th. But no, there's a lot of things you can't do unless you actually try to practice them and in real time. But yeah, Dirty Varmint, my goodness, so good to see you. People, beware, Dirty Varmint. He's a tough one. That's all I'll say. I ain't gonna say nothing negative. I love that brother. I think everybody needs to go through his gauntlet. Yeah, 10 years ago, Jax, we used to hang out. Oh, Lost Tribes. Yes. Spam sharing an article about the Who. Oh, that's funny. Oh my gosh, spam sharing. Oh, yeah, Shannon, you've seen some of the debates, and maybe you've seen people like, "Oh, I got banned." If you go to Hebrew Roots chat room and you say Christmas or Easter, you have about a 30-second life expectancy. I'm not joking. You better recant. We had a girl in there. Her name was Jesus, name above all names, and it's like, no, his name's Yeshua. Come back, get out, come back with change your name and come back. So she did. She changed her name to Yeshua, name above all names. Yeah, the people we found such truth, such newfound truth, such gem of nuggets in Hebrew Roots. We got addicted to that feeling, and we wanted more. We wanted a new revelation every week. We wanted a and we got it for a long time. But then people started making things up, so it got out of hand. He got in trouble for spam sharing an article about the Who. Oh, I was looking for that on how to make you a mod. Star comment, delete comment, put user in timeout, ban you. I don't know how to do that. Yeah, it's a mystery who sent the book, regardless. I don't know who did it. And Jax, he's just got here. Jack's like, I didn't do it either. Poor Shannon. He's like, Mark in the void. Yeah. Where's that? I'll pin that right there. Trig band, I just figured out it's this holdover from Rude's The Way International Cult. It's called Mark in the Void. I just know my first YouTube channel was 2014. Yeah. Jax, we threw your name around also. And that's me. We were talking. I just had a little earthquake. Oh yeah, yeah. I've actually seen the boy. There's like some earthquakes. This, people. Time is so short. If you think Jesus was crucified in 28, you think Jesus was crucified in 33, you think he was crucified in 35. Whatever those 2,000 years from those dates are right around the corner. Those are significant anniversaries. I would never put a date on anything, but time is a lot shorter than you think. It's fun to say time is short in chat, but it's so short. I'm quite honestly, I had a brother send me a Rude's Revelation timeline, and I think we're just waiting for one more thunder. We're waiting for the seventh thunder. I think there have been six thunders. I think we're waiting on one more thunder, one more nuclear explosion. Yeah, y'all think I'm crazy or whatever. I don't care. I'm just telling you that Zechariah's thermonuclear war. We all know Rude's Zechariah's thermonuclear war. Check it out. There's only two scrolls. Remember the flying scroll at the beginning? It has a ephah in it. Evil fire offering encased in lead in an ephah in a flying scroll. And then at the end of that, behold, look, there's another. There are two of them. There are two scrolls. And the ephah was lifted up by the scroll because the wind was in its wings. The scroll was flying because the wind was in its wings. Carrying an evil fire offering encased in lead in a container. An evil fire offering encased in lead in an ephah in a flying scroll. And behold, here's another one. There's two flying scrolls. The whole, yes, each one of them now looks like a Scud missile to this in 2025. All these nuclear bombs look like Scud missiles. But the Enola Gay looks like a flying scroll. It has propellers on it that you can see it has the wind in its wings. So we have Hiroshima and Nagasaki are the flying scrolls. What comes after that in Zechariah? Out of two brass towers, what comes after the two flying scrolls? Hiroshima and Nagasaki. What comes after that chronologically in Zechariah? Between two brass mountains, the World Trade Centers, brass, the man-made alloy. So after World War II comes 9/11, and then the rest of Zechariah is reading about how terrible it is. Time is that short. In fact, in Zechariah, chronologically, there's a man standing amongst myrtle trees. And if you want to Google a picture of myrtle trees, They look like cherry blossoms that the Japanese gave the United States as a gift that are in Washington, D.C. Japanese cherry blossom at the base of a box canyon. And red, white, and speckled horses are above the canyon. Red, white, and speckled, star speckled, red, white, and star speckled horses are above this box canyon below a guy on a horse, a red horse amongst myrtle trees. The Japanese flag, nothing but a sun, big red sun, sun god worshippers, pagan sun god worshippers are the enemy of Israel. Oh, the hunters were the Nazis. First I will send you fishers, fishers of men. Then I will send you hunters to fish you out. Okay, he already sent the apostles. 2000, 1925 years. We get the World War II. I'm just saying it's a lot close. You don't got to believe that. It's just a lot closer than we think. It's the time is so short. Is my only point. It, you people that are old know more. Yeah, I'm old. I'm 100. 63, whatever. Yeah, he needs to. Yep. Yes. David Neener. How long you been here? Man, have I been talking that long? David Neener, welcome, brother. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Back in the old rude days, too. My gosh. And Sticky, yes. Look at that. Oh, so good. Oh, boy. Yeah. All those burning bridges coming back to me. Yeah, it was a time for bands. Yes. Oh, yeah, you can in fact, if you want to you can come up here and share in private chat your private information. I just don't know how to get that uh how do you say that? The oh, what do you call that? Brown ban, brown blocking, brown banning, where you don't even know where you're banned. I remember a weekend I was from 8 in the morning on a Saturday until well after 3 in the morning Sunday morning. I had been saying hello and stuff, and nobody had answered. I had no idea. I had no idea. I could see my messages in chat, but nobody else could, and it was tricking me into thinking I was there. I think a brown banning or something. Yeah, that was the worst. That was the worst. So tough to when you have no voice, you have no voice. It's just a shame. But yeah, as far as a cult, yeah, probably a cult of personality. But thank God, because it's he nailed it. He nailed the 70 weeks. We saw proof of that. He nailed Micah. Just what was it? Just recently, Micah. He nailed the. He was the first one to let me. That he was the first one to tell me that Moses was up and down that mountain more than once. I had seen the Ten Commandments, and I thought Moses went up there, got a whole bunch of, came back down. No, he was up and down 7 times. One time he went up there just to get berated by God to say, "You didn't tell the people to set bounds. Go back down and set bounds." Rude was the first one to let me know that. And that's where I went over every frame of every video he ever made, looking for a crack. And you see it in his personality, the crack. But in the dogma, yeah, in the doctrines that he's preaching, though, I don't see the cracks. There's the cult of personality, the Barnum and Bailey salesmanship, um, the genius of speaking for 30 minutes and then saying, and that's the reason you need to buy this book. There's that. So yes, the cult of, but thank God, because it led me to truth beyond. But yeah, I think it was the people in the chat too. The so many strangers, so many questions. I've learned so much from Sticky Peculiar. I've learned so much from Trig. You say one thing wrong, and they'll let you know. You say one thing wrong, and they'll let you know. Hey, is it okay to do Hanukkah? Is it okay to do the Feast of Dedication? Well, Jesus did it. Yes, he did. But when he was at the Feast of Lights, the Festival of Lights, he specifically says, I am, or was he correcting them? See how there seems like there's two viewpoints on almost every little thing? Two tablets, two trees, two everything. Even your relative pronouns. And he shall make a, and he shall stop the daily sacrifices. That sounds like a good thing, to stop the daily sacrifices. The daily sacrifices were instituted after the golden calf. So yeah, who's the relative pronoun? What's the relative pronoun? Always a good discussion. Let me get caught up on half of these doggone the comment. I'm trying to learn StreamYard, brother. Link pinned. Oh, the link is pinned? Just popped on algorithm. Oh, the gang is slow. Yeah, dirty vermin. Shadow ban. Thank you, dirty nose. Dirty nose. Yeah, dirty man. I tell you what, that's yeah, yeah. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I tap on when I tap on your comments. They go on the. I can see that they go on the thing. Yeah, there's too much. The trolls of the old, no, these people just come on anymore and they will just tell you, I am this way and I believe this way and you better believe that way. It's the same old thing. What was it? I think it was Alf. It was a dumb sitcom, Alf. No, it had Muppets, but it was a bad Muppet sitcom. It had who who's the baby? I think the catchphrase was, who's the baby? Who's the mama? Something like that. They were little dinosaur Muppets. Anyway, they said they went to on a protest one time and it says, "We are right. We are right." So it's WAR. If you look at the sign, "We are right," it spells out WAR. So yeah, the trolls, anymore, they just come in and they're just like, "No, we are right. We are right." And you better know what I'm talking about. 2 Timothy 2:22 proves that eternal salvation through ethereal the castor camber of the percenta. Oh yeah, no. Just relax. Just relax. You lost grandma's love. You're looking for some sort of factual thing, or you're looking for some gold nugget that you want to share with the world. Like Rude used to say, "Oh, you can't wait to share with us what God told you this week," rather than listening to the discussion. The pride in finding out. Yeah, it's overwhelming. And if you have a little bit of power as a mod, um, you can really harm people. Yeshua is the first of all creation. The light of life is in him. Learning from you guys. Sharon G, you're so funny. Yeah, I don't know how to link the pin. I can keep adding the pin banners. I don't know banners. StreamYard. I don't think that's not linked. That puts it in my crawl. That puts it in my crawl. And media assets. Hmm, I don't. And how to make a mod, dude. These were things that we went over a long time ago. Default camera. I don't want to mess with it. The sheep herder guy. Oh, what was his name? Sticky Peculiar knows his name. Dave and Patty. Yeah. If you, man, if I could make you a mod, you could share the link. Yeah, the sheep herder guy. What was his name? He always told us, "You're a big fish in the Little Dipper. You're a little fish in the Big Dipper. Come to the Little Dipper. It's more advanced." Something like that. Sticky would remember. But yeah, I think of that guy often, and I don't know whatever happened to him, but it sounds like the kind of guy that would go into the because me and him hated the same thing. I go into I go into the bank that the check is drawn on. I get my paycheck. I go into the bank it's drawn on to cash it. Instead of Walmart, well, they'll charge you $3, or a cash checking place charge you $5. I go to the bank that it's drawn on, and they charge me $5. I would throw a fit. I would make a scene every time. I've had managers, we don't have to cash this check. We'll escort you out of here. It's making me pay when I'm coming to your bank because I don't have an account. This is your fractional reserve. If you just have an account, then we can loan out a whole bunch of more money. We don't care how much you have in your account. It's fractional reserve. We only need a fraction of your account, and we can loan out hundreds of thousands. And I used to get so mad, but that same guy was mad, and he was saying that he had so much money in the bank that even when he went to take money out, they would charge him. So I think he was very, very rich. But he was talking Big Dipper and Little Dipper stuff as far as a gradient level of ethereal knowledge of God, not how to worship him. He was all about the love. We had enough love. He loved this, but he wanted us to get more facts, and it did kind of freak me out. I forget his name, but yeah, he was always fun to. I think it was in Discord or something. He was always fun to, is he here? Is he here? But then again, we had to ban him a lot, block him a lot, because he talked about so many. He insisted on so many things. And I think he was always insistent on you were saved already. Hebrew Roots doesn't really believe that. OSAS, free grace, Calvinism, even Catholic, Lutheran, a lot of them discuss it. We're looking for eternal life. The salvation, grace, that a lot of that came already, of course, but there is a resurrection. We're looking for a hope, a faith. If the faith is seen, it's not faith anymore. But no, I just wanted to Alps. Who figured it out? Did Sticky figure it out? Yeah, Shannon. Don't. Um, yeah, Dale and Pata, yeah. Oh, the question was who was what was the name of the guy? And his name was Alps. But yeah, if I have a paycheck, I go to the bank it's drawn on to cash it, and they charge me money, a service fee, because I do not have a checking account there. Oh, but they'll give me $300 to start a checking account. See how that works? The fractional reserve or whatever. Um, Forgive me. Let me clean my eyeball here for a second. How to pin that link? How to get? See, you can't see the StreamYard is on the StreamYard is on the thing is on the crawl. Oh, speak your New Year mind. Yeah, see, that was what I put on the crawl. Oh, yeah, no wonder that probably doesn't even work. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Let me get rid of that. Yeah, happy Valentine's and Sabbath. That's what I'm putting on there. No, we'll get rid of that. See, Sharon, you and me, I don't even know. Shannon might have said she's not, but yeah, as far as like technically or whatever you call it, I don't even remember. Challenged. We are copy. See, that's crazy. Copy X out, go to more, hit post comment, click on that, and then it I can post the comment. That's ridiculous. It's like, yeah, check Google. Yeah. Shannon. Yeah, when I first saw your name, I sang "Shannon is Gone," the song. Um, but no, I was thinking Shannon in Washington State. The exploding whale of Washington State. The exploding whale of Washington State. A real event. Hover over the comment. Well, I mean, if I tap the comment, hover over the comment, hover, remove from stage, hover over the comment. Did you see the guy? Oh yeah, did you see the guy that got Jonah swallowed by the whale? Yes, the exploding whale. Oh my gosh. Yes, it was a real thing. They had a whale wash up in Washington State, or was it Oregon? It might have been Oregon. They had a whale in the 80s. In the 80s, they had a whale wash up on shore. They didn't know how to get rid of it. They couldn't tow it away. They couldn't get it was dead. It was bloating, stinking. They didn't know what to do. So they blew it up. They blew it up just like WKRP in Cincinnati with the turkeys. Things were coming down on the news anchor. You could see the whale a long ways away. It blows up and around. Boom, 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 boom. It was the funniest thing because it really happened. It was the funniest thing. Okay, so let me try. All right, so guest, so more. Okay, so more layout, private chat. No private chat. Whoops. Oh, no. Oh, no, I didn't know about that. Thank you, Shannon. Oh, that's hilarious. I mean, not, you know, oh, that's funny. Oh my goodness. Oregon, thank you. Yes, the exploding whale of Oregon. The explode. I'm so sorry, Washington. Oh, that was so funny. Oh, yes, that was funny. And I still can't. Example banners, folders. Click on a banner to show it on screen. Yeah. Use banners to summarize your talking point, display calls. This was one of my other ones, 38 years from the Ten Commandments to the Ten Commandments. This was my new year. And then this was today, Happy Sabbath. Copy. Create banner. Paste. See, that just puts it up there. And the whole mods thing, hover over. And those three things on the right, star karma, delete, put user, ban user. more settings, guests, general. Mm. Hover over the message and click on the three dots. Click on pin to on-air chat to pin the message to the top of your chat. Pin to on-air. Okay. Thank you, Shannon. We're going to try this. Oh, Shannon, good night. I'm sorry. Yeah, Shannon, happy Valentine's Day. I'm glad I got to spend it with you. And Shabbat Shalom. We'll see you hopefully tomorrow. Yes, Shannon, very kind of you. Very kind of you. Amen, sister. Star comment. Did that do it? Mm. Okay, starring them, just unstar. Wow. I'm gonna hit Android. I'm on an Android. I don't know, y'all brothers, but still gonna try a different route here, Shannon. I know she's gone, but I'm still looking. Biblical Seekers. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, Biblical Seekers has some teachings. They have a channel. Oh, boy, I wish you could share some. Well, this brother was preaching as a one of his kids, 16 at the time, let's say, street preaching. Guy comes by and shoots at him. I shoot you not. Welcome, biblical seekers. Good to see you, friend. Good to see you. Shabbat shalom. Yes. Yeah. Go to YouTube later for that. Oh, it says hover over the comment. Life's the same. Moving in stereo. Life's the same, except for the shoes. Life's the same, shaking like tremolo. Life's the same, it's all beside you. Don't, 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 don't. Cars' first album. Oh, the Cars were supposed to be the next big thing. The Knack was supposed to be the next big thing. Greg Kinban, Devo. They were all the Firm. They were all supposed to be the next big thing, the next Beatles. We were so influenced by music, so influenced by it. Black Flag, Rise Above, we gonna rise above. I don't know that one, I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's pretty good singing there, Nunya. You know, Nunya doesn't sing very good. No, we got the Black Flag. Out on the road today, I saw a Black Flag sticker on my Cadillac. On a Cadillac. I had a Cadillac and actually wrote that in black magic marker on the back of a Black Flag sticker. I remember some kids, oh, check out that, check out on the road today, I saw a Black Flag sticker on a Cadillac. A little voice inside my head said, don't look back, you can never look back. I thought I knew what love was, what did I know? Those days are gone forever, I should just let them go, but I can see you, your brown skin shining in the sun. I can't sing, but lots of music runs through my head. Boy, if you're in the shower, you can sing. You ever do that falsetto when you're in the shower? You just sing yourself. You know, you can just hear yourself. If you're in the shower, you can. And I was a little bitty baby, my mama used to rock me in the cradle in there old cotton fields back. You ever do that in the shower? You can see everybody's a good singer in the shower, Jack. Yeah. Oh, he will. And that brother Sticky, he'll rattle off a lyric, and everybody will like, what the heck, Sticky? He made a comment, and then you'll realize a few minutes later it's a song lyric, and I was like, wow, that's a good one. That's a good song lyric. And what else? The the punks were right, I think. Like I think the hippies are right. Were right. Sticky, I think the punks were right. If I'm even using the word, I don't even know if we say punk. Is it punk rock? I mean, it's not ska. It was punk, alternative. I think I've heard you use a different name for it. There are a more respectful name. But anyway, yeah, like the modern gothic would try to be mimicking us or whatever, but no, Sticky knows. Yeah. Masquerodum. We had a guy in one of our buddies in high school was named Mike Swoboda. Mike Swoboda. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Don't Stop to Punk Rock, Blondie, Rapture. When Rapture meant lust. But when we speak of biblical rapture, is that Jesus's passion for us? Is that his? I mean, it's what he wants for us, right? And it was his passion, so to speak, like the Catholics call it, for to die for us. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, stay an outsider. The outsiders, I think, are so right that the outside, you know what I mean? Then there's nobody, there's no core, and that's what happened with woke. Everybody wanted to be that Down syndrome kid. There was one Down syndrome kid that the people were like, hey, let's vote that kid into homecoming queen. And then it's like, oh, that's smart. So now you got all the Down syndrome are all homecoming queens. That's the new standard. You got one guy, one girl started to cut themselves. And then all of a sudden there's a social hypnosis where everybody's cutting themselves. The skirts get shorter. One skirt had to start that. The skirts get longer. I remember in 1980, the winter coats got longer, and I'm like, man, you can't see their bottom. I don't like that style. But the dresses, the styles goes up and down. It's just what you get acclimated to, what you get comfortable with, saying what the new catchword is. Remember we used to say peachy keen? No, of course you don't, because it was so long ago. Um, Fads and fashions, yeah. But the outsiders, there always has to be. That's why, as much as I hate The View, I don't think they should be canceled. You need that opposing viewpoint, right or wrong. You can't just have everybody. That's a cult. Everybody on board, regardless. That would be a cult. But oh, Jax. Oh, I love that. That's at Blondie. Yeah, yeah, face to face. Where's that at? See, how can I? This is so stupid. You don't. Yeah, I've played. There's a you can play background music on here, and I've had a copyright. It's not even a copyright thing. StreamYard does it a little bit different, but yeah. Eating guitars, look out! Oh, you brothers are cray cray. You brothers are cray cray. Let me try if I do it on that. How about if I hover over that? Remove from day stage. Exit solo layout. Mute. Yeah, I don't get that. We'll get rid of that. I don't understand that. That's so. And the banners, I can't post comment, paste, and that gets it down there. Excuse me. But I can't hover over that. I can ban myself. That's hilarious. I can put it up there, but that. And it won't drag. Media see logo, overlay, rename brand, delete brand, brand one, new brand. Oh no, we're not gonna do that. Bubbles, add background. Click the comments tab. What's up, Dirty Mama? Click the comments tab, okay, and spell the comment you want to pin. Click the comments tab and spell the comment you want to pin. Spell a comment. Well, that makes it a banner. That makes it a comment. Oh, and it's starred. Whoops. Yeah, today's Tom Sawyer gets high on you. Yeah, he used to just run away at night and go hang out with a homeless black guy in a cave. Now he gets high on you. Well, of course, that was back in 1980. He got high on you. Now, God knows what he does nowadays. Tom Sawyer. Tom Sawyer. Film you. Frankie. Oh, Helen B. Blessings, sister. Yes, you have a great week too. Shabbat Shalom. Nice seeing you again. And on air chat message. Over the message. Click on the three dots and press pin to on air. Yeah, I don't see that pin to on air. I've got this star. It says, whoops. Okay, so I've got, click the comments tab and throw the comments you want to pin. So I click the start, and I'll start that StreamYard one, so it's start. Small, it's a small feature. Yeah, I'm with you, Dirty. I did click, I am in the comments tab, and I did click on the right, like yours, I can undo that. But this whole that StreamYard one there, I can also click to that like it is and click back to that. But the three dots, that's the exact same comment that I shared the StreamYard link to in the comments. But the three dots on the right, I have the choice to star it. It is chosen to. I have the choice now to unstar it. It's already starred, so it could be starred and posted in the. So I don't know how I do that. But yeah, I appreciate that, Dirty. Small or extra small future. Just a bunch of kids around us that are not in a good position. That could be small and extra small futures. But no, I wouldn't waste the money of sending them here. There's just so few that I would know. But yeah, somebody else in chat might definitely be interested in, especially that size variation. Ooh, cotton. That means that once they're going to be like extra, extra small. Hot water. Oh, yeah, we don't see the boys. No. Live comment. Live comment. Live. Damn. Media access. Goodness. I would not know how to get some good music on there without copyright, whatever the heck. Have you ever been to Israel? No, I've never been to Israel. You ever been to Israel? I'd like to go to the Eastern Gate. I mean, the Eastern Gate that there's now is above the Eastern Gate of Jesus' time. I'd love to go to the Eastern Gate, take a whole bunch of fishing poles, put a for rent sign, for rent, fishing poles for rent at the Eastern Gate, take a picture of me at the Eastern Gate, and put the caption, faith. That's my dream. Yeah, the homeless. The homeless. There's we got tons, but no, the little. Those aren't those wouldn't do us any good here. They're yeah, but thank you though. Think well, I won't give you any. But you come up with any other things and we'll check them out. But no, the sizes or whatever the shirts that wouldn't do us any good here. Yeah, for the homeless, yeah, we do get so many, but no, not anybody that wants to wear a small, extra small T-shirt that says "Daddy's Little Princess." Yeah, foster homes. Yeah, yeah. Terry, she's got little girls, um, and she is close to you. That might be an option for sure. But don't just give up on us because we, and not give them to somebody. Wow, 100% cotton, bro, man. That's good stuff. Hmm. Now it's going to shrink and everything, but yeah, we don't. Is that my gray hair, or do I got something in my hair? Look at that. Is that my? I got gray. That is my gray hair. Is that gray hair, or is that something in my hair? It's like gray hair to me. Brothers, man, I don't know. You going up here with your there's got to be a way to. Well, regardless, I was going to read Deuteronomy 5 because we got this whole Deuteronomy 4 thing here where it's like talking about in the latter days, in the end days, you're still going to have to remember God's covenant. What covenant? Oh, the covenant where he says specifically, shouting out at Mount Sinai, that covenant. So, but I was just having a fun time reading Deuteronomy 4 earlier, waiting for some people to come on board, but I don't know if. Yeah, I've got too many. I've got too many wrinkles. The hair. I've got like lots of hair, or however you want to. But no, we got too many wrinkles. We got too many wrinkles. Whatever. Yeah, I look very old. And Moses called all Israel and said to them, "Hear, O Israel, the statutes and judgments which I speak in your ears this day, that you may learn them and keep and do them. The Lord our God made a covenant with us in Horeb. The Lord made not this covenant with our fathers, but with us, even us, who are all of us here alive this day. The Lord talked with you face to face in the mount out of the midst of the fire. I stood between the Lord and you at that time to shew you the word of the Lord. For you were afraid by reason of the fire and went not up into the mount, saying, I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the house of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters beneath the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself unto them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the third children, unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and shewing mercy unto thousands of them. Thousands of them what? People? No, thousands of generations. Thou shalt not bow down thyself unto them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. Unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and shewing mercy unto thousands of them generations that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Keep the Sabbath day to sanctify it, as the Lord thy God has commanded thee. This is funny. In Exodus, we get the exact verbatim. Oh, Dirty Varmint knows about this. In Exodus 20, we get the exact verbatim, do not covet thy neighbor's wife. In Deuteronomy 5 here, he's repeating, after 40 years, he's repeating what was said. But listen to what he says when he speaks of the 10th commandment. This is Deuteronomy 5:21. Neither shalt thou desire thy neighbor's wife, neither shalt thou covet thy neighbor's house, his field, or his manservant, or his maidservant, or his ox, or his ass, or anything that is thy neighbor's. Notice he says desire and then covet. This is what Paul is talking about, because Deuteronomy is part of the law, the added law. Deuteronomy means added words. He's recounting. He may tell us the 10 commandments. The 10 commandments are the covenant, the statutes and judgments and commandments the added law, the sacrificial system, the Levitical priesthood system, even the wilderness tabernacle, that entire has not been needed yet until after the golden calf. And he's saying, and Paul says, though I had not known the law, except the law had told me, thou shalt not. And here it is, Deuteronomy 5:21. 40 years later, Moses recounting the exact words of Exodus 20 says, don't covet thy neighbor's wife. In Deuteronomy 5:21 here, neither shalt thou desire thy neighbor's wife. Neither shalt thou covet thy neighbor's house. So Paul's telling us right here specifically, he's noticed this desire and covet switcheroo, and he's letting you know desire in the law, let him know what covenant. Otherwise, you've only got Exodus 20. Don't covet thy neighbor's wife, don't covet thy neighbor's house, don't covet thy neighbor's manservant, maidservant, ass, ox, lands. You've only got covet, covet, covet. So Paul, and that's not the added law, that's the 10th commandment. It's in the covenant. But the added law, this Deuteronomy, which Paul picks up on, is specifically saying, I had not known what covet meant unless the law had said, thou shalt not desire. So this is so even though Deuteronomy 5 is repeating the 10 commandments, it's not a verbatim reading. You'll also notice in the Exodus 20 10 commandments, it doesn't, say anything about creeping things. The Deuteronomy 5, thou shalt not make thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters beneath the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself unto them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation that hate me, and showing mercy on 1,000 of them. Oh, shoot. Where do we go here? Sabbath that I've made. Where did I skip? I stood you at that time. Oh, they repeat it again. Oh, good point. I like that. You think the Deuteronomy 5 is a verbatim, but Exodus is a corrupted version. Interesting. Yeah, because Deuteronomy, I mean, that's what Deuteronomy means in Hebrew. It's like added words or added law or something. But no, right at the beginning, you can see it's a recounting, but I do like that. I do like that perspective. I want to be able to consider that perspective. Good point. Oh my goodness, Jax, man, what do you guys got? Oh my gosh. Right, the law code, the law, priestly. Do we have to join God's Sinai covenant? Yes, the Sinai covenant specifically. He said he'll in Deuteronomy 40 years later. He's telling you right away. This is a covenant I made beside the covenant at Horeb. And we were just reading in Deuteronomy 4 how you should remember the commandments, statutes, and judgments of this, even in latter days, even in tribulation, even in latter days, if you seek the Lord with all your heart. I'll read it again here. Take heed unto yourself, lest ye forget the covenant the Lord your God made with you, and make you a graven image in the likeness of, that's Deuteronomy. Yeah, when ye shall have children, corrupt yourself, engraven anything evil to provoke them to anger. I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day that you shall soon utterly perish from off the land. You shall not prolong your days. And verse 27, and the Lord shall scatter you among the nations. You be left few in number. Verse 28, and there ye shall serve gods, the work of men's hands. Verse 29, but if from thence, Deuteronomy 4:29, but if from thence thou shalt seek the Lord thy God, thou shalt find him, if thou seek him with all thy heart and with all thy soul. Does that sound familiar? When thou art in tribulation, and all these things are come upon thee, even in the latter days, if thou turn to the Lord thy God, and shall be obedient unto his voice not only of the 10 commands, but his voice of that promised prophet, who we must hearken to, that voice too, who for the Lord thy God shall be obedient to his voice, for the Lord thy God is a merciful God. He will not forsake thee. He will not neither destroy thee, nor forget the covenant of thy fathers, which he swore unto them. You think this is Abimelech and Jake covenant? No, listen to this covenant he's going to speak about. For ask now of the days that are past, which were before thee, since the day that God created man upon the earth, and ask from one side of heaven unto the other, whether there has been anything like this great thing is, has or hath been heard like it before. Did ever people hear the voice of God speaking out of the midst of the fire as they heard and lived? Or hath God assayed to take him a nation from the midst of another nation by temptations, by signs, and by wonders, and by war, and by a mighty hand, and by a stretched out arm, and by great terrors, according to all that the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes? He's talking about that blood covenant. Yes, of course you have to follow that blood covenant. That blood covenant, however, was made with bull blood. God never commanded the bull blood. Moses took it upon himself. Some people were doing a burnt offering and a peace offering, and Moses took half the blood, sprinkled it on 1,000,000 people, sprinkled it on what he had written down, the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments, and he took that back up and on the altar, and he took that back up to God with 70 elders, Nadab, Abihu, and Aaron, and they all had a marriage supper of the Lamb for a week. It says that they saw no similitude of God, but they saw his feet, the sapphire stones under his feet, as something to that effect. I'm getting it mixed up. That blood represented death to the offender. Jesus renewing this covenant. Jeremiah 31:31, speaking of the new covenant, the law is written on your heart, not the covenant, the law. In the new covenant, the law is written on your heart. You've still got the old covenant, the 10 commandments. The only thing stopping people from wanting to do the 10 commandments is the Sabbath. They think I think there's only 3 verses that are messing people up, that think that it's a burden, something they need to be freed from. They don't understand it itself is freedom. If you think I'm doing a work by observing the Sabbath, look at me. I'm sitting down. I'm resting. Let's go over. We got to do this before I get Romans. Adult male circumcision, the works of the law, the deeds of the law, is adult male circumcision. What are you talking about, Mike? Pharisee law dictating that you must be circumcised as an adult to be Jewish, to be saved. Romans 1, 2, and 3. Paul, a servant. Oh, yeah, Dirty Varmint ought to just love this. Paul, a servant of Jesus. You received the gospel. I'm obedient to all in Rome. He's writing to them in Rome. Beloved of God, called to be saints, grace to you and peace from God our Father. I thank Jesus. I long to see you. Hope I can get there. Now, I would not have you. I would have you put purpose to you, but in time, I might have some fruit among you. Listen to this, Romans 1:13. Now I would not have you ignorant, brethren, that oftentimes I purposed to come unto you, but was let hitherto, that I might have some fruit among you, even as among other Gentiles. You're writing the Pharisees of Pharisees and calling them Gentiles. This ought to perk their ears up right away. So as much as me, I am ready to preach the gospel unto you at Rome also. He's doubling down on it. He's not ashamed of the gospel. Verse 17, for therein is the righteousness of God. For the wrath of God is revealed under heaven of unrighteousness, because that which made known of God is manifest to them of God. He shewed unto them at Mount Sinai. Verse 20, for the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. For the invisible things, he's quoting Leviticus, what is it, Deuteronomy 29:29. It might be Leviticus 29:29, the invisible things. Because that when they knew God, they glorified him not. Neither were they thankful, but became vain in their imaginations and foolish in their heart. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. He's not only talking about the entire state of Israel, but specifically Mount Sinai. Wherefore God also gave them up to uncleanness through the lusts of their own hearts, to dishonor their own bodies before themselves. I'm suggesting this all happened at Sinai. For this cause God gave them up vile affections, for even their women changed the natural, and likewise the men, the natural use, receiving in themselves the recompense of their reward. Get it? Yeah, nasty. And even as they did like and retain, okay, being filled with unrighteousness. This is verse 29. Being filled with all unrighteousness. If righteousness is following the commandments of God, they were filled with all unrighteousness. He's going to be talking about the 10 commandments specifically right here. Unrighteousness, fornication. Is that one of the 10? Are you allowed to fornicate, or is that okay? Wickedness, covetousness. We just spoke about this. That's all of those in the 10th commandment. Covetousness. That's the 10th commandment. Maliciousness, full of envy. Envy? Murder. Yeah, that's one of the 10. Debate, deceit, malignity, whisperers, backbiters, haters of God. That's the first 3. Broken. Despiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents. Aren't you supposed to honor your mother and father? This is another 10th command. What are we missing? Thievery, disobedient to parents, without understanding, covenant breakers. What covenant? The Abe covenant that they had nothing to do with? The David covenant that they had nothing to do with? The blood covenant of Mount Sinai. Covenant breakers. Here's the 10. This is the 10 commandments in Romans 1:28, 29 to 32. It's the 10 commandments. He's listening to the 10 commandments. Without understanding, covenant breakers, without affection, implacable, unmerciful, who knowing the judgment of God, that they which commit all. He's talking back to them. You think, who knowing the judgment of God, the people at Mount Sinai, that they which commit such things, those at Mount Sinai, are worthy of death, not only do the same, you, but have pleasure in them that do them. You not only do it, you do this, you have pleasure in. Number 2, chapter 2. Therefore thou art inexcusable, O man. All right, a little bit of Mount Sinai, you're inexcusable. But we are sure that the judgment of God is according to truth against them which commit such things. And thinkest thou which this, O man, that judgest them which do such things, or despises thou the riches of his goodness? But after the hardness of an impenitent heart treasurest up unto thyself wrath. This is Mount Sinai. Listen to this. He's talking to the Pharisee of Pharisees. He's a Pharisee of Pharisees, writing a letter to the Pharisees in Rome. Speaking of the Mount Sinai covenant, saying you guys are doing just as bad. He's going to distinguish them between uncircumcised. These are circumcised. He's circumcised. Everybody's circumcised. But he's going to explain to the circumcised that the uncircumcised were also always invited. Abraham was promised father of many nations. That means Gentiles as well as Jew. Who will render to every man according to disease, to them deeds, who by patient, continual, but to them that contentious do not obey, unrighteous and wrath, tribulation and anguish, but glory and honor that and peace to every man that worketh good, to the Jew first and also to the Gentile. This is verse 10 of chapter 2, Romans. Romans 2, verse 11. For there's no respect of persons with God. Circumcised, uncircumcised, for there is no respecter. Circumcised, uncircumcised, no respect. For as many have sinned without law, that's the uncircumcised, shall also perish without law. And as many as have sinned in the law, that's the circumcised, shall be judged by the law. You're going to be judged. So you got two things. You got circumcised and uncircumcised. The circumcised, for as many have sinned without the law. The uncircumcised, if you have sinned, you're going to perish without the law. If you haven't sinned, you are not going to perish. It's not saying you are without the law and you're going to perish. It's saying if for those of you that are uncircumcised, for those of you outside the law, if you've sinned. So that means there are people that are not going to sin. Paul explains it later, by reason of age, you know right from wrong. By reason of your own conscience, you bear witness of whether you are right or whether you are following God's law inadvertently, not knowing it. But glory and honor and peace to every man that worketh good, to the Jew first and also to the Gentile. For there is no respecter of person with God. For as many have sinned without the law shall perish without the law, and as many have sinned in the law. Okay, if they're in the law and they've sinned, they're going to be judged by the law. It's that easy. What? How hard is this? For not the hearers of the law are just before God, but the doers of the law shall be justified. Justified, never done it. For when the Gentiles, which have not the law, do by nature the things contained in the law, these having not the law are a law unto themselves. Circumcised, uncircumcised, circumcised, he's saying they're the same thing. The point being, those outside the law and those in the law. Two different guys, he's saying they're one, but I'm just pointing out for 3 chapters here, he's going to say circumcised, uncircumcised are the same, which shew the work of law written in their hearts. We are supposed to have the new law written in our hearts, but these people that are even without the law somehow have the law written on their hearts. Right. That's why there's covenant, statutes, commands, judgments, law. Behold, thou art called a Jew, and restest in the law, and makest thy boast of God, and knowest his will, and approvest the things that are more excellent, being instructed out of the law. And art confident that thyself art a guide of the blind, and light of them which are in darkness, and an instructor of the foolish, and teacher of babes, which hath the form of knowledge, and the truth in the law. Thou therefore which teachest another, teachest thou not thyself? Thou that preachest a man shall not steal, dost thou steal? Yeah, they do. Thou that sayest a man shall not commit adultery, they commit adultery? Yeah, they do. Dost thou that abhorrest idol, dost thou commit sacrilege? Yes, they do. Thou that makest thy boast of the law, thou breakest the law. Through breaking the law, dishonorest thou God. For the name of God is blasphemed among the Gentiles through you. Even the Gentiles, through these Pharisees, the Pharisees in Rome, are bad-mouthing God because of what they've heard from God from you. For circumcision, here we are, a circumcision. For the name of God is blasphemed among the Gentiles through you, as it is written, for circumcision verily profiteth, if thou keep the law. Why is he bringing up circumcision? We distinguish between circumcision and uncircumcision. So now he's saying circumcision does profit you, excuse me, if you keep the law. But if thou be a breaker of the law, the circumcision is made uncircumcision. Therefore, if the uncircumcision keep the righteousness of the law, the Greek, if the uncircumcised keeps the righteousness of the law, the Greek, the uncircumcised, keeps the righteousness of the law, shall not his uncircumcision be counted for circumcision? And shall not uncircumcision, which is by nature and is full of the law, judge thee by letter, and circumcision dost thou transgress the law? For he is not a Jew outwardly, circumcision is outward in the flesh, but is he a Jew, is one inwardly. Circumcision of the heart, as promised in Deuteronomy. Circumcise the foreskin of your heart. He's always wanted that. Here, Paul is making it clear there's circumcision and uncircumcision, but it doesn't matter. You guys think that you guys, as the circumcised, judge wrongfully and are doing the nasty things that you're even judging against. Chapter 3, very quick. What advantage then hath the Jew, or what profit is there of circumcision? Jew, circumcision, he's tidy, these are together, but much every way, chiefly because that unto them were committed the oracles of God. The oracles of God, the statutes of God, the feasts of God, including the Sabbath. For what if some did not believe? Should their unbelief make the faith of God without effect? God forbid. Yeah, let God be true, but every man a liar. It is written that thou mightest be justified in thy sayings and mightest overcome when thou art judged. But if our unrighteousness commend the righteousness of God, what shall we say? Is God unrighteousness that taketh vengeance? I speaketh as a man. God forbid. For then how shall God judge the world? If you understand what he's saying, for if the truth of God hath more abounded through my lie, he's just telling you I'm not lying. What then? Are we better than they? No, we're not better than them. The Jews and Gentiles are all under sin. For it is written, there is none righteous, no, not one. There is none that understandeth. There is none that seeketh after God. They are all gone out of the way. They are together become unprofitable. There is none that doeth good, no, not one. Their throat is an open sepulchre. With their tongues they have used deceit. The poison of asps is under their lips. This is from whose mouth is full of cursing and bitterness. Their feet are swift to shed blood. Destruction and misery are in the ways and ways of peace. There is not fear of God. Now we know what things say, soever the law saith, it saith to them who are under the law, that all mouths may be shut. Therefore, by the deeds of the law, circumcision, there shall no flesh be justified in his sight, for by the law is the knowledge of sin. Did you catch that? Circumcised people, uncircumcised people. Now, for there is no fear of God before their eyes. Verse 19 of chapter 3, Romans. Now we know that what things soever the law saith, it saith to them who are under the law. You have broken it. If you need to look up the law, you've broken it. It saith to them who are under the law that every mouth may be stopped. Right. So you go to the law so you can shut up every mouth. Who's right? Who's wrong? Go to the law. What does the law say? 8-day-old males only, so that all the world may become guilty before God. Verse 20, therefore, by the deeds of the law, there shall no flesh be justified in his sight, for by the law is the knowledge of sin. But now the righteousness of God without the law, the righteousness of God when you have broken it, not the people without the law, it's their faith, is manifest, being witnessed by the law and the prophets, even the righteousness of God which is by faith. Uncircumcised, circumcised, faith. Doesn't matter. It's all about faith now. We got it. Faith. Faith in what? 8-day-old male circumcision. When you were circumcised as an 8-day-old male, you had no choice in that. I'm going to lose my battery. I'm sorry to talk so long. I didn't mean to. I was hoping I would, yeah, let me, Read a few more comments. I'm so sorry, Dirty Varmint. Do you have to join God's Sinai covenant? Yes. What did you read? Contrary to the idea God killed that generation in the 20 years old and upper, he killed all that entire generation. Right. The 20 and under, what? They got the second 10. They got the second 10 was 39 and a half years later. The second 10 came and God touched Moses's face, and immediately he went north, and well, Aaron died right away, and he wiped out two giants, the two lands of the giants. It's a quick read, but it was 60 giant cities, not 60 giant cities, 60 cities, high walled and fenced. After he got, do you think that there's the bad witness report at Kadesh Barnea? Do you think there was Korah's rebellion after he got the second set of 10 and God put his hand on his face and his face shone? Do you think that happened after that? No, his face didn't shine for 39 and a half years. That's why the second covenant has the exact same words as the first covenant. And the law is on the outside pocket of the covenant, of the Ark of the Covenant. What you read, John read 2 Peter 3. Yes, he claims this section as the Lord your God. The middle part was added in later by Second Temple priests. Well, that's right. That's why your Nicholas. Well, this comment's too old to be commented on, but yeah, it's sticky. That's why your Ross Nichols. That's why he thinks there's different priests that wrote. But no, it's a simple chronology. If we read Deuteronomy, Exodus, Numbers, and Leviticus all together at once and put them all together at once, you see this happened here, this happened here, and this happened, and it all fits together like a tight cog. It's not separate priests. The second set of tablets were 39 and a half years later. That should help you get on your start to a better chronological reading rather than a bunch of different priests reading. It was just a bad chronology. Second Temple priest. Yeah, we're familiar, Dirty. This is the real. There are two versions that are fake and gay. The priestly section. Shalom DV. Yes, exactly. The priestly source is corrupt, I believe. Love your name, Lalo. That's why I send my dog. He sends his dogs out after dirty varmints. I know you, bro. Crazy animal. I think Deuteronomy 5 is a very I'm telling you, yeah, X is corrupted. Thanks, Sticky. I remember when I thought I saw a pattern with the goat in mother's milk first, but it didn't pan out. Yes, the goat in the mother's milk. It's too. Jax, I did notice when I was looking at "Do not start a fire," it didn't say, and God told Moses to tell them, and it's not right. Exactly. I think the fire is in there, but yes, yes. Thank you, Jax. Thank you. You're paying yes, because it's so important. He told him set bound when he first goes up the mountain. He tells him set bounds around the mountain, and he doesn't. He says, "Don't come against your wives." This is important because these guys couldn't last 40 days without doing the golden calf. But we don't understand why couldn't they last 40 days? Because Moses said, "Don't come against your wives, man." I don't know who's not going to be able to handle that. I don't care how old you are. 40 days? Oh my God! If I haven't had something in my sleep happen by the God's almighty dreams, I wouldn't know what to do. Ezekiel says God no longer punishes for the sins of the parents. Oh, well, he never did punish them. What I read to you was he's a son shall not die for the father, a father shall not die for the son. This is a good point. So how can the third and fourth generation die for the iniquities of the father? Right? Knows nobody. You got a good point, Sticky, Dirty. How can the son die for the father? How can the third and fourth generation? Because it's after 2,401 years, from 457 BC, 7 times 7 times 7 times 7, 2,401 years later is 1945. For the golden calf sin, the law was added. For the golden calf sin, the law was added until Jesus. Jesus took that away. We're left with a covenant. What happened to the people at Jesus' time that continued not to believe in Jesus? The number kept going. It kept going. 7 times 7 times 7. Judaism that did not believe it, that branched off from when Jesus came, the Judaism that did not believe in Jesus, that people, their iniquity stuck with them. And by the year 1945, the third and fourth generation of those people that did not believe were executed all at once, even unto the third and fourth generation. 10 years of the Holocaust. The Jews that did not believe in Jesus paid the price unto the third and fourth generation for the golden calf sin. They had their out at Jesus. They had 1900 years to reconcile. They didn't. Many believed, many became Nazareth, but for those that didn't, the seven, Leviticus 26, 7 times 7 times 7 times 7. If you do not follow my commands, I will give you the plagues of Egypt. If you continue not to follow my commands, I will double the plagues of Egypt. Don't forget, one of the plagues was the firstborn male will die. If he's going to double it, that sounds like your firstborn daughter. Sounds like your children are going to die. Sounds pretty important. If you don't want to follow these commands, your children are going to die. Oh, I don't believe that. I'm in Jesus' rest. I'm in the rest of. I'm going to lose my battery on this, man. I wish I could get to these comments. This is so much fun. Oh, said God no longer punishes the children for the sin. What do you think? You're right. True. Now that I keep this out, I would never stop. No, right. 1 John 5, love for God is keeping the commands, and they are not grievous. Right. Yeah, he does. A dirty varmint hates Paul. It's not a secret. It's not what we've yelled at him for. We try to talk to him, but no, to give a true testimony, a true witness account of dirty varmint. He hates Paul. He thinks he's a false prophet. Prove it without Paul. Yeah, exactly. It's tough. I'm so happy Paul explained this to us all. He's not critical. Paul is good for comedy, but it's not gospel. Oh, and sticky, but it's kind of, it sounds like the book that always resonated with Hebrews. Yes, look for in the book of Hebrew. I can't, okay. I actually, only the gospels are gospel, and I'm being lenient. I would say only Mark, Luke, and John. Yeah, he doesn't like Paul. Oh, excuse me, Mark, Matthew, and Luke, and John is untrustworthy. Revelation is untrustworthy to him. I think Ezekiel. I don't want to misrepresent the things about the writings of Paul. If we don't understand the culture, is right. Can honor the SU and John embellished, but dang, didn't string no Trinity where there's no right. No. Didn't Paul say there is no transgression where there is no law? Yes, but people still died. Did the people that had the pillars fall on them during the time of Jeroboam or whatever his name is, were they more, Jesus asked, were they more sinful than the other ones? My battery's dying. I gotta, oh, look at all these beautiful, oh, you guys are so, I'm not gonna, anyway, very good, brothers. I'm gonna put on some music and see how long before the the stream dies. I'll try to post my text again. I have to go to post comment. Yeah, there we go. We got the StreamYard, and we'll just say something like stop on by and say hi. Stop in and say hey. Stop in and say hey. But I have to get this on a charger. Oh my goodness gracious. Media.
Yeah, the wolf. The wolf. I think Dirty Mormon thinks Paul was the wolf. Is that like the small? What was it? The small Paul, the small wolf, or something? Dirty. He's got a whole theory. Explain it, Dirty. You got a whole theory going on with Paul. Yeah. But I'm trying to charge here. We'll be back. Yeah, like old times, brother. Dirty Varmint, man, that one you make some good videos. I put that one on. I'm trying to turn my sound off, that background music. Your sabotage video. In fact, Sticky Peculiar should look that up right now and jam on it. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. But that one that you had with the timing, I won't give anything away, but that one video you had with the Japanese percussion that was in sync with what was going on in the video was just so perfect, so visually stimulating. The MTV was visually stimulating because the beat would hit something along the storyline in the video, and your sabotage video and your other one with that those videos were those were so good. Just and I know what I mean. You had you had my picture for like a millisecond in one of the people that were the derogatory term you used for against us. You had a quick picture of me and some other people because we like Paul or something, but oh, that was just so good. I don't even want to give it away, man, but it's so cool that it's like the drop. You know, I don't know if you've heard the club rock where it's the do 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 heat it up. Like that, you know, they'll have that combat rhythm, that repetitive industrial pounding, you know, bam, 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 with a little bit of maybe a little bit of upbeat, like they're building up to something. Sabbath time. You know, it's like that. But you had that nailed in there with right, your drop was and the whole video is building up. The guy screeching not even and is building up and it's like, you know, and the drop is as the music gets higher and higher and higher. The one guy says, you know, like, you know, what is your name, citizen? And the music gets ready to drop, and then it drops. What is your name, citizen? My name is Dirty Varmint. I'm like, dude, that was the best video. I'm like, I put that on loop and listened to it over and over and over. And your views didn't even change. I think you only got 40 views even after I watched it on loop for like an hour. Seriously, you only got like 40 views. But it was totally anti-Paul. I mean, but I'm pro Paul and you're anti Paul, and the video is totally anti Paul, but it was good. It was really good. It was really good. And then after that incident where the man's ear was bleeding, the candidate, the time, that video that you, Dirty Varmint, that video that you it was cute and everything, but as far as like the timing of the beat, you know, the drop, that was in perfect timing with the bleeding ear, and it was very emotional. It was very emotional to watch. You know, I mean, no matter what you believe of the guy whose ear was bleeding, no matter what you believe of the guy, the timing that you put in your video of that percussion, that timing was really good. But that, and I know what movie you for that one video that you said, you know, citizen, what is your name? And the whole car chase scene, so to speak. I know what movie and everything, but boy, you just that was such a good video.
That was and it's so true. If you're if your belief is that you're anti-Paul, your video is so true. The guy driving and he's coming to the cliff. He's coming to the cliff, which is, well, I don't think was the cliff Paul. Regardless, if you're anti-Paul, it's the video. The car is avoiding and coming, and the guy jumps out of the car and everybody's safe, like, but no, he's not safe, but oh, he is safe. But and then I don't want to say the android, but the android at the end. Yeah, I don't know, brother. That was just a really good video. But of course, I love that song "Sabotage." I mean, what, you can't go wrong with that. Man, that was such a good video. Oh, and you had like the words like to the song, so that you would be forced to hear those words, so to speak. You know what I meant. It's yeah. But no, brother, I'm trying to charge up this stupid phone, and I'm not putting on my glasses to read these comments that are probably 20 minutes old anyway. I still can't figure out how to put a StreamYard thing up there. But no, man, you got some good videos. You got some good videos. It was my whole point. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Dirty. Is it possible to forgive someone who hasn't repented? Oh, yeah, believe you me, the forgiveness is for you. Jesus to forgive your brother as many times as he repents. Oh, yeah, yep. He never does. So don't forgive him. I don't hate him, but he's dead to me. Probably a Paul thing. I've danced around that often. Best you can do. I still pray for him. Turn back. Yeah, Jack's the only mean to you. I'm sure he sees this. Definition of forgiveness is that you pretend the sin against you never happened, but it requires repentance for that sin first. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, your sin thing. I think the definition of forgiveness is that you pretend the sin against you never happened, but it requires repentance for that sin first. Yeah, it's so how can you forgive somebody else, right? Unless they've like offended you, so is your forgiveness like, oh, I don't I guess I shouldn't have really been that offended. Is that your forgiveness to them, or are you like, you totally offended me, and that's, I love you so much, I don't want you to incur the sin of having hatred in your heart against me or something, so I forgive you. I don't know. It works more towards you. The the like the circumcision of the 8-day old males is can't save the 8-day old males, or needs to, because it's innocent till 20. It's more for the parent, but no, it's more for the child. How? Well, the child's going to grow old and question its parents and come to Jesus because it wants to know, how would it even know it's different? Where are you going to see another one that you would compare yourself to and say, oh, I'm circumcised and that guy over there isn't circumcised? I mean, right, the Greek Olympics were nude and whatever. I'm just saying, if the circumcision, that's Paul's whole, well, I don't want to say Paul. Did Jesus say it?
That's the New Testament's point on Abe's circumcision, Abe's faith, is that at the time of his faith, he was not circumcised. Of course, that would be the Pharisees' examples of adult male circumcision required for salvation would be your Abraham, your Moses. Dirty would say your Moses' sons, not Moses. I would agree with that. But you know what I mean when I say the Moses. It's or even the people crossing the Jordan. Every last one of them had not been circumcised. And if their parents, the 20-year-olds and older that did not make it in for their murmurings, didn't make it in, it sounds like the circumcision would not have benefited. No, the circumcision, circumcising their kids. Regardless, there's examples of adult circumcision, or excuse me, older than 8-day old male circumcision in the Bible, but no, we go to the law so that all mouths are stopped. What does the law say? It says 8-day old males only. God at Abraham, before the Mosaic, Leviticus, I think it's in Leviticus where it says 8-day, but certainly in Genesis, back with Abe, yeah, circumcise these guys, circumcise those guys. It's a statute, who knows, forever. But no, it certainly can't. The 8-day old male child has no say in the matter. Your K levels spike only on day 8 of your entire life. So circumcision at any age, different than 8 days, is dangerous. Abraham, 99, 90, 89, 99, circumcised? Like Jamie pointed out, Russell, Christian Miller, essentially you just want to draw some blood. So like Dirty Varmint might say, just a little, when he's getting a haircut, just a little off the top. Abraham, just a little off the top. Moses' sons, though it was, I think it was Zipporah, took a sharp rock. God, like it's got dirt on it. Took a sharp rock that she picked up out of the street, grabbed a sharp rock out of a junkyard. I mean, what? She took the exact same sharp rock that night, cleaned it and everything, and shaved her legs. Moses took that exact same sharp knife, washed it, and shaved his under the next day. It's not. He took a sharp rock like some nasty thing they got out of the dirt real quick, and immediately, because God wanted to kill Moses. So Zipporah immediately took a sharp rock and quickly circumcised Moses' sons. Wow. Your God is a bloody God. No. She took a sharp rock, like sanitized, very, hey, let's go in the tent. This is what's going to go down. Hurry up. Sit down over there. We're wasting time. It was that quick, but it wasn't like, hey, I'm grabbing the first sharp rock I can off the road and doing my kids. But that's the first thing. So your Acts 14, I don't know if you think that's Paul at the time, but Acts 14, it's it's the Acts 14 teaching. It's not Acts 14. For the Acts 14 teaching, we go to Acts 15 because it is 14 chapters of Acts that we are going to be teaching. When I say Acts 14 teaching, it's not Acts 4. It starts in Acts 15, and we speak about 14 chapters of Acts. So it's Acts 15, the very beginning. The Jewish sect saying that that they had to be circumcised
to be saved, quote unquote. They had to be circumcised to be saved, to be saved. Whoever the audience is in Acts 15, it's not 8-day-old males, and the topic of discussion was not 8-day-old males. So it's a Jewish thing. If at the time of Jesus, to become Jew, Hebrew, Israelite, inheritor, co-heir, looking for a Messiah, the Pharisees said you had to their adult male circumcision. This comes about after Hanukkah, your first Hanukkah. So Peter and all the other apostles, or whomever at the time of Jesus, their immediate fathers could not stand this law either. It wasn't the law of Abraham for the 8-day-old males codified in the Mosaic law of 8-day-old males. It wasn't Abraham and Moses as the father figures that couldn't stand circumcising their 8-day-old males or making it a law or codifying it. It wasn't those fathers. It was Peter's immediate father, or Paul's immediate father, or James' immediate, well, I guess, well, no, he was a half brother of Jesus. Boy, did I think he was born of the Father for a minute. That's hilarious. He is now, as are we. But you got to get in covenant. Dirty Varmint's got some beautiful points on forgiveness, atonement, sacrifice. Some beautiful points. Beautiful. You have to. Every good Christian. Any Hebrew roots, especially Hebrew roots, knowing the difference from law, covenant, commands, statutes, judgments. Should have answers for him, but he always there's times I have seen him in debates, and the guy literally points out, what's this over here, and he'll say one. He says, what's this over here? No. So 1 + 1 is 2, and Dirty Farm will say, this scripture says 1, this scripture says 1, and this scripture says this 1 and 1 are 2, but I disagree. And I've seen people yelling at him. It says literally 1 + 1 is 2. What is 1 and 1? Well, not 2. Why can't you? I've seen people yelling at him. Oh, it's hilarious. But yeah, there's he's making the Hebrew roots points without the Hebrew roots people even knowing. If you're Hebrew roots and thinking that God Almighty kicked Jesus into a volcano so that the Hawaiians could have a better crop that year, you're not understanding what sacrifice is, or atonement, or forgiveness. But no, just to answer your, and this is probably a 30-minute old question, but you said something about forgiveness. For me, I want to really make it clear for me. When the excuse me, the Hutus and the Tutsis, is that right? There was a country where two people were fighting, and I saw on ABC News, live as it happens live, I guess, on as they're giving the news, they said they showed a film of a man taking a machete to another man. It was the film was from a distance, a jungle on the left and right, a red road leading in between, and off on the distance on that red road from a top angle shooting down point of view, you can see one black man taking a very long machete to to another black man, and it looked like the other black man was on the ground kneeling, and it was 100. I think it was 100,000 people were murdered in 10 days. I don't even know. The United States did not go in for any reason because the comedians at the time joked that they didn't have any oil. There's no reason for us to go in there. And then once we found out, oh, this is what's going on, they're walking around taking machetes and killing people and everything, then people would go back and look at the news and say, oh, you know what? I thought I saw that, but it was such a long photograph, and the guy in the back, it could have been a stick, but it really looked like a machete, and the guy fell in such a, you come to realize, wow, that was totally disgusting. And then you come to find out that it happened on such a wide scale, such a massive amount of people dying on such a short amount of time, is because one guy would threaten another guy with death if he didn't kill these guys. And you may think that's like chicken poo way of dealing with things, that, oh, I would never do that. You would eat your own child. In the Bible, you will eat your own child because you are so hungry, and you will lie about it. The dainty woman who, because of the delicacy of her foot, would not so much dare touch, put the sole of her foot against dirt, will be eating her own baby. The whatever. When you're hungry, you won't believe the things you'll do. But so many people were killed because one guy told another guy, go kill a bunch. And this guy told this. So a very small group of people got a whole bunch of other people after that to kill a bunch of people. If only the gospel could work that, as something as negative as that, if only the gospel, a positive thing, could work in such an exponential manner. But I remember years later, a guy whose family was wiped out by his friend forgave him, and was at his daughter's wedding, was 100% forgiven, and the bad forgotten. It wasn't forgotten, but it wasn't like, oh, I'll never forget. This man forgot as well, to the point they were good friends. And that really taught me something about forgiveness and how it heals you, would be my only point. But for years on the internet, because this was back like when you would dial up, like dial up days, was when this. So I always wanted, if I ever got the internet, I wanted to look that guy up, because he, I think there should be forgiveness centers, just like there are worship centers in America, throughout the world, Europe. I think there ought to be forgiveness centers where you just go to share stories of forgiveness, or maybe a story of confession, and you're seeking forgiveness, instead of one preacher, teacher, leader, speaker getting up there on what he's learned, on what God's given him. Have forgiveness centers for it. Just go up there and say, oh my gosh, when I was 16, oh, I robbed a bank. Oh, I took this $2,000. Oh, I took it, and here's my repent. Oh, and I'm so sorry. Or and they're looking for forgiveness. Other people like me, that people have wronged me, that I have forgiven, they come to me years later talking to me funny, like, hey man, and I'm like, what? And they're like, don't you? I'm like, what? I'm like, I really don't remember, because this, oh yeah, I remember something about that. And then it was a real generalized, like, okay, don't, because it was so many times. And but oh yeah, okay, oh that's right, yeah, I forgave that a long time ago, brother. How can you make it through a year of a Day of Atonement Every year there was a Day of Atonement. In fact, this is what you modern day Christians like love to jump all over. Oh, don't even hate your brother in your heart now. Right. That was spoken at the Day of Atonement. Don't even take your friggin' sacrifice, especially you high priest or your priest doing this sacrifice on behalf of the people, where they have to do it for them and their family, and then they have to do it for the whole people, and then they let one go like a scapegoat, but they don't even have an Ark of the Covenant anymore. So this whole Day of Atonement thing is just crap to begin with. But don't even do that whole Day of Atonement. Don't come into Jerusalem. Oh, another feast. I get to drink. I get to smoke. I get to chase wine, women, and song. It's another day to celebrate the Lord with hatred in your heart against your brother. Don't do that day. Because even when Jesus is speaking of it, he says, because the comers there, it never, I think Paul spoke of it. Oh boy. Saying the comers there to it won't make the comers there to pure it won't purify them. The comers to what? The comers to the Day of Atonement. Not just the priest, the people. There's 3 pilgrimage feasts you're commanded to go to Jerusalem for. Otherwise, you party at home, invite pagans, serve clean food. Deuteronomy 12:21. But there's also 7 added Sabbaths to the weekly Sabbaths. And this would be your Day of Atonement would be one of those 7 Sabbaths. It's on the 10th of the 7th month. The 1st of the 7th month is another added Sabbath. The first of the, not the first, the first day of Tabernacles, the 15th, is an added Sabbath. The 22nd, even though the Feast of Tabernacles is over the 21st, that's the last day, the 7th day. The 28th is the 22nd is an added Sabbath. During Passover, it's a 12-day feast. It's not a 1-day feast, a 7-day feast, an 8-day feast. It's a 12-day feast. On the 10th, you choose your lamb. You keep it up to the 14th when you kill it and cook it. The 15th starts the part of the feast. That's actually the feast. That's when you eat. That's why it's called a feast, in the beginning of the feast. But that's when you're eating something that took you 5 days to prepare. You're not going to have your Thanksgiving dinner in November if grandma don't get up at 4 in the morning and start defrosting the turkey. Okay, you're not doing anything on the 14th if you haven't gotten it on the 10th. This is Simeon. In fact, here's this Simeon from Jesus' circumcision. Speaking of circumcision, Simeon, Sidney Poitier, the last carrying the cross for Jesus on the day of his crucifixion, is the same Simeon from his circumcision when he was 8 days old. Simeon, the prophet. Simeon the prophet was told by the Holy Spirit, you are going to see what? The salvation. Did the salvation come on Jesus' circumcision day? No, it came at the cross. Simeon was told from the Holy Spirit, you are going to see the salvation of the Messiah. And here's another example of 2 things. And then he was told to go to the temple. 2 things. He was told to go to the temple. So he saw the salvation of Jesus. He saw the cross. And I don't want to do it like that. He saw the salvation of the cross. And then he was told to go to the temple when Jesus was 8 days old. And what does he say? Now. Kill him now. What? Kill an 8-day-old baby? Yes. I have seen his salvation. You are going to be pierced too. may now God, this is the words he says, Simeon, on when Jesus at his 8th day at the temple was told to go to the temple, seeing the salvation, seeing the crucifixion of the Lord, was told to go to the temple on Jesus's 8th-day birthday for his circumcision, says, now let my servant die. Not me, him, that 8-day-old servant. Now let him die, for I have seen his salvation. It's on a bloody cross, nude, circumcised. On this day of his 8-day circumcision, Simeon says, now let my servant die. Because he was told he would not die until he saw the salvation of their Messiah. And when Jesus was 8 days old and getting circumcised at the temple, that was the salvation of our Messiah, though he can't even wipe his own ass. Though Jesus Christ couldn't wipe his own ass, he was our salvation when he was 8 days old, Simeon. And now, Simeon, since you are so old, you, the servant of the Lord, who have done nothing for anybody ever within the scripture except being told that you're going to see a salvation, now you, Simeon, can die? No. Simeon is saying, God, I've seen this man's salvation. Now let your servant die. And he tells his mother, you two are going to be pierced. How much more obvious does it got to be? And Simeon, a different Simeon. Oh yeah, a different Simeon, a different Sidney Poitier. Literally sees Jesus as salvation because he's helping him carry the cross. Coming from afar. How much clearer has it got to be? Simeon saw himself carrying the cross, or he saw Jesus on the cross. More likely, saw himself carrying the cross if he said at his circumcision when Jesus was 8 days old, now let Jesus die. This is the same Simeon. What? It's the same Sidney Poitier. So what? So after he helps him carry his cross, then what happens to Simeon? What happens to Sidney Poitier? I don't think we have anything in the text on it. I really don't know, but my point being, if you're a day late and a dollar, if you think Passover is the 14th and it's a pilgrimage feast where you have to go to Jerusalem, if you think that you're going to show up in Jerusalem on the 14th of the Aviv or the 13th to get a good seat, to get a hotel room, let's get there on the 12th so we can go on a quick tour. You have not followed the command of Exodus 12. Choose your lamb or goat on the 10th. Keep it up. Keep it in your house. Million TikTok follower rabbi, he's a rabbi, Yehuda Glick, talking to KJV, Keith Johnson version. Yehuda Glick talking to Keith Johnson on the Passover lamb, said they would not only choose it on the 10th, they would care for it in such a way, so treating it so important, they would tie it to their bedpost for 4 days. Well, I mean, they would keep it up for 4 days, but they would keep it in their home. You are to take it out. Take it out. Choose it. On the 10th, keep it up. Keep it up, keep it up, take it out, take it out. Keep it up, take it out, take it out. It does not mean you put a stamp in its ear. You get a tag with that same number. You keep it up on the Temple Mount. You and your kids go watch. Go take the tram from the Mount of Olives down to the temple, and look at your lamb from afar. And oh, Simeon's going to eat from that lamb, but he's not coming till the 14th. No, Simeon has to be there on the 10th as well. And one lamb feeds a lot of people, but every adult male would have to take part in that on the 10th. You can have delays. Oh, I'm not going to be there till the 14th, but you cannot make plans like, hey, I'm going to be there the 14th. Otherwise, you're going to end up like Simeon, not only carrying your own cross, but Jesus's as well. You want to do that? Isn't your cross enough? You want to take Jesus as well? There is a baptism of suffering. There are people that are crippled and suffer or are in pain. Who's that friend of mine? Oh my God, she burned her, you know what? And no, it wasn't a hot coffee. It was a scalding hot. She's bath, unattended bath. She's paralyzed and can't feel. Yeah, 3rd degree. Oh yeah, for the hot water heater should have. And when she was sitting there, it was no testing, no putting it on. It was just, ooh, yeah. There are some that are baptized. Wow, that did happen in the tub. There are some that are baptized into suffering. There are too many that are. There are too many. There's one too many. I tell you, sometimes I get so cold, and then once I warm up, I think to myself, wow, there's people that have actually frozen to death. There's people in wars that are frozen to death. There's people in just being poor frozen to death. People being rich frozen to death. What a way to go! What a way to go! And you think to yourself, I wish I could, since I just felt how cold it was and didn't like it. I wish I could give some relief to somebody, but like through God, not through magic. Like, God, how I'm feeling now, please give this warm fuzzy feeling to somebody else or something like that. Or and then maybe that prompts you to pay their bill too, to actually act on your faith. But this is where forgiveness comes in, to give the whole full circle. It's a selfish thing to do. It's not an inappropriately selfish thing to do. It's an appropriate selfish thing to do, to forgive somebody. And yes, we all know about the 7 times 70. Forgiveness is a day. But don't forget the once a year Day of Atonement. Back the Day of Atonement was pre-Golden Calf. The Day of Atonement was post bull blood covenant. But after he went up there with it, the signed agreement, so to speak, the blood agreement, and he took it with the 70 elders up to the marriage supper. He went further for 40 days and got instructions on how to build the tabernacle. How does that fit into prophecy? How does that fit into law, covenant, when the tabernacle is part of the added law after the golden calf? The tabernacle at that time had one thing. It said, for the Day of Atonement. There was no sacrifice for this sin, that sin. It was to be built with the furniture, the gold ark, the gold mercy seat, the gold altar and censers, and the gold menorah, the gold table, the brass altar and brass bath. all for one sacrifice a year. There were sacrifices you would do just to once it's built to cleanse it. That's given when Moses went up there. But there's to cleanse it. But the only sacrifice so far is Passover. But there would be a sacrifice on the Day of Atonement once a year for your souls. Isn't that interesting? Instead of a sacrifice, for a sacrifice for a sin, or a sacrifice for a burnt, or a sacrifice for a peace offering, or it was for your souls. A habitation for God, also, to be amongst the people. So we see this in the ruling from Jerusalem millennial reign. Where I think Ezekiel says you have to go up there once a year for Sukkot. If you're up there for the 15th, you might as well be up there for the 10th. It's just like Passover. If you're there for the 15th, you might as well be there for the 10th. Right. So that's my whole point. The 10th of outside of forgiveness, the 10th Passover is not for forgiveness. There's no sacrifice for forgiveness of sins. That Passover sacrifice, that single lamb or goat sacrifice, was a memorial to being in bondage. So this works for Gentiles who were in bondage to the law of sin and the law of sin and death. This works for the Jews, the Israelites, whatever, the believers in the Messiah as well. Both have to confess, both have to repent. Deuteronomy, by mouth, confess. That's Deuteronomy. I don't know how to emphasize how much before the New Testament that actually is. I'm so sorry. There are a million comments behind. I'm not even gonna, oh my gosh. Jax, you should. Oh, good. Oh, no, there is a bunch. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, look at your active chat. Sticky Peculiar, you are alone. Thanks, Nunya. I'm out. Way cool. You're up tonight. Very good, Sticky. Oh, maybe you sent that an hour ago. Maybe you sent that 5 seconds ago. But yes, thank you for stopping by. Oh, it's so good to see you. Since he's gone now, I can show you. He sent me that book. Oh my goodness. It'll take me 30 minutes to focus on it. The Moses Scroll. Now this is interesting. Let me give a little hype to my brother Ross Nichols. This brother that's kind of hard to do. I got my mirror off thing, so it's kind of hard to, but to give all credit to Ross K. Nichols. This they found some time ago, and they only have copies now, good copies, of what they call the Moses Scroll. They kind of threw it away thinking it was fraudulent. It was impossible for anything of leather to last 3,500 years in the desert. The Samaritan leather writings, and it's the book of Deuteronomy in these leather writings that they found some years ago in the 1800s, but they only have copies of them now, that they call the Moses scroll. It has Deuteronomy, but it doesn't have the blessings. It has Deuteronomy, I forget what, a 20 or something like that, but it does not, the Moses scroll does not, in that chapter that it has, there's 9 different patches, I should say, kind of stuck together, and different pairs and sequences. Does not contain the blessings. Otherwise, it's a good copy of Deuteronomy 20, whatever it is, 23, let's just say. So this guy is conjecturing on whether it's true or not. And well, I would just tell you right off the bat, you ought to believe it's true. The Moses scroll would be, I would say, would be a real thing, if you can call a non-existent thing. They don't have it. They don't have it. It was these plaques, like a bunch of 3x5 cards, like about 15, I think it was, and they were about 3 times the size of a 3x5 card, maybe twice as big as a 3x. And they come in, they would fold together, and on the backside was some stickiness, some adhesive sort of thing, leather, written on leather, Samaritan, because of the spaces, not the spaces in between each word, the like a dash, a jot, I guess, or a tittle, you might say, in between each word. It was 100% Samaritan. So the I'll show the 100% Samaritan. So but some guy found it, took it to a Bedouin. Yeah, some guy out in the desert, not some guy on the street. Some guy in the desert found it in a cave. Well, I don't know if it was a cave. He found it. Takes it to some guy and sells it to him, and he's like, oh, it's cool, and maybe he keeps it for a while, maybe not, but at some point they thought it was a wonderful thing, and then everybody said, no, it's a dumb thing because it would never be preserved in the desert that long. And then in 1940, whatever, 1947, before Israel was a state? Well, whatever. They're not a state yet either. They're not. They don't have the full bounty. They found the Dead Sea Scrolls, and so people are rethinking these leather writings. But it's, I guess it's word for word Deuteronomy that does not have the blessings in it. It's a wonderful read on the guy's discovery, and then of course in the back it's got the exact translation of the very easy to translate Hebrew, I would assume, Samaritan of the Deuteronomy. But let's not forget, when they came into the land, they commanded that Moses command Joshua to command the people that once they get in there to go on Mount Ebal and pronounce the curses, and go on Mount Gerizim and pronounce the blessings, and the people were to walk in between in that valley as people on one side yelled this and one side yelled that. I think it was more of a parade thing, like, more. I think it was more professional than that. It was a giant party. They were to build an altar there, a barbecue. Remember, the altars are barbecues. So the blessings that they are pronouncing on one side, and the curses they are pronouncing on the other. I think that this Moses scroll would then be your Mount Ebal. Since it does not contain the blessings, it sounds like the choir or the group on the other side on Mount Ebal that screams the curses. They only needed that part of the scroll copied over and over on all this leather. I want to get that author's name in there, man. How come I can't get that author's name in? Oh my God. So anyway, they were on leather parchments, and they think it was a hoax because it was on leather, and leather couldn't last. And then 50 years later, they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they're like, oh, things do last for 3,500 years. And they're reconsidering this, but no, they do not have the originals or know where the original Moses scrolls are. They, like I say, they're written on leather. They do not, but they once they did have them, they made very, very good copies. They were easy to read, so to speak. They had translators. There shouldn't be any like this. We've had the Hebrew Matthew since Matthew, but nobody reads Hebrew, so yeah, good luck translating it when you don't have a language, when you've got a dead language. But no, they found this. Well, let me just read you. Ross has a wonderful show. I wish I could give him credit on what the heck channel he has to. I'm not going to be able to read that without my glasses. I'm just saying, this is a. Well, now his conclusions. He's thinking about different. His explanation is different. I don't want to say authors, priest authors. His explanation is different authors. My explanation is there's a chronology. There's a chronology within each book. That's why you're reading Exodus, and Moses goes up the mountain, gets the instructions on how to build the tabernacle, comes down the mountain, breaks the tablets, goes back up, gets the second set of tablets, comes down and puts them in an ark that he hasn't even built yet. You see what I mean? So what it is there's a chronology that you need to figure out. Well, it's like, well, why do I need to figure out a chronology? Well, it's because there's 5 different books in the Pentateuch and Torah, and if you don't put them all together, you won't see 2 different quail events, 2 different serpent events, 2 different tablets. Excuse me. The 2 different tablets, excuse me, by the way, had the exact same words on them. Regardless, so putting everything together, we get a nice chronology on what happened. They come out of, you go to Numbers, and it gives you 40 different locations, and nobody knows where they are. Google that. Give me a map of, Google this. Show me a map of the wilderness wanderings, the travelings. Every answer you get, every image, and then change it to images only, and then search through the images. Get yourself a good map. Every map has a question mark next to almost every location. There's very few locations we know of where they actually are Kadesh Barnea is good. Ezion Geber. There's some others, but for the most part, everything's a question mark. And then Ron Wyatt, thank God, finds everything. But it's like, oh, well, where is this in the wanderings? Well, that's just it. There's a chronology. There's not. He didn't just go up the mountain one time, come down with 613, 623 commands. Oh, and then Jesus came and took that all away. No, there was an entire, not only 7, 8 times up and down that mountain, there's an entire 40-year process. He didn't even get the second set of 10 until 39 and a half years later. They build the tabernacle on the first of the Aviv. They leave on the 20th of the second or third month of their second year. That's the 13th, 14th month after. Okay. And then what? They do the whole Kadesh Barnea thing. And the bad witness report. And then Aaron's rod to make sure Korah's rebellion, they got tired of the Korah was required to carry the crap. Oh, the crap? Is it crap, Mike? Yeah. In Korah's, as I am like relating to Korah, I am going to use Korah language. Yeah, he thought it was crap that he and his family had to carry that crap. It's all right. Earth opened up, took them, left his kids. All the other people, you think they were worse than the other people that murmured? None of the people that murmured, over 20 years old, none of the people that murmured got in. None of the people under 20 got circumcised, or them being 8 days old or whatever got circumcised. They didn't do that till after the River Jordan. They had the big circumcision party. Paul, yes, circumcised a couple people. Timothy, because his family was a Jew or half Jew, and on behalf of this, it's a choice. It's a choice for the land, for part of the land. If you want to, whatever that means. The Levites got no land. Do you think they're bad off? Moses got no land. Do you think he's bad off? Aaron got no land. Do you think he's bad off? It's not, I don't want to say it's not that big of a deal. It's a sign. It's what you do to your 8-day-old male. You do yourself at 9 years old, 19 years old, or 99 years old. It better be just a little bit off the top. It better be just a little pinprick. It's dangerous. Your K levels don't spike at it is symbolic of what is it symbolic of? It's symbolic of the land covenant you were promised. If you do it as an adult is what I'm getting at. It's certainly not required for salvation, as Acts 15 says. In our Acts 14 teaching, we go to Acts 15. I don't know. It's to be circumcised for salvation. Wow. No wonder you would hate the law if that's what you honestly thought. It's the same with fasting. There's no fasting law outside of Passover. So when the rich ruler, I followed the commands, I followed the law, and he says, and I fasted on Wednesday and Friday, and Jesus says you're lacking in one thing. And all you modern day Christians say, I can't wait to see what Jesus says. What is he lacking in? What is this rich ruler? What is wrong with being rich? He's fasted. He's done the commands. He's done the laws. I can't wait to see what Jesus says, because I want to be rich. I want to follow Jesus, but I want to be rich too. What do I need to do? Because I'm lacking one thing. Here it comes. What does Jesus say? You're lacking one thing. Give up everything and follow me. What? He's lacking one thing. Give up everything. No, he's lacking one thing. Out of the list that he told him, fasting was never commanded. Outside of Passover, fasting was never commanded. Hey, Lord, what do I need to do to be saved? Follow the commands and love God. Oh, I have since my youth, and I fast on Wednesday, and I give above and beyond. Oh, you lack one thing. Remember that fasting? And you're a rich ruler? What is fasting to a rich ruler? Do you make the slaves not fan you? Do you not get Burger King, Mr. Rich Boy, on every Wednesday? Oh, it's Taco Tuesday. So yeah, you fast on Wednesday, you fat bitch. Don't fast. Don't fast and say it's a command. Don't teach other people to fast as a command. Outside of Passover, the leaven, you lack one thing. If you want to fast, Mr. Rich Ruler, sell everything. There's your my idea of fasting and your idea of fasting are two different things. Fasting is not commanded in Torah outside of Passover. So when he says, hey, let the Pharisees come to Jesus, the Pharisees come to Jesus and say, John's disciples fast like this, we fast like that. How come you don't do either? We fast like this, they fast like that. How come how come your disciples don't do either? Oh, they'll fast when the master's gone, because the master's going to be gone on the 15th when you start to fast. The only commanded fast, the Feast of Unleavened Bread part of Passover, the 15th through the 21st, the only commanded fast, that's when they're going to be fasting. It's not because of some morning ritual of the Jews where they fast. They'll be fasting, but no, they're not going to fast now because you don't add or subtract from Torah. If you don't put new wine, are you with me? There's no fast command. How come you guys don't fast? You put new wine into old wine skins, the wineskin is going to burst. Not because the old wineskin is all dry and shrivelly up. It's because it's got old wine in it. It'll burst. You're putting too much Coke in the Coca-Cola. Oh, that probably sounded like drug related. You're putting too much Pepsi in the Pepsi bottle. It's a 12-ounce bottle, can. You're putting 13 ounces in there. It's not because the can is old and rusty and you dug it out of the ditch and you cleaned it out and everything, and now you're going to put some Pepsi in it. And oh, that new wine, that new Pepsi, it's just going to bust the. No, there's no fasting command. The new wine, the new command, you're trying to add to Torah. You need to fast to be saved. Say the Pharisees. The Pharisees said, John's disciples fast like this. We fast like that. How come your disciples don't fast? Oh, they'll fast at Passover, like you, like everybody else in the world that observes Passover. They'll observe it when the master's gone. They will fast when the master's gone. How can they fast when the bridegroom is here? Why would they fast when the bridegroom is? Oh, there's fasting examples in the Old Testament. Many. It's a fun and good thing to do, quite honestly. I'd keep it damn quiet though. I wouldn't put on a gaunt face and say, "Oh, I fast every Wednesday and every other Friday, and during Lent I fast doubly as much because it's super duper Easter." Okay, consider this. Out of the three gospel accounts that speak about the new wine bursting the old wine skins, and you think that's the new covenant, the old covenant was too hard to do. Consider this. One of the gospel authors says the old wine is better. Oh man, sticky peculiar is tech. Oh, dirty varmint too. Man, you got how come you guys both got like it looks the same to me? I ain't getting my glasses on, brothers. Y'all are gonna have to be. Oh, I see. That's okay. Gotcha. Cool. I'm subscribed to you too. Oh, good. You guys are talking amongst yourselves. Yeah, dirty varmint's cool. Sticky's cool, but they're cool because they're like they're not they're lone wolf, but they're like not like your lone wolf. They're more they're the lone cowboy, lone cowboy wolf. The good cowboy, not there's good cowboys and bad cowboys. Um, but no, dirty won't. I wouldn't speak on anything personal I know about dirty. I would never speak of for security's sake. So many. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he'll get you riled up. But sticky too. Sticky too get you riled up. Speaking truths. Uh, here's a here's a here's a good example of a sticky truth and or a dirty varmint truth that'll drive you bananas. Like, hey, Standing for Truth does this. Donnie Badinsky. Uh, is this true? Yes. Is this true? Yes. Then this is true. No. Wait. You can't do it like that. You said this and this are true, right? Yeah. So that means this is true. No. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that at all. And it's like, what? What? So, as an example, self pleasure is a good question for Torah, especially on Valentine's Day. Is self pleasure okay? Now, me personally, I would say, I'm 63. I say there's no need or whatever. Whatever. But no. So to answer that question, you say you quote the scripture, "No work of your hands will go unblessed." Okay, so to answer that question, which is, he gives you the truth. So no, that you can't put those together. But that's what Sticky will do with some scriptures. I can't give you an example. Dirty will do. I can't give you an example. But no, I'm just giving you an example on like I love these brothers, but be careful. Like they could be gaslighting you just to get your true opinion. Just to get your true opinion. You think they're asking you because they don't know? You think Sticky doesn't know? I mean, I'm not reading the conversation. I'm just speaking in general terms. He's asking you because he's leading you on to an answer. It's a form of teaching. It's not sinister. They're not evil. I don't think any less of them. I'm just saying these guys are some great brothers, but they'll back you into a corner in a heartbeat on what you exactly believe. And if you're not prepared for how was Jonah, where was Jonah praying from? Well, we all know, but hey, we know what you're also leading up to. Was he dead? Or was he like Pinocchio? Got a little campfire going, waiting for the whale's mouth to open for some fish to come in, that they could eat. Oh, I should probably change that. I'm just gonna post. Oh, yeah, I just wanted to change. Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to change that thing on the chat. Man, I don't know how I post this link. Um, Permanent. Because I just wanted to real quick, like, hey, Valentine's Sabbath, uh, hello. Just a quick hello, Sabbath. And then we got reading Deuteronomy 4. Oh, and this Ross K. Nichols book. Oh, I am so glad he found that. I am so glad he believed in this. I am so glad and he actually has a couple other books too that personally not, I don't even remember the name of them. I don't want to say I'm not interested. I can't remember them. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful find, beautiful leather etchings, leather writings from Samaritans. Yeah, from Samaritans, I guess would be correct to say. Oh, but no, he as he puts it together, he is convinced of different priests writing different parts of the Bible, and that sounds like dirty varmint, picking and choosing which, Revelation, throw out Paul, stuff like that. It sounds like that, but it's like no, he doesn't even mean that either. He's talking because you have to understand this. We're looking at a copy of something that was found in like about 1900, 1880 or something that was discarded as a fraud, not because they proved that it was like not old enough or anything, or there was a grammatical error in there. Everything was perfect as far as ancient Hebrew, Samaritan. I guess it'd be more Semitic than Hebrew. But yeah, everybody's like, oh, it can't be leather. It would never last that long in the desert. And it was found on the east. It was found on the east. No, it was found on the west part. Was it found on? I think it was found on the taint. But no, this is a wonderful read. I would recommend it for anybody. I don't know if I have permission to tell you where I got mine or not from, but even in the back, if you read, or not the back, but it has an English translation in the back. It's not like a bibliography back. It's the back. It's the ending of the book. They give you the English translation, but they give you and 338 pages of bibliography. But no, they give you the Hebrew too, or the Moses scroll, a Hebrew transcription, right? And you can directly lay it down side by side with Deuteronomy. But yeah, that was a wonderful read. I was answering some question on forgiveness and spoke for an hour. Damn, gotta get a drink. All right, we'll take another 5 minute break, right? Where's my little 5 minutes? I'll do my 5 minutes. But I tell you what, man, somebody's got to play some music. How do you play music? Well, I even Googled at one point non-copyrighted music or something to that effect. Um, but this music, the choices they give you on to play on here they're like 30 seconds on repeat. But it will give me time to get a drink. Let me post. Oh my gosh. Oh no, banners, media.
Cray cray, cray cray. I don't know. Even non-copyrighted music. Passover this year is same as every year. Aviv 10. We're on, there's about 900 different calendars. My calendar, I'm about the middle of the 11th month. Other Hebrew roots calendars are on the middle of the 12th month. They will probably have an Adar Bet, a 13th month. We probably won't. We don't know it until the renewed moon, that the first month starts. Then when we know the first month, then we'll know when the 10th is. But no, there's people that have done the gonculation, and you could go to their website to find out. I use Deborah's Date Free, DEV, like Victor. Deborah, Date Free, Arthur Bailey probably has dates that are ready that you're going to celebrate it, but the actual date of it, like when is it to the new moon, they could probably use NASA, just weather, your almanac, quite honestly. So look at the phases of the moon, and they could figure it out that way. But we are, I mean, unless you're planning something major, I don't know why you would want to be that accurate this far in advance. We just know that it's a really big spring cleaning when the first is discovered, whether there's going to be an Adar Bet or not. And all of a sudden, this day is definitely Aviv 1. In your KJV, it'll say Abib. But once you see the renewed moon, and the barley is in that state of Aviv, and we know that first month has started, we know that 9 days later is the 10th, and that we are to choose our lamb. This is So since you choose your lamb on the 10th, keep it up till the 14th, kill it and cook it on the 14th, eat it and burn any leftovers on the 15th. What are we supposed to do now that Jesus was our Passover lamb? Even though we didn't kill him and cook him and everything, when we killed him. He said, do this in remembrance of me. So on the 10th, you take bread and break it, and you take a sip of wine for the blood covenant. It's that easy. It's not that hard. The Feast of Unleavened Bread was commanded forever. The 5-day meal it took to prepare for that first day of the feast is done away with. You now break bread. This is my body, which is broken for you. This is God's Passover lamb broken for you. Okay? But it's not a Passover lamb for a sin sacrifice. It's a
it, it's a self dirty with. This is what I was talking about earlier. Most modern day Christians think God the Father sacrificed Jesus the Son in our behalf. Kicked him like you would, a Hawaiian would kick a virgin into the volcano in hopes that their crops would grow better. No, me and Dirty agree, and it doesn't seem like very many other people agree. It's a self-sacrifice. And as far as an atonement or a forgiveness, you have to differentiate between what you're talking about. Otherwise, you're not going to have any complete. You're going to have a complete misunderstanding. No man can die for another man's sin. How did Jesus die for your sins if no man can, according to Torah, the law that he told you, tried to upkeep every jot and tittle? Because he said, follow what Moses said. He said, follow what Moses said, follow. Don't do what the Pharisees do. Do what Moses said do. Listen to Moses. It's Takanot. Well, that's an easy one for you guys. You guys know what I'm talking about. But for the newbies, it's Takanot. 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 The law that man makes up to trump God's law. You can't do that. You can't add to God's law, take away from it. They were looking for a promised prophet. Yes, when he came, all you have to do is believe. But if you're going to stand outside of that covenant and looking at these people that were in covenant and say, oh, amongst themselves, they're saying all you have to do is believe. If you're outside of them looking in, oh, all you have to do is believe. And then you tell this guy over here, all you got to do is believe. And this guy, oh, all you got to do is believe. Pretty soon you're going to get the impression that all you're going to have to do is believe. And you're not going to know what you're talking about. Believe in what? That's why you have discussions on believe in what. Because you're from the outside looking in. You need to get in covenant. What's so hard about that? It's the blood covenant of the Last Supper. I say it from me. A lot of other people do. You want to say it, love God and love your neighbor as yourself. Don't forget, Jesus was quoting the law. He says the law. If the law is written on your heart, and there's 613 of them, oh my God. So it's like, oh, you got sacrifice for this, sacrifice for that. Can you just sum it up for me? Yeah, he does. Love your neighbor as yourself. Love God, because that's Deuteronomy 6:4, what you need to do to get back into covenant, even at the time the covenant was given. And now Jesus is repeating it. But also another part of the law, Leviticus 19:18. Love your neighbor as yourself. Both of these are from the law, not the covenant. The covenant, the law is written on your heart. So to sum up the law on your heart, those are the two things on your heart. That means the covenant is still active. You still have to follow the covenant. The 10 Commandments. What do you mean follow? How do I follow? Thou shalt not commit adultery. I'm single. I'm too young. I'm invalid. How do you, I'm blind. Don't look at a girl with lust in your eye. How do you murder? How do you, what, I can murder without, I've done my whole life without murdering. No. Your word commit. Well, I haven't stolen a thing in my life. I haven't stolen, well, I ain't so much as stolen a fly. I ain't so much as stolen a fly in my life. You know, you can steal time from your family every time you stop off at the bar. You can steal attention from your wife every time you touch it. Every time you look at another woman, you can steal from your wife. Every time you decide to sit instead of exercise, you can steal time from your lifespan. And don't hate a man in your heart. Yeah, there's another example of this. But no, there's nothing new under the sun. It's the problem we have a stumbling block at the Sabbath. Don't kindle a furnace. Don't go back to Egypt and collect sticks to make straw. Right? No? Yeah. Do not kindle a furnace, a smelting furnace. Don't gather sticks, which is gathering straw. It's an example of becoming presumptuously to the Lord. As an example of coming presumptuously to the Lord, they speak of this guy that one day on the Sabbath they caught him gathering sticks. If he had been working, they would have put him to death, right? Don't work on the Sabbath, we'll put you to death. Yeah, these guys were on death row anyway. These guys were on death row given a conditional pardon. If you follow this law, you shall live. Paul even said, oh, sorry to bring up Paul again, if Dirty's still here. Let me get my glasses, man. I gotta get caught up. I'm not gonna get, I'm sure these guys are just talking or leaving. Why don't the Jews reckon? Why don't the Jews reckon? Why don't the Jews reckon? Why don't the Jews reckon a Bee as the first month anymore? Oh, at the disbandment of the Sanhedrin in 135, the final, like you've heard of 68 AD, the temple, you probably think 70 AD, the temple destruction, that's like two or three different phases of like one war that ended in like 135 AD. I don't remember the Bar Kokhba revolution, rebellion. When the Sanhedrin, they made an algorithm. It's a very accurate algorithm. It's perfectly fine to use. What? You're trying to do the best you can while you're dispersed, and you come up with an algorithm. I think it's genius. The fact that my Hebrew little people, half of us are in the 11th month, half of us are in the 12th month. I think that's beautiful. It disperses the crowd. If we all went to Jerusalem at one time, if we all agreed on one calendar, it would almost be like we were observers of time. I didn't think about that. I gotta get caught up on these comments, man. You guys are too good of friends to me. I'm off my glass. All right, this music's killing me, man. This music's killing me. Info space. Banner. That one. Happy Valentine. That could be deleted. Delete. StreamYard. Okay, that one should be highlighted. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the music, because I wasn't there. It takes 30 minutes to change this music. Don't tell me. Okay, media asset. Pause. Yeah. Oh, then I was gonna turn my mic off. Oh, that's hilarious. No, I got nothing more to say. We'll just chill with some music for a minute or whatever you call it. It's not okay, we're still there. Yeah, what's his music? No copyright music, free, uncopyrighted music, camera, no. Only upload music. Well, I can't play anything on the radio. I mean, wouldn't they know that like right away? I'm gonna Google this stuff when I get out of here. Come on. Yeah. See, I can move. I can change the background music volume. Yeah, I can change the volume. Thank you, Dirty. I can change the background volume. I just didn't want to turn it off. I didn't think I was going to talk that long. Add music. And you've only got choice. Stupid. Music. Brand one. Background bubbles. And then banners. Streamline. Oh, scroll along the bottom is a choice. That's good. Yeah. Man. Setting. Yeah. General resolution. Sorry, man, just techno. Files. Doing nothing. Oh, Ezekiel, brother, are you kidding me? How long ago did you type that? Is it okay if you throw out Ezekiel with me? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Give me a picture. How do I get a picture on here? Oh man. This whole boy, just look at the fighter jet they used in the 1967 Six-Day War, and read the beginning of Ezekiel and tell me that's not a wheel within a wheel. Fixed wings, two on this side, two on that side. Oh man. I'm just saying, we are so close. We are so much closer than people think. A wheel within a wheel. A guy under a dome, a canopy that like beaten out diamond. Diamonds are clear, like a beaten out diamond. And he had four faces, like four countries. And he spoke to a guy in a tower who had four faces. And this spaceship of his that had two wings on the left side and two wings on the right side would be lifted up into the air, but it would only go forward. And whichever way the guy under the canopy of clear like diamond, whichever way he looked, that's which way this spaceship would go. But it wouldn't go backwards or left or right. It would only go forward. But wherever that guy looked, tell me it's not a jet, specifically a jet used the wheel within a wheel. You see the turbo, the spokes move, but the plane doesn't. Not a propeller, a turbine engine, a jet engine, jet turbine. The spokes inside the fan blades move. It looks like spokes moving. But the wheel on the outside, the wheel isn't moving. A wheel within a wheel. It's just too clear. Maybe I'm thinking of a different book, quite frankly. No, it's Ezekiel. It would have to be Ezekiel. Yeah, it's like 900 chapters long. Oh my gosh, who reads that? Every time I read the beginning, oh, oh, now that's true. Lando, excuse me, land of. Now that's true. Um, even our Jew by birth, Henry Kissinger, Secretary of State. I mean, 7 years later, 6 years later, after the 19 in the when in the 20th year of Israel being a state, the year a man can go to war, after May 28th, 1948, I think I got that date wrong. 19 years later is 1967. That's their 20th year. In their 20th year, they go to war for 6 days. 6 years later, in 1973, they go to war. You can't make this stuff up. I don't know. You don't need to know anything about prophecy, but except, wow, just look at that. But no, then you go to read Ezekiel, and it's like, oh, this and that is going on. And Zechariah's thermonuclear war with 2 nuclear warheads. Now, all the warheads are like that all over the world, yes, but only 2 have gone off in Zechariah. And then we get Zechariah's in between 2 brass mountains. You get the flag of Iraq. What red? Not red. Was it green, white, and black? But the writing in the middle of it. No, you're absolutely right. Land of 420. 1967. Yeah. I will not seek nor will I accept nomination of my party to be president of the United States. Yeah. There's certain, I don't want to say there's certain things, but the Gulf of Tonkin was fake. What was it, the McMartin papers of Pearl Harbor on how to get Pearl Harbor to happen? What, the Spanish American War? The guy goes down there and says, oh, it's mayhem down here, it's terrible. And it was like Prescott Bush's dog or something, and it's just ridiculous. But no, Nixon shock 73 takes the United States off the gold standard, takes the world off the gold standard. We had all kinds of the world's gold in Fort Knox and took it. What do you mean took it? I mean, we just took it. Ain't no gold in Fort Knox. And we went off the gold standard. We were on the gold standard for hundreds of years. International trade for gold was at $35 an ounce forever. You couldn't own gold in very recently. In fact, very, very recently, like Mel Gibson, what they had Krugerrands in the trunk. Remember gold from South Africa that was illegal in the United States? Yeah, Nixon shock 73. We went off the gold standard. Money is now backed by money. You're absolutely right. The USS Liberty in the Mediterranean Sea was attacked by Israel. Now, see, Israel, it was years. You know, can a nation be born in a day? You need to watch the movie Paul Newman, Exodus. No, it wouldn't be Exodus. Paul Newman did a movie, and it's like pretty pretty real. The boats trying to get into harbor, you know, the people not recognizing the state of Israel, the Jews. But hey, we won the World War, so we get to make up the rules. Romans, what was it? The Romans, yeah, changed it to the land of the Philistines. This is where you get Palestina. It's not because of, you know, the Palestine, so to speak. Oh, Lena, for reviewing, and I'll put that up there. Well, let me put that first one up there. Yeah. The genetic fathers of Hebrews were Amorites, and genetic mothers were Hittites. For revealing Hebrews' true non-Abrahamic ancestry. He was killed. Who? Ezekiel? And that was before Edomites and Khazars. Paul Newman was a Jew. Yeah, Paul Newman was a Jew. Yeah. Now, Tom Cruise isn't, but I heard his agent is. Yeah, who was it? My father was a Syrian, ready to perish. My father was a Syrian, ready to perish. Boy, I don't know. Yeah, what else we got? So the world, the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank are the two horns of the lamb that comes in like a all peaceful like. This all peaceful like lamb is we're getting off the gold standard and we're going to American currency as fiat money, the petrodollar. If you buy or sell oil, you have to buy or sell it in American currency. That's one world currency that we're already on. When did I don't know? Do you think something changed? The only thing, Iran and all these other people that want to make up their own monetary system. That's the only reason we hate them. What? It's not that hard to figure out. Well, the land of 420, whatever your Ezekiel chapter 16 references, and I'm sure it means that God takes chosen people down a few ego pegs. My train going by, that I think are the, like the horns of God, agreeing with you, the trumpets, agrees with you, would be the only thing I say. But no, I really wouldn't know. Open Ezekiel chapter 16, God takes chosen people down a few ego pegs. Yeah, I don't doubt it in the least, but no, I wouldn't know. I mean, I would open up Ezekiel 16 if I would. I'm just saying the train driving by, Yeah, don't turn left. I'm turning it as hard and right as I can. Yeah, you're on train tracks, driving. But no, the trumpets agree with you, brother. That's oh, we got a little bit of snow out there, not too much. Well, it's like 32 degrees. That's not. That's Oh, is that Sharon G? Sharon, yeah, we're still at it, young lady. We've been here a minute. Just a little Valentine, just a little alone. Ooh, a little lonely Valentine's Day Sabbath. I didn't want to spend alone, so I got on StreamYard. Oh my gosh, no. Oh man. I am so happy. So happy. So happy. I do not know if it's pagan or not. Don't, I don't know. I guess I would care to know, but don't really care to know because it's not, I don't know. It's not that big of a day, but the Sabbath is. Sabbath is definitely a big day. Every week. And it's not much different than any other day of the week, except you have the day off. You don't take 2 days off the weekend. You get all your work done in six, your Walmart job in 6 days. I'm 63. I don't know. It sounds like age 20 to 60, you should be required to work. I don't know if it was work or war. I'm just saying, since I don't work, I'm not really required to rest. Seems that apparently I'm resting all the time, but you can't do 2 Sabbaths, 3 Sabbaths, or 7 Sabbaths in a week where you're resting all the time, either. So what's wrong with that? Well, no, too young or too old, I think has some excuses. Uh, I'm not too old to work. I am very physically fit, except for my dumb foot, man. Oh, my foot hurts so bad. They hurt me, man. I got a little thing going on there. But no, work for the Lord 24/7. Happy, happy. Let's read some scriptures all week. And for the people that worked all week, like a physical job, let's teach them what we learned all week on the Sabbath. And what, and get paid for it? Oh, that's against, like preachers of whoever get paid on the Sabbath. No, I don't think it works like that. That's funny that you haters would think like that. Oh, you pay your preacher on the Sabbath, don't you? Well, Hebrew Roots doesn't even really have a preacher. We've got several places that people can meet up, but there's not such as a worldwide synagogue. There's more like a worldwide belief rather than a dogma or a doctrine or a creed, if that makes sense. There was the covenant, the golden calf, and the added law. Jesus took away the added law. It leaves us with the covenant. What are the words to the covenant? Exodus 20 to 24:8. Exodus 20 starts out with the 10 Commandments to 24:8. In 24:8, he's sprinkling the blood on the people, the parchment, the skin or whatever that he wrote it down on, and the altar. He takes it back up with 70 elders, Aaron, Joshua, and for a week they have a marriage supper with God. The 70 elders, the two, I think two were in the not prophesying and that didn't come up or something in the audience or something. They saw the feet of God under his feet was sapphire stone from like heaven. That they're in a blood covenant, but they're also told not to come against their wives, which God never commanded. So that might be an indicator that might help you understand and give you an indicator on why it would be so easy for somebody that just seen the Red Sea parted and 10 things go on in Egypt for them to suddenly not believe as easily as they believed before. Oh, the wind's just picking up a little bit. Okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, that's um, you got to get in covenant. How do you get in covenant with Jesus? You get baptized into His name, and throw in the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit if you want to. You're agreeing to follow Him. What did He say to do? Follow what Moses said to do. Oh my God, sacrifices? No, you bozo. You've been listening to what I've been saying. You just do the commandments, statutes, and judgments. The laws on your heart. The commandments, statutes, and the commandments. It's just that there's a stumbling block on the Sabbath. You got a problem with the Sabbath. Somebody told you that you can't do this or you have to do that. Even in Hebrew roots, can I take my kid to my little league game? Can I take my kid to his little? Can I take my kid to his little league game on the Sabbath? You've got to be kidding me. What resources did you research how to do Sabbath that would lead you to believe you couldn't do such a fun thing? For somebody not even old enough to have a job, let alone get paid to be on a little league. The joy he would have, your child would have, and you showing up to his game. He's been working all week on it. Oh, he needs a day of rest. He's a kid. He's a kid. He needs a day of rest like a hole in the head. He needs to work 7 days a week. He still won't get tired. He'll be running around, jumping off cliffs and playing. That's what I'm saying. Heaven to me, if I'm a little kid, give me a pile of dirt and about 10 other kids, guys, maybe a couple girls or whatever, with 10 years old, in a dirt pile, and we'll have fun for hours and hours. Oh, six trumpets. I think we're through six trumpets. Oh, thank you, Sharon. Yeah, I appreciate that. Especially like from Arkansas, you know what I mean? That somebody from Arkansas, because that's like, excuse me, time zone, uh, close, but time zone, warmer, but not like humid. Yeah, it's very good. It's very good. Yes. Just a little bit, maybe an inch on the ground, and maybe a flurry coming down now. This is our first snow we've had all season, and it was only an inch. But boy, it was like -9 last week, or yeah, last week. It was like -9, and so finally today it was like 20 or something, and then tomorrow's gonna be 30 or something. But it really makes me want to warm somebody up. There has to be people out there that are cold simply because they don't know how to work a furnace or change a fuse or flip a fuse, a, a circuit breaker, or are so poor. I don't know. You can. There's times that I wish I could transfer my comfort, any comfort I may have. Like for money, that's easy. On payday, you give 10% to God. That's a very physical thing. That's very easy. You want to, if somebody said something nice to you at the gas station, or gave you a hug at the gas station, if they saw you trip and fall and they help pick you up or something along those lines, you would like, there's times I would like to reciprocate that through time, through God, for God to give God like a credit of that much, and have him give that credit to somebody in need of it. The warmth I felt when I was very, very cold, I wish that upon somebody that is feeling cold currently, or the cold I felt walking into the air conditioning after being so hot all day. I wish on somebody, you know what I mean? It's okay to pray for people's health. Oh, I hope their spleen gets better. Oh, I hope their liver gets better. I hope their drug addiction gets better or worse, however you want to pray for that. But yeah, aren't there times where you just wish a comfort on people, or a relief to someone, because you had been comforted so well at some point that you just wanted to share it? I don't know. That to me is forgiveness too. It's, he forgave us while we were yet still sinning. That's, for any of you people that have been married, been cheated on, you think you could have forgiven while yet still sinning? Oh my God, honey, what's Frank doing in the bed naked? Oh, I see what you guys are doing. I forgive you, honey. Here, I'll leave. You guys get dressed. Okay. But yeah, he's got you got to stop doing what we could we have done could we have done that? Jesus did it to us while we were yet still sinning. While we were yet still sinning, he forgave us. And it was adultery, other gods. Oh, nastiness. Oh, yeah, read Jeremiah. The whole thing is like porn. I mean, sick porn, not just nudity, like idols that you can hide. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. I gotta find my glasses. Where's Sister Sharon? Probably left an hour ago. Laugh out loud. So we are through six trumpets. Yeah, I think we're through six trumpets. It's just a personal opinion. I tell you what, though, I'm not even gonna tell you what. Yeah, I think we're through six trumpets, waiting on a seventh. A nuclear explosion, a nuclear accident, not a nuclear test. One more, I think one more thunder. One more thunder. Oh, trumpets. Excuse me. Yes, as far as trumpets are. Yes, six trumpets and yes, six trumpets and six thunders. But where's my? I'm not gonna reach for that thing. Still here with you, brother. Oh, Sharon G, you're so cool. Snow there, a little bit of snow. LOL. All right, yeah, we are going on mic mute. I wish I could play some music, man. Because the natural sounds outside. Do I got enough battery? Let me check. Yeah, this thing don't even want to charge. It's taking up so much energy with me looking for. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, we didn't. It's not charging very much. It is charging. Oh, that's so hilarious. But yeah, let's take another quick break, eh? Where's my little 5 minute sign? All right, young lady, if you're here, and gotta be, I gotta figure out how to get mods on here. But yeah, yeah, 1967, and the genetic fathers of Hebrews were Amorite. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what an Amorite genetic mothers Hittites. I don't know. I'm kind of like I don't know. You see Hittites, you don't really read Hittites. You kind of see like some nasty words. Let's see if we can get this guy again. The heck? Where's that at? There it is. And that goes to there. Yeah, you can see it. That's kind of cool. Not too bad. I wish I had some music for you, Sharon. Wish I had some music for. Oh, let me post my little comment. Like, how can you post that? I still don't know how to do comments. I think it's guests. Invite guests. Copy. More. Post comment. Post comment. Paste. Comment and I'll see you. Ooh, excuse me. Maybe I should just go to bed. Goodness. 4 o'clock in the morning. I'll just post the link. All right, sister. We take a quick break here. Hopefully see you soon. Or maybe a long break. I don't know. I'll look for comments.
Well, we'll try that and put a little junky music on. Otherwise, blessings, people. I'll put the trumpets on for you. All right, that wasn't that bad. That wasn't that bad. A little bit loud, a little bit not loud, a little bit cold, a little bit not cold. Brr, too cold for me. 36 or something. Oh my goodness. Oh, I don't even know if I can. I don't even know if I can what? I don't even know if I can bend over to get my Bible. It was cold out there. All right, we took a little break. Little Valentine Sabbath. Try to fix this. There we go. How's that? A little bit different for you? Maybe that. I don't know. We'll just do it like this.
Okay. So Romans 1, 2, 3. Let me check my let me check my stuff. Right. Right. So your Romans 1, 2, 3. We're all talking about faith by circumcision versus uncircumcision, and we're all there ain't no circumcision or uncircumcision. So Romans 3:19, now we know that which things soever the law saith, it saith to them who are under the law, that every mouth may be stopped, and all the world may become guilty before God. We know that what things soever the law saith. So if the law saith 8-day-old males, it saith to them who are under the law. It saith to them who have broken the law. You're not under the law unless you've broken it. Of course, the Israelites were under the law. They had broken it at the golden calf, but we're looking at post Jesus. But I want to specifically talk about Romans 1, 2, and 3. Somebody, Paul, speaking about the Ten Commandments as a basis for both Jew and Greek, because he was in chapter 1 preaching to everybody, both Jew and Gentile. Now he's ready to talk to you guys in chapter 2, and then chapter 3. Actually identifies what advantage then hath the Jew, or what profit is there of circumcision. He's completely 100% talking about adult male circumcision. That's chapter 3. Let's pick it up at verse 19. Like I said, now we know that things that soever the law saith, saying with them, therefore, by the deeds of the deeds of the law, adult male circumcision. Verse 20, therefore, by the deeds of the law, there shall no flesh, coincidentally, be justified in his sight, for by the law is the knowledge of sin. Justified, never done it. The golden calf, there is no deeds of the law, there's shall no flesh be justified. Just if you never did the golden calf, no adult male circumcision in his sight, for by the law is the knowledge of sin. But now the righteousness of God, following the law, the commandments, the righteousness is following the commandments. But now the righteousness of God without the law is manifest. Without the law, that's not under the law. We just said under the law means you broke it. You go to the law if you're under the law so that all mouths may be shut. You go to the law to read the law if there's a problem because of you want to know this is a different. But now the righteousness of God without the law, that is not only to the Jews who believe in Messiah and the law is now written in your heart, you are without it, but also without the law, like you are outside the law. You are a Greek, you are uncircumcised. But now the righteousness of God without the law is manifested. And he just said, okay, we'll continue. Without the law manifested, being witnessed by the law, by the law, 8-day-old males only, and the prophets. Get back into Torah. Get back into Torah. Get back into Torah is what the prophets preached. even that when now when King James says even, that means it's like the exact same thing. But now the righteousness of God without the law is manifested, being witnessed by the law and the prophets, even the righteousness of God. So he's now explaining this righteousness that if you are without the law is manifested, even the righteousness of God, which is by faith. Did you think I was going to say circumcised or uncircumcised? No, it's faith. 3 chapters of circumcised, uncircumcised, circumcised, uncircumcised, Jew, Gentile. I preach to the Jews, I preach to the Gentiles, I preach to these guys, these. I now I'm ready to preach to you. I preach to barbarians, ready to preach to you. There ain't no difference. You guys circumcised, you ought to know. You're circumcised. Here, everybody should be like considered mentally circumcised. You guys are saying you have to be for salvation. He's making the distinction between the two peoples. But now verse 21, but now the righteousness of God without the law, that's not under the law, the righteousness of God under the law, what? But now the righteousness of God without the law is manifested, being witnessed by the law and the prophets, even the righteousness of God, which is by faith of Jesus Christ unto all and upon all them that believe, for there is no difference. For all have sinned and come short of the glory of God, being justified freely, being justified freely by his grace through the redemption that is Christ Jesus. Being justified, never done that golden calf sin. Or if you're a Gentile, justified, never gotten into covenant with you. You are being justified freely by his grace, given at that golden calf, which was the added law, which Jesus now took away, that grace of that day too, through the redemption, which he now repeats, through the redemption that is in Christ Jesus, redeemed. Have you ever redeemed a coupon? Whom God hath sent forth to be a propitiation. What's this propitiation word? Well, I'm telling you all about the golden calf, and now you come up with propitiation. You ought to be well justified and knowing exactly what it is. Whom God has set forth to be a propitiation through faith in his blood, to declare his righteousness for the remissions of sins that are past. The golden calf sin and anything you come up with to the time that you're coming to Jesus. If you're a Gentile, if you're a Jew, it's coming into the belief and the golden calf. Through the forbearance of God, to declare, I say, at this time his righteousness, that he might be just, you might be just, and the justifier of him which believeth in Jesus. Where is boasting then? Who's boasting? People that were circumcised when they were 8 days old, over Greeks that were told, you might have to get it done. Where is boasting then? It is excluded. By what law? Of works? This is where I'm telling you, works is adult male circumcision. Nay, but by the law of faith, not the law of works. The law of works, works of the law, deeds of the law, is adult male circumcision, Pharisee law. He's gone 3 chapters. This is the end of the 3rd chapter. Wait, it gets better. This is just the ending of the 3rd. He's completely differentiated between circumcised, uncircumcised. It's just about faith. Now he's saying, where is boasting then? Is it boasting in what? Uncircumcised and circumcised. Who would be boasting? You're already circumcised? You're going to boast that you don't have to be circumcised? Or are you uncircumcised, boasting that you get to be circumcised, right? It doesn't work that way. It's speaking about adult male circumcision. Where is boasting then? It's excluded. Well, what law? You can't just, you get what? Of works? Works of the law? Nay, but by the law of faith. Therefore, we conclude that as man is justified, justified, never done the golden calf, justified, never been a Gentile, not giving in covenant. Therefore, we conclude that a man is justified by faith without the deeds of the law. Deeds of the law. It's a whole sentence. It's a long sentence. It's not deeds. What deeds did you do? What are you talking about? Oh, the conversation is on deeds of the law. So we were talking about, and we've been talking for 3 hours, and we're talking about all the deeds. Like what? Well, all the sacrifices and all that terrible, those hard things they had to do on the Sabbath. We're talking about those deeds of the law. No, you're an idiot. It's circumcision. You're either uncircumcised, or as we have just seen clearly here now, we are talking about somebody that has done a works of the law or not, a deeds of the law or not. Therefore, we conclude that a man is justified by faith without the deeds of the law. Is he the God of the Jews only? Doubling down on identifying that he's talking about circumcision. Is he God of the Jews only? Is he not also of the Gentiles? The uncircumcised, yes, of the Gentiles also. Verse 30 of chapter 3, Romans, seeing it is one God which shall justify the circumcision by faith, the circumcision by faith. This one God which shall justify, justified, never done it. Justified, never done the golden calf. He's going to justify the circumcision. That's the Jews by faith in their promised prophet, and uncircumcision, those that are without the law and are not going to get any deeds of the law for justification. They're going to get justification through faith. Through faith. There's a subtle difference. You'll see it if you were ever a Gentile. Do we then make void the law through faith? God forbid. Yeah, we establish the law. So are you saved by grace through faith? Yes, and then guess what? You establish the law. Chapter 4. 2 more verses, I think, and we're done. He has completely said, circumcised or saved, uncircumcised or saved. He's referenced deeds of the works of the law and deeds of the law. Okay, so here we are, chapter 4, Romans. What shall we say then? That Abraham our father, as pertaining to the flesh, hath found. Oh, Abraham, the one that was uncircumcised, accounted due by faith, and then later circumcised as an adult. Excuse me, what a perfect example. What shall we say then about Abraham, not Abraham, Abraham, after his circumcision, our father, as pertaining to the flesh of what? The flesh of, we've been talking 3 chapters about lust. Pertaining, what does Abraham, our father, Abraham, post-circumcision, Abraham, adult male circumcision. We've just been talking 3 chapters about circumcision, uncircumcision. What saith our father Abraham as pertaining to the flesh of lust, idolatry, fornication, murder, thievery, deceit? What fleshly things is he talking about, if not adult male circumcision? What shall we say then that Abraham, our father, as pertaining to the flesh, hath found? For if Abraham were justified, just if he had never done what? His Gentile never getting in covenant. Well, he was in a covenant, but he was in a covenant that had nothing to do with. He was asleep at the time, but that he would be the father of many nations. And of course, his seed would go into captivity for 430 years, etc. But we're still talking about this whole circumcision, uncircumcision thing. So what is he, in verse 1 of chapter 4, what does Abraham our father pertaining to the flesh hath found? Verse 2, for if Abraham were justified by works, he hath whereof to glory, but not before God. Works. His works of chopping wood or chopping foreskin. For if Abraham were justified by works, chopping wood, he hath whereof to glory, because he got big and strong, and he justified himself by chopping wood, but not before God. Not that kind of works. For if Abraham were justified by his adult male circumcision, which came later, he hath whereof to glory, but not before God. We're still on adult male circumcision, even in verse 2. For what hath the scripture saith of Abraham believed God? Regardless. Chapter 4. What shall we say then that Abraham our father has pertaining to the flesh hath found? For if Abraham were justified by works, he hath whereof to glory, but not before God. For what saith the scripture? Abraham believed God, and it was counted unto him for righteousness. Believed equals righteousness. Now to him that worketh is the reward not reckoned of grace, but of debt. You think you've worked for it. Now he owes you. There's a debt to be paid. You have worked. That's now. But to him that worketh not, but believeth on him that justified the ungodly, his faith is counted for righteousness. Do you see the difference? Circumcision, 100%. Even as David also described the blessedness of the man unto whom God imputeth righteousness without works. David, circumcised. You are going to was under the law because they had broken it at the golden calf. He did not have righteousness imputed unto him because of his circumcision. There is going to be somebody that is going to have righteousness imputed on them. Let me read that again. Where is it? Even as David also describeth the blessedness of the man unto whom God imputeth righteousness without works, without circumcision. It can't be without works like whatever kind of works you do on trying to not rest on the Sabbath, working on the Sabbath, saying, blessed are they whose iniquities are forgiven and whose sins are covered. Blessed is the man to whom the Lord will not impute sin. Cometh this blessedness then upon circumcision only, or upon the uncircumcision also? So if you thought it was anything else, it clarifies it right there in verse 9. It bookends it. This finishes the thought. Cometh this blessedness then upon the circumcision only, or upon the uncircumcision also? Is his audience 8-day-old males. 7-day-old males looking to graduate tomorrow and get a little bit of get a little off the top, and he's giving them advice. He's 100% differentiating that works of the law is adult male circumcision. Chapter 4, verse 9 again. Cometh this blessedness that David had just spoken of, then upon the circumcision only, or upon the uncircumcision also? For we say that faith was reckoned to Abraham for righteousness. How was it then reckoned? Was he in circumcision or in uncircumcision? Not in circumcision. At the time he crossed over the Hebrew first to cross over he crossed over the Euphrates. Here, go and search out this land, and I'm going to give you like 3 million years from now. Go search it out. He was uncircumcised. And that's why it was accounted to him for righteousness. His faith that not only could God do it, that he would do it, but that he could do it. Just like I really think you can do that, and I trust that you will do that as an uncircumcised person. How was it then reckoned? When he was in circumcision or in uncircumcision? Not in circumcision, but in uncircumcision. And he received the sign of circumcision, a seal. Oh, if you guys like Revelation, yeah. A seal of the righteousness of the faith. Oh, so he is without circumcision, his righteousness by faith. Now circumcision is a sign of that faith without circumcision. What? Romans chapter 4, verse 11. And he received the sign of circumcision, a seal of the righteousness of the faith which he had, yet being uncircumcised. Almost like an 8-day-old male. You don't know anything in the world. They could feed you, not feed you. Circumcise you, not circumcise. You're 8 days old. Anyway. Which he had yet being uncircumcised, that he might be the father of all of them that believe. Right. He as an 8-day-old, so you're not going to get it. You're not going to remember. But Abraham, being an adult and being accounted both in position of the unrighteous, uncircumcised at righteousness, and then later being circumcised, righteous. He can tell us both sides of the story. And he received the sign of circumcision, a seal of the righteousness of the faith which he had, yet being uncircumcised, that he might be the father of all them that believe, though they be not circumcised, that righteousness might be imputed unto them also. And the father of circumcision to them who are not of the circumcision only, but who also walk in the steps of that faith of our father Abraham, which he had, being yet uncircumcised. At the time, he was a yet uncircumcised and had faith. He crossed over the Euphrates immediately. He was crossing over. His dad was going to cross. His dad, his older brother, and him, and others, and their wives, I think. It's specific, she said. Go. The son dies on the way. Mount Horma? Not Hor, not Horma. Haram? His older Abraham's not the firstborn. Abraham was the second. His dad was going to a Canaanite, Jerusalem. Canaanite town at the time, on their way. And then it says, for God had told Abraham. So the crossing over, the first Hebrew to cross over water, to come out of the water, uncircumcised, immediately, saying by God saying, do that, had faith. Two types that God could do it and would do it. Go search out this land. You're going to be the father of many nations. Your seed is going to be in captivity 430 years before a Messiah. Yeah, Moses, but you guys did the golden calf thing. Yeah, we know. Romans chapter 4, verse 11, and received the sign of circumcision, a seal of the righteousness of the faith, which he had, yet being uncircumcised at the crossing, that he might be the father of all them that believe, both. I added both there, sorry. Though they be not circumcised, that righteousness might be imputed unto them also, and the father of circumcision, to them who are not of the circumcision only, but who also walk in the steps of that faith of our father Abraham, which he had yet being yet uncircumcised, for the promise, that he should be the heir of the world. What? The heir of the world? Abraham? Or Jesus? Doesn't Jesus, heir of the world? You inherit the world. The meek inherit the world. Abraham would inherit the world. Let's read that again. Romans 4:12, and the father of circumcision to them who are not of the circumcision only, but who also walk in the steps of that faith of our father Abraham, which he had being yet uncircumcised. Verse 13, for the promise that he should be the heir of the world was not to Abraham or to his seed through the law, but through the righteousness of faith. Faith, circumcision, circumcision, uncircumcision, faith, circumcision, faith, circumcision, faith. There's only one or the other. For the promise that he should be the heir of the world was not to Abraham or to his seed, which it was, through the law of circumcision, adult male circumcision, but through the righteousness of faith, because he had the righteousness of faith while yet uncircumcised. He had the sign of the faith. Okay, and the Pharisees will use that and say, "Hey, look, you need to do the same thing." No, it's not. It's not in the commandments. It's not in the. It's a choice. It's a land. For if they which are of the law, or those that are circumcised. Remember, we were just differentiating for 3 chapters on circumcised, uncircumcised. Now, deeds of the law kind of jumped in there. What do we got here? For the promise that he should be the heir of the world was not to Abraham or to his seed through the law, adult male circumcision, Pharisee law, but through the righteousness of faith. For if they which are of the law, Pharisees demanding adult male circumcision, be heirs, faith is made void. Right, because you're like working for it. Works. You're working. And the promise made of none effect, because the law worketh wrath. The law worketh wrath. For where no law is, there is no transgression. There's no, if there's no law, there is no transgression. What's he talking about here? If there's no law, there's no transgression. Because the law worketh wrath. For where no law is, there is no transgression. It sounds like the ought to be the other way around. For where no law is, that seems like it should work wrath. Where there is no law, that works wrath. And then to reverse it, because the law worketh no transgression, is how you would read it. If it but seems to be backwards. For if verse 14, 4:14 Romans, for if they which are of the law be heirs, faith is made void, and the promise, oh, here we go, and the promise made of none effect. The promise to Abraham, it was a blood covenant Abraham had nothing to do with, so therefore it was a promise of God. Because the law worketh wrath. Um, and confirming the circumcision, adult male circumcision, because the law worketh wrath, the adult. So this isn't God's law. God's law doesn't worketh wrath. It's and then to say that for where there is no law, there is no transgression. This is Pharisee law, adult male circumcision, Pharisee law. For just to verify, Romans 4:15, because the law worketh wrath, because the adult male circumcision, Pharisee law, worketh wrath. Our fathers, Peter, I think, said it, or Paul, been mentioning whatever, our fathers couldn't stand it. Their immediate fathers, because this just came up. This was recent. This is once they start thinking that the law is their salvation, the added law, because of the golden calf sin, a temporary space holder until the Messiah comes. They thought that was their salvation. So they would add to it, perfect it. Then the Messiah comes along and says, no, you guys added too much to it. What the hell are you guys doing? I'm taking it away anyway. Not the whole thing. So Romans 4, chapter 4, verse for the promise, because the law the Pharisee law worketh wrath. The Pharisee law worketh wrath. For where no Pharisee law is, there's no transgression. The Pharisee law of adult male. Look at what is it referencing here? It's actually in my KJV. It's actually referencing Romans 3:20. Snowplow for. Oh, sorry, I took the. Oh, I think I just missed. Did I just miss it? Okay, yeah, we're doing good. So it's referencing Romans 3:20, which reads, therefore, by the deeds of the law, which we just all agreed with, is adult male circumcision. There shall no flesh be justified in his sight, for by the law is the knowledge of sin. They, the, for by the adult male circumcision law, there is knowledge of sin. There is, it's a nice way of telling you you are sinning. And that's referenced by KJV himself. Chapter 4, verse 16. Therefore it is of faith that it might be by grace, to the end the promise might be sure to all the seed, not to that only which is of the law, but to that also which is of the faith of Abraham, who is the father of us all. No need to even explain that. As it is written, I have made thee a father of many nations, before him whom he believed, even God, who quickeneth the dead, and calleth those things which be not as though they were, who against hope believed in hope, that he might become the father of many nations, according to that which was spoken. So shall thy seed be. And being not weak in faith, he considered not his own body now dead, when he was about 100 years old, neither yet the deadness of Sarah's womb. He staggered not at the promise of God through unbelief, but was strong in faith, giving glory to God, and being fully persuaded that what he had promised, he was able also to perform. And therefore it was imputed to him for righteousness. Now it was not written for his sake alone that it was imputed to him, but for us also, to whom it shall be imputed if we believe, just like he believed. It's the adult male circumcision over faith. Oh my goodness, I got to go to bed. I got to take a nap from this long, oh, what do you call it? Valentine's Day. Oh my goodness gracious, such a long Valentine Sabbath day. Such a long Valentine Sabbath day. Oh, I hope we got something out of this. I was hoping to see some Valentine Sabbath lonely hearts. I myself do not care to meet anybody, but I think I would like to be like the middle guy, the host. I would like to have the YouTube channel make it up recently single. And no, not for me. No, thank you. I'm good. Oh, sorry about that. Let me go back to that for confirmation. Okay, right there. I forgot what I was saying. Regardless, yeah, irregardless. Regardless, irregardless. Oh, yes, one quick mental note, or not mental note. This, uh, this is the answer sheet. 3 different donkey rides, and someday everybody's going to see it. It's going to kill Roman Catholicism. It's going to kill Protestantism by proxy. It's going to be a revival like the world has never seen. Maybe that's the seventh thunder instead of another nuclear. Oh, okay. I had a good time, people. Thank you so much to my future viewers who are going to see this. No, nobody's going to watch this. Maybe someday when I die, maybe like my daughter, granddaughter, grandson, long lost friend. Maybe at the resurrection we'll get to watch it. Who knows? But to the future people watching, to Sharon G. Oh, you're so lovely. Sticky Peculiar from the Rude Awakening uh, team days. Jax, Rude Awakening team days. Helen B. Oh, uh, Shannon. Oh, Sherry. Don't even let's just go down the whole list. Hatfield, Janet, Duttridge, because you don't do the DGE. It's just the, oh, there's so many. We had a couple of guests I did not know tonight. Visitors, excuse me, I did not know tonight. That were cordial. They mentioned some things I posted. If you have any comments, questions, yeah, please hit it up. I'll see it. I don't care if you like or subscribe. I just hope that maybe you can do the same next time. Do something fun on the Sabbath. Just because. Well, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, for no reason, just because. Just do it because. Do you need a reason? This is what Marilyn Monroe said in The Misfits. She was in the front seat and the guy was driving the truck, and in the back of the truck was Clark Gable, like he was gonna lasso a horse. They were chasing down wild horses in the 50s. Marilyn Monroe and the guy driving the truck. Marilyn Monroe was freaking out. She didn't like the fact that they were gonna grab these wild horses and sell them for glue. And the guy driving the truck, he's like, "I'll stop it. I'll stop it if you ask me to." He wanted her. "You're so beautiful. What are you doing with him? I'd do anything for you. I'd stop this. I'd stop doing this right now, what we were doing for you." Ooh. She's like, "You need a reason? You need a reason to do something good?" Oh. It was just her line. It was Marilyn Monroe. It was just her line in a movie. So really, we got to give the writer credit. But honestly, a man, this is your typical guy. Oh, I'd do anything for you. I'd do anything for you. I mean, they usually mean like bad things. I'd murder for you. I'd steal for you. I'd die for you. I'd lie for you. No, this guy was saying, I'd stop this. I'd stop this cruelty right now. I'd stop this cruelty right now for you. I would. And she's like, "You need a reason." Same with the Sabbath. You need a you you need to be told to rest. You need a reason to rest. Yeah, you work 6 days. Your your cow has to be milked. Otherwise, she's gonna kick down your shed. She's gonna, oh my God, she's gonna burn down Chicago on the Sabbath. Oh my God. The Holy Spirit, not she like a person. She, the Holy Spirit. There's got to be at least what 10 righteous though to stop it. So there's not, something's not right there. I wouldn't trust that spirit. All right. Anyway, thanks for chilling, people. Sharon G. Oh, you're so kind, and your caps lock because you're because you're half blind, and people think you're yelling. So people that don't know you, but Sticky Peculiar, oh, Dirty Varmint, you guys are amazing. Jamie stopped by and said hello. I didn't see if he stopped by later. It's really hard keeping up on chat on the on the on it's just my phone and hitting the wrong, where are we at here? Yeah, doing that, hitting the wrong button and stuff. I mean, I can't zoom in and out or anything, but yeah, it's always good to read scripture, especially on Sabbath. I got to get some sleep. Y'all have a good night. Shabbat shalom. I've been sitting here trying to find myself. I get behind myself. I need to rewind myself. I'm looking for the payback. Pam listens for the playback. They say that every man bleeds just like me. I feel like number one, yet I'm last in line. I watch my daughter grow. It helps to pass the time. I smoke too many cigs. It helps to ease the pain. I lost a couple dollar bills. Still I feel the same. Everybody knows my name. They say it way out loud. Nanya. It's hard to hang out in crowd. I guess that's the price you pay to be some big shine like me. I'll threaten the one that's there. Still I can't find love. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, somebody else finish it. Sticky, sing it, Sticky, sing it.